How is it going, ladies and gentlemen? It is Zimzilla back again, once again, and it is past Christmas. I feel and I sound a whole lot better because it just so happens when I finally start to get days off, the universe decides, you know what? Time for you to get sick. So that was fun. I spent Christmas by myself. I didn't really want to get anyone else sick. So it was really quiet, but it was nice. Again, feeling a lot better. And January, since I have a lot more free time on my hands, it is going to be a time of just working more on other projects like my book, doing more Blender stuff, and doing videos, all of that good nonsense. But it's not here to talk about the Godzillers. Well, at least not primarily about the Godzillers. It's a dinosaur stream. But before I go into that and we invite people on here, let's just say hi to people who are in chat. So we have Hoshi right here. How's it going? This is indeed the last live stream of the year of 2025. I feel old, even though I'm not that old, but I feel like I'm in my 40s. So yeah, going to new year, new me. Yeah, new beginnings. A lot's changed, even in like the last couple of days. So it's been fun. And a lot of you guys are kind of 2025 people. A lot of people who've followed the channel in recent years and are regulars now are people who have been more active primarily this year, and I'm very thankful for that. Test Inspector, how's it going? How's it going? Minecraft World, good day to you, sir. Nico, sub Zim, just giving a heads up, I'll be late entering voice chat. That's cool. That's cool. Pena, good to see you as always. Convoy, good to see you. 05, it is a good day. Some might say a wonderful day. And we also got Legendary Space Godzilla 2. Well, oh, yeah, two. It's I assume that'd be 20. It's 20,004. There you go. Hi. We are old. Yeah, no, we're old men. We're old men indeed. But oh, and another person, Martin, how's it going? How's it going? Thank you, thank you, thank you all for joining. But dinosaurs. So what I wanted to do, at least when it came to this stream, or at least this month, was to do more dinosaur centric videos, which I really get to. There's still the Arctic Giant video that I'm working on, and now that I'm feeling a little better, I'm gonna definitely spend some time this week and next week working on it and hopefully getting it out the door. But I do have two Godzilla themed videos that I am sending out to my editors, which I do pay. I'm very thankful for the work they do. Speaking of which, I am just about 25 away from that YouTube payout. So if anyone is feeling super generous, super chats are always nice. Although YouTube does take a 3% cuts, if I do recall correctly. So if anyone's got a question during the stream, I would love to answer them, but I may not be able to. But if you do a super chat, I will definitely answer those as quickly as possible. But without wasting any time, let's just go over technically the only stream submission that I have, because it's not dinosaur related, and then we're going to start inviting people on to start talking about the terrible lizards that are dinosaurs. So in this case, and we're not doing the music. I'd love to do the music, but in this case, no, unfortunately. But this is Intestine Inspector's Gamera piece that he did. I know that he recently posted on Instagram his Gamera design in full, which was cool. And we've got several different Gamera kaiju here. We got Zigra, Gauss, Zetus, Giron, Barugon, Virus, Legion, and Iris. So it's good to see all of these wonderful monsters here. I love all of their designs. I like what you did, kind of doing the Rebirth-esque look here for Giron's mouth, but the colors are very much Showa inspired. I like the purple that you use here on Barugon. Zetus I very much like here. I actually kind of like it in concept a little bit more than what we actually got for Zetus. I do like Virus's design. I assume the colors are based on a blue ring octopus. Gauss is looking nice here as well. Legion and Iris, again, very good designs. And I think we've always said this several times, where with those two, a lot of people, we always have issues trying to make designs that feel very, very distinct from their source. And then Zigra's also looking cool as well. And I love what you did here with the Gamera design, especially with the head shapes. Very nice. So good job here as always. Again, I love any of the art that you guys post here. And with the art, if you want to have art that's posted here on the stream submissions, There's always a channel for that in the Discord, which I'm sending out here. It's always free for anyone to join. And it's not just kaiju related. Of course, we're doing a dinosaur stream today. And as a result, if you have like a certain hobby or topic that you want to discuss, always run it by me when you join the Discord and sort of foster community here. And I may like start taking up the interest in talking about it a little bit more, maybe not on the channel necessarily, but I always like seeing what other people can bring at least to the community as we build it up more and more. I was hoping you were going to do something again related to Congo 5 before the end of the year for its anniversary. No, I would have. There was one person who wanted to do a debate on the topic, but unfortunately, I was not able to get around to doing something on its anniversary, unfortunately. I know, like, obviously with Godzilla, with his birthday, and then the Gamera was the big things that were on my mind, and Congo 5 unfortunately slipped through the fingers, but Sea Monster, though I know he said he's not going to be in today. He's just a little tired from work. He has some Congo 5 stuff. So definitely, we may talk about Congo 5 today at least. And my issues with its prehistoric fauna, since it's, again, dinosaur related. I do not particularly like, as I've gotten older, a lot of the designs in Congo 5. I've already said this before on that stream. I just think that they just strike an ugly blend. And then anytime someone wants to do a quote unquote retro dinosaur without being quote unquote awesome broy, they just do essentially a V-Rex. So yeah, the dinosaurs, I also don't really like them as well. Neither do I like the brontosaurs. And some of the dinosaurs that you see in the Congo 5 book itself, they don't appeal to me. They're not all that interesting. And yeah, I feel like they could have just done something better, just gone all the way and just done like pretty up-to-date, scientifically accurate dinosaurs, or just decided, let's actually just do retro dinosaurs. And the trying to please both, or at least try to do modern dinosaurs with that retro flair, it just ended up being what a lot of people consider the term awesome bro, which we'll talk about that term as a whole in this. And yeah, I think the only reason why people are fine, or at least paleos, when it comes to the Congo 5 dinosaurs is that it comes from the Congo 5 movie, which a lot of people like, which I have issue with it. But we also got Vic in here. Zogura is also awesome, bro. Yeah, there you go, using that punctuation. But enough of me rambling about. Let's just start getting people in here. So let's start dropping in those invites. The stream interrupted me watching Good Smooth Shorts at the gym. Oh, there you go. Hey, at least you have something nice to listen to at the gym. It's just gonna be us rambling. Do you have thoughts on the T-Rex from the Love, Death, and Robots short with Mr. Beast? Yeah, I don't like it. I don't think it's a really good design. I think it's like okay for the most part. I think I only like it because certain people I don't really don't like it. So I'm very like mixed on it. It's not a design where I'm like, oh, this is super cool. It's okay. It's there. I could probably find it and pull it up as we get people in here. So Love, Deaths, and Robots. And I know they had a ceratopsian in that episode as well, and I didn't find it all that interesting either. So yeah. Oh no, I can probably we'll do this one's better. So let me not that share. Awesome. Yeah, so the ceratopsian design is actually not that bad. I do like how the frill is designed here. The little hole bits are kind of nice, but then my problem with this design is, especially with how it dips here, the V-Rex does that same dip as does the Primitive War Rex. And like anatomically, it's okay. I don't really like the little spike that's there at the end. Like for what it is, it's fine. It's just fine. I like if you're gonna do a design like this where it's very clearly influenced off of like crocodiles and stuff for its armor and stuff, just make it a full retro dinosaur and just have it drag its tail, please. But I finally got some people in here, so let's introduce them. The Craft of Mining.
Hi.
The Crew Hudurus.
Beebo Beeboo.
Beep boop to you too, Clanker.
I ain't clankering.
And there's Hoshi.
I'm tisming.
What's up? How are y'all doing?
Good.
Eh.
And 05.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
There we go. Perfect.
So, how are you guys
Alrighty.
doing?
I'm
Yeah,
doing great.
living.
Cromulent. This design, I don't mind it, but it looks like a V-Rex with Indominus colors.
Well, the Indominus
Yeah.
doesn't even have that yellow of like a look to it. It
No,
looks,
but like the albinism remind. Or
Uh,
actually, no. I think a better one would be Rudy.
yeah, it
from
looks.
Ice
I'd
Age.
say. What's
Hey,
interesting too is like
see-
right here with these, it has. I assume this is actually proper. Yeah, so like even that's just pure VRX colors right there,
Hey,
and that
Zim,
looks like the
Zim,
Indoraptor.
Zim,
Yeah, one sec,
Zim,
Hoshi.
can you? Okay.
And let me introduce
I-
the Vic as well.
Yo.
Mm.
So it's
Hi.
like, yeah, this is really my first good look at this design. I have been wanting to get through a lot of current paleo media right now. However, unfortunately, there was this little thing called college that I had to deal with for the vast majority of the latter half of this year. So I didn't really get to tear through as much stuff on my backlog as I've been wanting to. But
Mhm.
yeah, now that I like see it, that bottom right one, that is just the V-Rex.
Literally.
Yep.
That to an almost
I just wanted to
blatant.
say that aside from Godzilla, paleo media that basically that includes all sorts of ancient life are also one of my biggest hyperfixations ever. Like literally, I love it
It's
so
kind
much.
of. It is these dinosaurs are the second poster child of autism behind Train.
Yes,
Trains,
for-
dinosaurs,
to
and
me-
Sonic.
For me,
Yeah.
Godzilla.
personally, it's like you got the Godzilla autism, and then you got dinosaur autism. But if I'm
Dinosaur.
honest, might be heresy, but the dinosaur autism is probably stronger in the long run for me personally, because like
See,
I can recall a point in my life where I wasn't into Godzilla. I cannot recall a point in my life where dinosaurs did not sit in the forefront of my mind.
True.
I would half consider the Godzillatism to be part of the dinosaurism, or at
Yeah.
least the next step of it, in a similar way to like Mecha.
It's the
being,
pipeline.
Yeah, in a
Yeah.
similar way to like
Beware
Mecha
the
being the step up
pipeline.
from vehicles. Yeah.
Alright, Zim, can you see a dinosaur named Hyper-Rex from the Isle games? Do you know that dinosaur?
Yeah, I do know about the different hypos. We can look up the hypos too.
The Isle.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
boy.
okay,
Is there a specific
fully
one that you wanted me
unrelated.
to look up? You said the Hyporex, right?
Yes, Hyper-Rex.
Okay.
Yeah. Dude, just completely unrelated. Talking about the Isle makes me sad.
I played the Isle once, but then like my laptop that I used to use just couldn't support it, even at like lower settings. So then I never really like bought it myself and played through it. Like I am also like super unfamiliar with all the drama that surrounded it. But like I remember when the Isle was like everything for a while and then it just dropped off and died.
Well, it's like
And
it's not
speaking of
dead, just
Isle-
they're like the current branch, the Avrima branch, is like that's the Giganotosaurus there.
Yeah, that's the hypo.
if-
But
Giga.
like
If I'm gonna
the
be
thing
frank
ab-
right now, this might be probably one of my personal favorite Awesome Bro versions of the Rex by far.
Hmm.
I think for
That's
myself,
the Giga?
Shh. 05.
it falls
Let him speak.
into this might be a me thing because since we're going to be talking about the GOAT, the best to ever do it, Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm like, I hold interpretations of Rex to an absurdly high standard, probably an unreasonably high one, because this is my favorite prehistoric animal, bar none.
Wow, how original.
Hey.
Listen. There's a reason the name is Tyrant Lizard King.
Yeah.
Hi,
To
Nico.
me, my favorite dinosaur is the
And what's up,
Giganotosaurus.
Zim?
Is the Nico.
Ain't I
favorite-
a
Of the
fucking
studs.
stinker?
My favorite prehistoric animal would be the Giganotosaurus, honestly.
Huh,
Mine is probably
bad
Triceratops.
choice.
Giga's fine.
But for
So we're
me,
talking about the
the,
Isle?
like
Oh,
the
boy.
Hyporex is The Isles Rexes are fine. They're serviceable.
Yeah,
I
let me
feel
look
like
at
they
the
don't.
IRX.
Yeah, the standard Isle Rex is also okay. They're very clearly going the Jurassic route with them, just less with a little more meat on the bones. You can tell by like the tail shape, the way the head is kind of positioned, especially in the newer ones, and the lack of lips, which as the resident paleo, lacking lips now drives me somewhat insane.
Okay, Zim,
It's
can
I
like
you
a
think one
show
thing-
the
design.
prehistoric planet T-Rex?
Yeah, we'll show it in a second. I think the one thing, the difference between the Isles Rex and like the actual JP Rex 2 is also just the head shape's a lot different, body shape's
You
different
could
too.
also say, at least for like the early Rexes, the wrists in this one are actually in the correct position, unlike
yeah.
the JP ones where they are pronated. But
Mhm.
I guess
Like the brow ridge being a big thing that like distinguishes the JP Rex, I'd say, from like even other interpretations that have JP inspirations to them. It's usually like, especially the head. You can tell when someone's essentially tracing Jurassic material when the head is very, very similar.
yeah, which can be said about the primitive War Rex.
Yeah,
Or
well, it's
you can see when someone is tracing the Stegosaurus Rex's head.
same, yeah.
Yep.
Because like it's right
Hi,
here.
Rexy.
That being so pronounced on the JP Rex is very noticeable that you don't see in other Rex interpretations.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there's an artistic rendition of the book Rex.
Oh yeah, this one. I always love Hellraptor stuff, which I think that one's more and more
Yeah,
stylized. This one's closer. I'd
There was
say
one like design
this
of
one.
the novel Rex that I saw that had like some green highlight to it that I thought like made just
Oh,
pop.
I love that person's art style.
That one.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Scroll back
Wait.
down.
Yeah.
This one.
No, yeah, that one.
Okay.
Like look at that.
Oh, it's
That looks-
Emily's art.
Yep.
That
Wow.
looks sick.
This is how it
Just know
looks
that
in my
she
mind.
Draw the black T-Rex.
Oh yeah, the black T-Rex from Dinosaur King. Basically,
That aged me.
Yeah, that aged
Pokemon
all
with
of us.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Can
Speaking of
Well,
which,
there's like
it's a
two
good
of
time
them.
it's a good time to boast that I got a shiny Alpha Tyrant.
Nice.
Oh, Tyron. I also love the fact that Dinosaur King had these figures, but I've never seen any of them anywhere. Like, I'm surprised I've never seen one of these at like
Oh,
G4, for
Safubi
example.
dinosaurs? That's sick.
Yeah.
Alright, Zim, can you now show the prehistoric planet T-Rex?
Yeah, one moment, Hoshi.
Dinosaur King.
Let's do.
I think the prehistoric planet Rex might be. It's in conversation for my favorite, if not for the fact that I actually own a toy of it.
Oh,
Oh,
which,
yeah,
which
he
company?
showed us.
This is a
It's
pure beauty itself.
the Rebor Kiss Rex that they have that's based on
Oh, yeah,
color.
yeah.
It looks like I'm holding it in my hand. This thing looks amazing.
Mm.
Like the head shape is dead on from the figure to the toy. This is either this or this might be a weird one. Sue in the flesh. I love those designs because something about them. I think it's just how tangible
this one?
they feel.
Mm.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
model.
just to.
Seeing that in person was really nice. I forget what year it was when I got to see it. in Chicago.
I'm going to the Field Museum next year for G-Fest. I'm gonna extend my stay
Ooh.
by a day.
What day are you gonna go?
I'm not sure if it's gonna be the day after the last day of G-Fest or the Thursday before.
Oh, okay. Because I usually end up going Wednesday because one thing
Stay for the movies.
well, yeah, I go for the movies on Thursday, but the aquariums, it's literally right next to the museum. They are open much later than the museum is, so I usually go in. We usually go pretty early around the morning, stay in the museum the entire day, but then hop over to the aquarium and they do a jazz night on Wednesdays at the aquarium, and that is super fun to like walk through the aquarium with like classic Chicago jazz playing.
Okay,
And
that
it's like
actually sounds fun as hell. We should do that next year.
No, like again, if y'all are coming,
I'm gonna see. If
Wait,
I, can
I just
go to
realized
G-Fest.
I can drink next year. Fuck yes!
As a
Let's
Southern
go.
California,
I'm not gonna be able to legally drink in America. I'm not
As a
going to
girl-
be able to drink in America until December of next year, but boy,
As a Californian, I
That's
wish
gonna be
G-Fish
fun.
would actually come closer to my home because I do
there
not
is
have
one in
money to
San
go there.
Francisco.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I'm in
I'll-
Los Angeles.
Wait a minute. Oh, 5, you're a local boy?
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles, and San Francisco
Shit.
is pretty far.
Filthy Californians.
Yeah,
I think something you were trying to
hello,
Them
say.
gas
by the way,
prices,
greetings from
bro.
Utah. So
No.
I think-
Where GFest should go is Texas.
You live in Texas.
So,
Yes,
So
because
as I
I
was
live in
saying-
Texas.
I mean, Kuru, it would be
Hang
closer
on.
to you.
Hang on.
What
are you saying,
What
Hoshi?
was Hoshi trying to say?
What was it, Hoshi? Sorry.
yeah, as a fellow Croatian man, I can safely say that I won't be joining any of those events.
Damn shame.
Mm.
But
I
yeah,
think. Well,
hope-
what's it called? Real quick before anyone else says anything. I think there are like some kaiji stuff that takes place in Germany. Like I feel like I see a lot of stuff for like kaiju stuff from like German people, and I think there was one event. I forget what it was, but that was like the one of like a place I can think of that might have like conventions for kaiji material.
I
Is
know.
there any in Britain?
You're thinking of the DinoCon one.
Yeah, I think I am.
Yeah.
I know. I think also at the Field Museum they have that model Quetzalcoatlus, and I
Yes,
wanna
they
see that too.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what else? You know what else they actually have there is they have a model of a Cryolophosaurus there.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that-
sick.
That
like-
used to be part of the like it was a
I
you know
find
like
it
those
interesting how all of the dinosaurs that I say I would consider my absolute favorites are typically ones that, for lack of a better term, I have seen. Because like I've been to the New York Museum of Natural History as well, and I got to go right up next to the Barosaurus they have in the very front office area.
Oh yeah.
And there is, and then I also got to see the Titanosaur, which I'm like 99% convinced is actually Patagotitan.
Mm.
And like those two sit comfortably as my favorite sauropods because of those like moments standing next to their skeletons. Because like it doesn't hit you how big these things are until you're right in front of one.
Yeah, I remember back in 2024 when I went to the Field Museum on my last day with my cousins and brother. I sadly wasn't able to go see Sue because my brother was getting impatient, but I did see the
Should have fed him to Sue.
I did see the Ket statue as well
You
as
should have named him Sue.
as well as there's the Spinosaurus skeleton above. Is that the correct one?
Yeah, Sobek's like right above as you come in.
Yeah, I saw
Oh, is
both of
Sobek
those.
also in the Field Museum?
Yeah, he sits dangling up, and the Maximo is right in the center where Sir.
Oh,
where Sue
cool.
used to be.
I'll get to see everyone then.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's,
Everyone is here.
yeah, no, it is
Like
surreal as hell.
Mhm.
Oh,
It
fuck
is
no.
By the way,
it is-
I forgot to tell you all this, but there have been news that the Land of the Lost TV show might actually get a reboot or a remake, probably next or what? Probably
Wait, really?
2020.
I think we could talk
Yeah.
about Land of the Lost in just a second. What I did want to quickly say was this, even though like right here, because it's showing so small by its face because it's Facebook, but like what is right here is where the cryo is now. This was where it had been when they were doing the Arctic dinosaur, like the little pop-up exhibit for a
Damn.
bit. So I guess they
Oh.
just retained the statue and they just have it 'cause that skeleton isn't in the field.
If I may, another one of my favorite moments at a museum. There was the Titanoboa monster snake exhibit that was down at one of the museums in Salt Lake a while ago. I remember going down there with my family, and I got to see the Titanoboa statue in person.
The one where it's
it's-
like coiled up eating the gator.
Yeah,
Ooh.
That's
It
pretty
is-
cool.
it
I-
was immaculate in person. Just
I know it's not gonna like hit me until I see like Sue in person, just
yeah,
like
I think
register. Even the skeleton of her, which if I'm correct, like a pretty good chunk of that is actually her bones.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think
Like the only thing one big thing they don't do is they don't display her actual skull on the mount. Her skull is situated in a display on its own.
Mhm.
Which just like it won't hit me until I'm there. That's like this was a real animal.
Yeah, no, that was the experience I had with
It's-
Titanoboa. Because like Titanoboa is tied with Carnotaurus as my favorite prehistoric animal.
No one
And-
talk too much about their favorites because I want us to all go down the list and talk.
Yeah,
about
no, I will talk about Titanoboa later, but I just want to get this off my chest. Seeing that statue in person was one of the most surreal experiences I have ever seen. I've ever had.
Yep.
Just holy shit.
The surreal thing for me when I saw Sue for the first time, because I got to see Sue before and after she got moved into her own little display in the Field Museum. And having watched so many Dino Docs as a kid and seeing footage from the Field Museum of her back in the day where she used to be was super cool for the first time seeing her and be like, now I'm actually here in person seeing you like for the first time. And then it was so cool being like, now she has her own little place and that setup, the lighting, it's all so perfect.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like-
gonna
see her
it's
in person.
I'd honestly like to go to the Field Museum. Just
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
so excited to go. Because
Can I briefly mention some lost media that was found this year that's related to paleo media?
We can. One last thing, and then we're gonna go through our favorites. One thing I wish I'd gotten to see is one of those things where I'm like, I was born too early. I would have loved to have seen their Gorgosaurus like this, even though like it's inaccurate. But I love my Retrosaurs. Just the opportunity to have seen it standing up like this would have been so cool. But it is still cool seeing the display as it is, where it's bent over like this, because it is the same mount, just changed.
I wonder how they like moved everything, because I feel like they would have to cast it and then
Well,
like...
what they do is that like they usually take everything like off the hinges and stuff, take off the bones piece by piece, and then like there's so many like small little hidden elevators and stuff within these museums that allow them to transport all this material pretty easily. Like even in this picture here, it doesn't capture. There's other specimens in this area, and it like just how dense that area for like all of the dinosaur stuff is like insane. Yeah, there's a new Sue exhibit.
Once recently I went to the when I went to LA last year, I went to the museum they have there. We weren't there for long. We managed to only find the dinosaur stuff because we had overslept because we spent all night the day before going fucking crazy. And so we like slept until almost noon, and we weren't there for very long, but watching as I'm like going, just completely allowed to just let the autism out completely, talking about these bones in that museum, and then watching my friends slowly get it, for lack of a better term, is like, that is a priceless experience. Even just like the replicas, because I don't think they had anything legitimate there, at least that I could tell. But just watching it again, I could.
Like one thing that's disappointing for me is like when I went to England one time, we went to the Natural History Museum, and the dinosaur section was closed off for renovation.
Damn!
For the entire week I was there.
Oh,
I know,
like that
also
was
been to
that was the only thing that was closed off.
Oh
It was
god,
that.
I know there's like only like 2 other museums there's like outside of the Field Museum. I'd like to go back to the New York Museum now because it's been a few years, but I also want to go to the one in Cincinnati to see the acroskeleton.
Yeah.
Acrosaurus?
One of my biggest regrets, since you mentioned that incident, Zim, one of my biggest regrets when me and my family went on a tour through Europe, on the last day we were visiting London for a day. One of my biggest regrets is not going to see the Crystal Palace.
Oh, I did get to see those. That was the one thing I was happy about.
That's another bucket list thing for
If
me.
if I ever go back to the UK, I am making that and the London Museum a top priority.
Yeah, like I remember the day I
Minecraft,
saw
if you
it.
do, steer clear of the moors.
Okay, then can you please show us the Dinosaur Revolutions version of T-Rex?
We'll probably show more depictions in a little bit. We're gonna go through the list of everyone's favorite dinosaur, but before I forget that, the best thing about seeing the Crystal Palace stuff in person was the day we went out. It had been kind of raining earlier, so it was like foggy and the sky was pretty gray and overcast. So it just had the allure of these statues on like a foggy gray day added more to it. I had pictures on like an old flip phone.
Oh, so you just,
that I
the
lost.
ambience itself decided to work in favor for you, huh?
No, literally. I bet the universe is like, I am sorry, you can't see the dinosaurs in the museum. I'll make the Crystal Palace experience all the better for you. And I was like,
just give them like 5 times the aura.
no,
That-
like it was,
That sounds
yeah, 'cause
amazing.
I know I went to the Houston
sounds
Museum, where they also have an Acrocanthosaurus skeleton, because that's like my favorite, if not my favorite, Carcharodontosaurid, next to Carcharodontosaurus saharicus himself. And it was like, that was also just insane, because it was my first time in a long time getting to see the bones up, so it kind of reignited that passion. And then also one of my favorite memories of my, just in regards to my mom, because we were looking at the human, like, evolutionary tree, and then I just point to Homo erectus while laughing, and she just hits me in the back of the head.
So your ape brain activated for that funny moment.
Yes, funny. And then my mom's just like, "You are a fucking dork."
Oh boy.
Mom, it's Homo erectus.
Gotta see why humanity has such a powerful urge for thrusting.
but
if anyone wondering, Dinosaur Planet, the documentary with say Blow Deaths and Pod was like one of the few, well, like my first time since I was a toddler that it introduced me to a topic of violence, and because that it gave me nightmares for days. You know the scene of like the Daspletosaurus biting the ankle or the legs of a Mosasaurus. That gave me nightmares for days.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. I think one of my first... I don't have these books anymore. They're probably up in my attic somewhere. Just would need to find them. Because I had, like, this old dinosaur book. I want to say, like, 2003 or 2004. That was talking about them. And it was, like, that's the earliest... some of the earliest memories I have are looking at the pictures in that book. And it was that book which kind of made me expose the concept of mass extinctions. And because, I had my first dinosaur book was one that was after the KT extinction was an accepted theory. And then only later did I find a bunch of older dinosaur books which talked about how we weren't quite sure. And I just found it interesting. Just seeing the progression, because I feel like some people start with the retro books and then get the modern ones, but for me it was like the opposite.
My first experience was kind of basic. My older brother had some Jurassic Park merch, and my parents had, at the time, the complete trilogy on DVD. And so my earliest exposure was thanks to Jurassic Park as well as Disney's Dinosaur, and among other like toys and stuff.
I had these books, I want to say, before I saw Jurassic Park, but Jurassic Park is what finally, like... I was interested before, but that's what got a full-blown obsession out of me.
I don't remember where... Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And I remember it because of my late step-granddad, because I was visiting him and my grandmother, and I was staying for the night. And he, like, sits me down and says, "Son, this is the best damn movie ever made," and puts on Jurassic Park.
Based.
And rewired my brain at the age of 4.
Your step-granddad was based.
And life was never the same.
Yeah,
Based.
see, to me, the dinosaur movie that made me actually fall in love with dinosaurs were like Disney's Dinosaur, or in this case, when I was like in kindergarten, it was probably Dinosaur King because when I was in kindergarten, I used to pick up toys with like some random dinosaurs. And almost constantly, like we make like the final battle between the good guy dinosaurs and the black T-Rex fight.
Yeah. For me, it was, well, not just dinosaurs, but like prehistoric life generally. It was a three-way combination of Disney's Dinosaur, Titanoboa Monster Snake, and Jurassic World. Which
Mm.
are we?
I'd say,
Shall we
like,
get into the favorites? Or
I know. Yeah. So speaking, since you are speaking, tell us what your favorite is, and I'll look up depictions for you as we go. So we're just gonna go from like you Minecraft all the way down to Nico, and I'll go last.
do you want it to just be dinosaurs or prehistoric organisms? Period. Because
one dinosaur, one prehistoric organism.
okay, so my favorites are Carnotaurus and Titanoboa because of Disney's Dinosaur and Titanoboa Monster Snake. My boy. Yeah, Disney Carno, my favorite depiction. Just it's Carnotaurus is a creature that has primarily just been like, I look at this thing and yeah, it's a theropod creature, but it's a really interesting one for me. I think the horns, the speediness, the cheetah-esque thing, it just, I don't know, something about it just made it click with me, as well as seeing it as the major antagonist of a Disney film, and one that I would rewatch a lot. It just, also, I very much associate Carnotaurus with red. And then Titanoboa is just straight up my most watched paleo documentary. And because I fell in love with Titanoboa almost immediately, this 40-foot long serpent that lived in the jungles of Colombia, which my family is, I am half Colombian, so that adds a bit of a personal connection to me. But it just, these are two creatures that to me scream why I love prehistoric animals, because they're so bizarre and yet they're so memorable in their own way, I guess. Is that the best way to put it? Or yeah,
I'd say so.
They're just awesome. And then obviously Jurassic World did its thing, and that's my second favorite depiction of Carnotaurus.
Hey, Michael, what's your thoughts on like Ace from Dinosaur King?
Purple suits him beautifully. Like, granted, partially because of Dinosauria, I associate purple more with Megalosaurus. So, yeah, that is a cool color scheme.
I love the speediness of him.
Also he's cute. The animated one, it's so cute. He's so cute.
Can you look up the Fossil Fighters
I don't know
Carnotaurus?
if this or Disney's Dinosaur was my exposure to Carnotaurus. I know it was one or the other.
Disney's Dinosaur was for me.
Yeah, same as Disney's Dinosaur.
There's the Fossil Fighter.
That is a sick. Honestly, Carnotaurus in terms of colors is really consistently well done, at least for me.
I'm sorry. I remember getting very excited when in Fossil Fighters because I actually 100%ed the original game as like an 8-year-old because I was bored. I have since lost that original cartridge in a move, and I am forever sad.
Damn!
I have my copy from all those years.
Because it's like, I don't know.
That's lost media.
One day I decided, you know what? I want to get.
I wouldn't say it's lost, Vic. More expensive as hell media.
Yeah, but now I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna look to see in how what the cost of like a current copy in the aftermarket is, and then I see that they average about $300 fucking dollars.
Yeah, I'm so happy I still have
mine. I was just about to get to the prehistoric planet one.
But I do have my copy of Champions.
Damn you! I always wanted Champions.
But yeah, no, prehistoric planets, Carno.
Michael, what's your thoughts on prehistoric?
I love him. I was about to get to my thoughts.
He's
I love
out
him.
of touch
He
and he's
deserved.
out of time.
He deserved better. He
He
deserved
deserved to
better.
get that.
That was
he
the most
deserved to
beautiful
get that
performance I have
round.
ever seen. It genuinely moved me. She did not know what she was missing.
Women, am I right?
Exactly.
Agreed. So I guess it's my turn now.
Yes, it is your turn, crew.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
because I don't
So,
really have anything to say on
I've
Titanic
already
aside from
said who
Monster
my
Snake.
favorite is. It's the GOAT, the god, Tyrannosaurus Rex. And as for my favorite non-dinosaur prehistoric animal, oh god, that one is significantly harder. Because if I had to pick, it's like there's like several that still pop in my mind. But if I had to pick one, Leviathan Melville. To go on to Rex, I've always kind of had an interesting, like, I love the characters that are like,
I always forget how to spell Leviathan.
so it's
not
spelled
this-
L-I-V-Y.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this one anyways.
Yeah, it's always spelled
So-
different from actually Leviathan, even though some people just say Leviathan for it, which is always funny.
Do you know why it's actually Leviathan?
Off the top of my head, no.
Because
I know why
it's the Hebrew spelling of Leviathan.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, I think you remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always remember how they spell Behemoth or like Behemoth in Hebrew versus Leviathan. But like every time I think of Leviathan, I just think of the normal, like the
But
just
to go into
normalized
T-Rex, because it's like, if I had to pick a favorite design, either any art done by Mark P. Witten or the Prehistoric Planet Rex.
Yes.
And
You
there's
can do
also
Mark
the
Witten
there's
because
also
I
the-
love how he draws Rex.
Yep.
That is beautiful.
Wow.
Because
Gorgeous.
The
There's-
goat.
I actually own his book, King Tyrant, on it. I want to like sit down and read more of it. But I've always loved God, that image that your cursor's on. That one sends shivers. But I've always had a soft spot for the ruler or like emperor-esque characters in anything. And since T-Rex was always kind of portrayed as a king, I was always found it attached to him. And as I learned more about him, I realized that this animal, in a lot of ways, earned its name of Tyrant Lizard King in every possible way, considering what it lived with, what it hunted, how it fought, and it's, in many ways, the animals that it has fought to retain its throne as the quote-unquote king of the dinosaurs. It has challengers. They might, for a time, be considered bigger, but who comes back and kicks their ass every time? It's Tyrannosaurus Rex, because he will forever stand as the king, bitch.
You know,
Oh, hey, Nanotyrannus.
I'm
The
surprised
boy!
I'm surprised for non-dinosaur prehistoric animal. I'm surprised he didn't pick an Eohippus.
Okay, hey, Michael Kaiju, I forgot to tell you this, but what are your thoughts on Dinosaur Revolution Original T-Rex?
That, I love the colors on that thing. This, like, especially, I think it's Stumpy.
Yeah, it says Stumpy.
Yeah. I love it, because they actually, I think, managed to do something a little rare for this documentary with T-Rex, which is where it combines, like, being stereotypically cool with actual pretty up-to-date science for Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I don't think we've seen a fusion quite like that for the
It's a little
contemporary
cool
knowledge
done
at the
right.
time with this kind of era, because Dinosaur Revolution, I just would dare say, was a bit of a pioneer in dinosaur designs for the time. Like, that Gigantoraptor continues to remain uncontested as the best Gigantoraptor ever. As for Leviathan, I just love the idea that there was something that was a rival to Megalodon, that there was something that fought it, that was its, like, almost its usurper in some way, and stood against it in arguably the most insane thing to ever swim in our planet's oceans. And this thing decided, you know what? I'm gonna fight you. And then won. While also having the largest teeth of any predatory animal, period. And of course, I had a general obsession with whales, especially the sperm whale for a time. I was actually given a children's copy of Moby Dick, which I read pretty frequently, and I just found that him just so alluring because in many ways it was like the white whale brought to life, or that it existed, and in some ways still does.
That would be a cool reinterpretation if the white sperm whale was a leviathan.
And then you read up on all the cases of sperm whales being primarily bulls being aggressive towards boats. Not even Mocha Dick, the real world inspiration for Moby, but Porphyrios back in the days of the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Hoshi, it is your turn, my good sir.
Okay, I'm gonna be the opposite of Kaikuru because if his favorite is T-Rex, then mine has to be Triceratops.
Yo!
Particularly the Dinosaur Revolution version. And that's for my personal favorite non-dinosaur. It's a toss-up between Megatherium or Megalodon, but I'm not gonna be a jerk, but I'm gonna go with Megatherium.
Dude, you really missed an opportunity to challenge Leviathan and Rex.
Okay, I'll go with Megalodon.
That's the perfect dichotomy.
Go for it, dude!
Wow.
Okay. So, why am I choosing Triceratops, or why do I think Triceratops in general is my favorite dinosaur? Well, specifically because as a kid, I always admired the idea of a warrior type creature, someone who had a sense of loyalty and honor to not only his people but the code that he followed. It kind of felt like a sort of a knight/samurai type of people. So whenever I saw a Triceratops, the first time I saw it fought a T-Rex, it almost always spewed that sense of a warrior, feels it. It actually felt like a creature that has both a sense of majesty to it, but also it feels like a creature that can actually feel like whenever you see a creature like this, you can think, oh yeah, that is a true rival of the Tyrant Lizard King. And because that, every time whenever these two fight, it's almost always gonna be like a spectacle. These two truly are the destined prehistoric rivals, and because that, it's specifically the versions of Prehistoric Planet, Dinosaur Revolution, and of course the one from Saurian, or my personal favorite version of Triceratops. Not just because of the fact that they look gorgeous and are scientifically accurate, but also they in general look and feel mighty. They really have the sense of power to it, something that could truly not only rival T-Rex, but also truly beat it in a combat. But also, my other favorite versions of Triceratops are the ones from Clash of the Dinosaur. Zim, can you show the version of Triceratops from Clash of Dinosaur?
Do you mean the Wii version or
Yeah.
the DS? Oh, the documentary. There was I for a second
Yeah,
thought of
that
Clash
one.
of the
I kind of
Giant
knew he was talking
Dinosaurs.
about the documentary, not the game.
Yeah, that one. Whenever I imagine T-Rex and Triceratops fighting, or something like that, I always think of this version of T-Rex and this version of Triceratops fighting. It oozes that sense of not only brutality, but also the sense of raw intensity to it. And because that, I think not only that's why I consider Triceratops not only my personal favorite dinosaur, but also my personal favorite prehistoric creature. And one more thing, screw Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. They destroyed my boy. Now, as for
Fair.
Megalodon, why do I consider Megalodon my personal favorite non-dinosaur slash Cenozoic creature, well, it's simple. It's horrifying. It's little embodiment of nightmare fuel. Anytime this creature always pops up, or whenever I look up on Google search history, it almost certainly is going to give me like the sense of nervousness or the sense of dread. And that's why whenever I go to the ocean, I almost always feel like that there's going to be like a gigantic creature always going to come by and murder a child or destroy boats. Like, there's a reason why there are almost constant documentaries of this thing, whether it's alive or not. They almost always make it feel like that this creature means business, and it gives this creature like it's almost feels like a creature that can rival T-Rex in sense of presence and sense of fear to it. This creature in general really does embody the true primal fear of the ocean and just the sense of nervousness or the darkness that this creature feels. But also, when I grow older and seem to learn a little bit about the creature and how it gets updated thanks to paleontology, I start to appreciate it more and more as the time goes by because I kind of have a sense of empathy for the creatures of the sharks because the whole Jaws and what the amount of impact that movie did to the sharks, and because that, I do have some sense of sadness for not only the shark but also the megalodon because the fact that what the director of Godzilla Ishiro Honda said that sometimes creatures like these exist too big and they're too angry, and because of that's kind of like part of the tragedy, and because of that I consider megalodon my personal favorite non-Cenozoic creature in general.
Very understandable reasons. For a while, Megalodon was like right up there alongside Rex, but as I kind of got older, I don't know, I like ruler characters, but I also like rival archetypes, if that makes sense. And Leviathan always kind of felt like his rival, but very understandable reasons behind Megalodon.
What about Triceratops?
Very much understandable. I just find it almost hilariously poetic how ours are like the perfect like contrast between each other. All I'm gonna say is bring it on.
Go on, I'll do it.
There we go.
And that's why you're goated, Hoshi.
Yeah, no,
Alrighty.
that was honestly someone needs to draw that.
Yes. What I will say in regards to Megalodon, one of the biggest tragedies to ever happen to this animal was that it got turned into a cryptid.
Yeah, I was watching paleo history analysis his video on like Megalodon and why he dislikes Shark Week. Yeah, that kind of put into perspective what's so stupid about this. Just
I think
Speaking
like
of,
Shark
a
Week
little,
has gotten better as the years have gone on. But like I feel like the damage is already done in some
Yeah.
ways.
yeah,
The thing is, a lot of prehistoric creatures have become cryptids, not just Megalodon. Let's all be honest.
Oh
Oh yeah,
so
I
Machilium
don't think I'd
Bembe.
go that far because like most
Nah,
of the
I'd
dinosaurs that
actually-
There's
were
like the
cryptic,
Cyrex.
There's
because
the
Cyrex was
Cyrex.
proven to be fake.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Also, we got Goji guy.
oh wow,
Hi.
Boyka.
Holy
Boyka.
shit!
burger.
What do you mean? When did First Monstrosities now this? What are these famous people doing in here?
Well,
Who
it's
are
funny.
you people?
It'd be so funny because sometimes I'll just see it's like 3 times I think it's happened. I'll just see like, oh, that's a really noticeable. Oh, it's Goji guy. Okay.
Yeah,
And
no,
Brendan
dude, made
Tenold
like-
comments. And Brendan
Yeah.
Tenold comments in the chat. I'm gonna lose my shit.
Nah,
If
MIB.
Meteor comes in, I'm also.
Oh, MIB,
Oh, yeah.
MIB, come into the stream, please.
Alright,
Oh,
O5,
that would
it's
be
your
funny.
turn. O5, it's your turn.
Okie
Oh, boy.
dokie. To me, my favorite dinosaur would be the Giganotosaurus, and my favorite extinct creature would be the American lion. The Giganotosaurus to me really sells it to the point that the idea of a sleeker more larger. I don't care what a paleontologist say. I still like to believe that there are carnivorous dinosaurs larger than T-Rex. A basically a bigger, stronger, and faster version of the T-Rex, with
Oh,
its sharp teeth. It's a little bit longer arms or claws, and it having a much more like jag like a big cat looking face really does sell it for me. My favorite Giganotosaurus design would be the Chased by Dinosaurs design. That one literally looks exactly how I imagine a Giga would almost look in real life. It's very sleek, fast moving, easily being able to catch far enough to its prey, especially for slow lumbering sauropods. Like
hey, O5, what's your thoughts on like the Dino Crisis Giga and Art Giga?
I was just about to say, shout out to the Dino Crisis one.
It's huge.
The bullshit Giga.
It's huge. It's ridiculously huge, but
What were they
absolute
smoking?
Why is it that
is
big?
I don't know.
And what are your
As
thoughts on
for-
the Art Giga? What are your thoughts on Art Giga?
It's okay. It has a much better design than the Crisis Giga, that's for sure.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey,
Nah, you
oh,
ain't.
five Al.
We're giving that to you.
Come on.
05 Al. It's there.
But like,
on!
I will say, yeah. Let
Yeah,
him
look at it.
continue. Sorry.
The fact that a bigger Giga has a much better design than the Jurassic World version is honestly very embarrassing.
Don't you slander my boy in my presence.
The world was fine.
oh,
What?
you insulted the great Zim.
The world
God.
one's fine, honestly. Like,
As
I
for
don't-
the
I
But
don't
he's definitely
hate it.
not the
I think
Joker. That
for
Joker
myself,
stuff
I
is
think
just stupid.
It looks like
The
Godzilla
Giga's
in
reputation
some
was
ways to
ruined
me.
before it could even start.
Oh yeah,
I'll say those like Joker comments were one of the most retarded things I've
What
ever.
the fuck?
Okay, guys, can I
This
say
poor
something?
bastard.
Live in a dominion.
that is
We
so
live in a
funny.
dominion.
Okay,
Uh,
can I say something about the American lion now?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
As for the American lion, my favorite African animal is literally the king itself, the lion. And when I was little, and to discover the fact that there was an actual extinct species in the Ice Age that actually did live in North America, let alone being found in near my area, the LA area, was literally like so freaking cool. An actual king of the jungle called this place, called LA, called North America home. Like, wow. And it's literally the largest big cat to have ever lived. And once again, just like with the Giga, I love the idea of carnivorous animals in the Ice Age being much bigger than the most popular one, the Smilodon.
Well, Smilodon's better. I'm sorry.
I disagree. The
Nah, no, I'll give you that. I'll give you
Me,
that.
me when
And
when
what makes this
Arctonis
even
exists.
better, humans actually
Oh
encountered
yeah,
this big guy.
Arctocotus would like to have an answer.
One sec.
Yeah.
Let 05 continue.
Yeah,
Our
I was just talking
ancestors-
about which of like.
Our ancestors literally encountered these animals. It's just insane to see what it could have been like to see an actual big cat like this alive today. It's just so astonishing to see how Earth's history had some of the largest and honestly, objectively the coolest animals to have ever lived on the planet. And it's sad to see them like all gone now. That's not to say that animals of today aren't cool. They are. But compared to back then, they were just just beautiful.
Yep.
We'll say understandable reasons when it comes to the American lion.
Yeah, no, I get that. I feel very similarly to how you do with the lion to Utah Raptor.
Why so serious?
Society.
I'm sorry. Talking
I
about the
did not know
Giga for
you
a sec.
liked
This poor sap his reputation was ruined before it could even start.
I did not know you liked the Dominion Giga design, Zim. did not know.
Yeah, it's like a
pretty
weird thing
self-evident
about
he
him.
does a bit, considering his OC dinos and kaiju are based off of it.
I know.
Yeah.
I thought it was like the colors, not really the design, though.
So I like the design for what it is. Like, it is a fun design. It's my problem with it primarily is that he does have the hump and the osteoderms. You remove the hump, you remove the osteoderms, and change the spikes on the osteoderms from being spikes to just being like more quilly looking. And I'd say the design is like a pretty standard late or mid 2000s Giga design. Like, overall, it's not that bad of a design. But
Honestly,
I think it's those
Tim,
details
it probably
are what
would have
they
been
on.
more closer to the modern day because this one actually does have the Giga Chin.
Yeah. Well,
Zim,
I
Zim,
think
can
it
you show the
depends.
Hey Zim, can you show the Dinosaur King version of Giganosaurus?
I don't think I've ever seen this one.
I've seen it.
Giga-
Yeah.
Giga was in Dinosaur King? Oh,
Yeah,
wait, yeah, no, it was.
Everyone was in Dinosaur King.
Oh, right,
Only the
yeah, no, I
Giga
forgot.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, it was
also in
only-
Fossil Fighters 2.
Yeah.
I did not really like Giga's design. I don't really like Giga from Fossil Fighters. He did not have that good
both
of a design.
designs from Fossil Fighters are not that great. The
Yeah.
T-Rex design is like absolutely iconic, if not evidenced by the fact that they didn't fuck it up for Frontier.
Did Raw? Hold on. Is that first one wearing a Rawa skin?
Yeah, he literally just kind of looks like a Rawa.
It does look like
that
Rawa
one-
now that you say
like
that.
that one Rawa skin that you unlock when you reach like a certain level.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're thinking of. I think I don't remember what number it is, but I know exactly which one you're thinking
No,
of.
it wasn't the level one. It was the Onslaught one. But
No,
yeah,
no, I'm saying I don't remember which number it is, but I do know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Yep.
Can you also pull up the Giganotosaurus that was shown in the eyewitness books? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? The green one?
The DK one.
Yeah, the DK one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like
Yeah.
classic Giga.
Classic.
I love
Yeah,
his
this was,
design.
this was my
Like-
first introduction to Giga.
Like if I was to if you were to ask me like gun to my head, what is the first design I think of when I think of Giga? It's probably this design. Same thing here with like
Now
with
I'm gonna say
Tsukumamo's.
something funny because you want to know what my like default to Giga is in my brain.
What?
Laura
Laura?
from Dinosaur Train.
Really?
Oh my god, Dinosaur Train, yes!
Really? Wow.
Because that was my first
Interesting.
exposure to it.
Oh, Dinosaur Train was basically a mixture of two autistic traits. Trains and
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
no,
Oh,
I said,
that is the autistic. That is the autism
I
in a
said
nutshell.
this. I said there has
Yeah.
not been. I said this when I learned that like, Uma Musume and Godzilla had a brief collab. I said we are reaching levels of autism not seen since Dinosaur Train was created.
No, like literally now that I've never thought about that until now.
Oh
Like that is
my
exactly why
God.
they did it.
No!
It was a
Get
fucking
away
psyop.
from that.
What was that?
Get
What
Mind
was that?
autistic.
What was that? Wait, I saw something that looked a bit strange.
Yeah, of course Dinosaur
Oh,
Train
what do you
also has
mean
Gooner
strange?
bait.
It was perfect
Yeah,
if he
also-
got that.
No,
Also,
like a deviant art design.
We
Also,
do not pay
exactly.
attention. No,
That was-
don't.
Yeah, we are not going down that route. Oh, fine. Also,
That was
shout out
perfect if
to
he
Journey
got
to the
that
Center.
for your
Also,
information.
shout out to Journey to the Center.
Yeah, look
Journey
first.
to the Center of the Earth.
That's
Oh,
just
yes,
the
that
Giganotosaurus Rex.
But it looks
Yeah,
like
that-
it's
That's a
T-Rex, though.
that's a Giga and T-Rex face.
No, it's a T-Rex with Giga arms.
It's a
Yeah.
No, it's a T-Rex in Giga face.
This is a thick-looking boy.
Look at this.
I still haven't seen this movie, by the way.
I did.
Isn't it
That was
based
my
off a
first
novel?
introduction to Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Isn't this movie based off a novel?
Yes.
Yeah.
By
It's
Jules
made
Verne.
by-
Jules
I'm
Verne.
trying to
Jules
add there weren't
It's
more
it's based off the
prehistoric
Jules
animals.
Verne book.
I'm surprised. I'm disappointed. there
Kuru,
weren't
check
more
pirate chat.
Prehistoric creatures in Journey to the Center of the
Wait,
Earth, aside
hold
from-
on. Sorry, I'm like doing stuff simultaneously.
No!
Jesus Christ, Jim!
Damn!
Primeval. Oh boy.
Jesus
like-
Christ!
Now
We
that's
can't
also
say
no
that.
inclination.
Exactly why I didn't say it. This design, the design is
I'm
like the head is
screenshotting this
fine.
and posted it in the server.
Oh my god.
The head is fine, but the body is so lanky. Like Primeval had an issue with all of its theropods having the lankiest bodies.
Yeah, no,
For,
they
like,
were
no
lanky
reason.
McLankerson ass.
Like even looking at
Which-
Spinos is also
The
super
Spino is
lanky
also.
too.
Wait, I just realized we never got Vic and Nico Stut's favorites.
Yeah, no. Let's move into those guys.
Yeah, before we
Sorry,
get
we
too
got
far off
completely
track.
off topic because
Oh,
now
I
yeah.
was
That
about
is
to
not
mention the
zombie.
Gorgonopsid, but we'll save that for later.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think it's Vic's turn.
Yes.
Said
Okay.
that.
Now, forgive me as I am currently getting over a cold, but if I were to say overall favorite dinosaur is gonna be Allosaurus. It's always been my favorite. My first exposure to it, I believe I've said it before, was the Big Al documentary. Childhood favorite next to like Disney's Dinosaur and the like. Um, Super nostalgic for it. I think the design is pretty cool, but overall I've grown out of it. I think the color schemes are awesome for it, and I think I personally prefer the one from one of the other BBC documentaries. I forget which one it was, but there's the one with like the Diplodocus that we follow, and then they get trapped in like that valley.
That is the big.
I love that.
Hey,
Yeah, but they're a little different.
hey,
I think I
No,
like the
you-
CGI version more.
Well,
Vic,
no,
what's
Nico,
your thoughts on the
because
broken jaw Allosaurus?
Yes,
One-
that was my other second favorite.
Oh, you
Broken
mean
Jaw from I
Dinosaur
think
Revolution.
Dinosaur Revolution, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Broken Jaw. I love Broken Jaw. He's like my favorite stylistic design. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I love the
that.
color scheme on that.
I wonder if Broken Jaw has
Broken-
children though.
Yeah. Also, Broken Jaw like fought a Torvosaurus. So
Mm-hmm. And then like my
wonder if-
other favorite depiction is actually the Battle at Big Rock one. I really like that one.
Ooh.
Ooh. I wonder if Broken Jaw had killed kids though.
I don't know. I would like to think so.
That is a
think-
sick Allosaur.
Much
Yeah, I
better
think
than forget about
also Broken Jaw from Dinosaur.
I think that it's also
Revolution.
comparable to the. Is that the Papo one? Allosaurus. That
Oh,
one's cool. I had that figure when I was a kid.
I was
think.
wondering when we were gonna bring
Yeah.
up Papo.
I feel like we're gonna bring up Papo so far. Wait, we need to bring up the cursed being.
Yeah, but those are like my top designs for Allosaurus. Like it's just one that I grew up with. I love watching the documentary on repeat. Also the behind the scenes ones were really funny to watch. Or they like had Big Al playing with like soccer kids or something. That was funny.
Oh yeah, they did have that. Like, I think it was the making of it. They had like it also just in a nursery watching its egg with alongside other babies.
I've never watched the Lost
Something
World
about those
remake.
Can you
Because I know
Here's a
of
fun
Allosaurus
fact.
origin
This
from
is-
Land of
this-
Lost?
Yeah, the CGI models and the animatronic or puppet stuff for the Lost World movie from 2001 is the same team behind Walking with Dinosaurs.
Mm.
It's
Okay,
interesting
Zim,
that-
Zim, can you show the version of Allosaurus from Land of Lost 2009?
Sure. One thing I was gonna say too is that it's interesting that the Lost World had a whole new Allosaur design to it when most of the other designs in that movie had
You're
essentially
talking
was
about
the same design for
You're talking about the 2001 version?
yeah.
I need to watch that.
It's okay. I think there's a lot of I have an issue with a lot of Lost World adaptations. But we could probably save that for later.
Outside of the 25 one?
Outside of the 25 one. You mean wait, say that again?
The 1925 one.
Oh
As in
yeah,
the
outside.
movie.
Yeah. I hold that as an exception, but like most others I take issue with this one
What was-
especially, which
what
we
was
can
the
get
one-
into later.
What was the one you got upset? Was this the one that you got upset at Natural History Channel praising? At Unnatural
Yes.
History Channel praising?
Yes. Yes, it was that one.
Mm.
I think
think the
definitely
Land of
see
Lost
the
one's
appeal of
pretty cool.
Allosaurus, Mr. Fuck It Wee Ball. Because I just find
Matt
it funny
Lauer can
how
suck it.
I will. Although Vic, I need to slander your goat because your goat got stabbed in the dick.
Hey, no! Don't slander him like that. That is one
I'm
of the
gonna
worst.
do it.
That you show some sympathy. That is one of the worst ways a man can go out.
Skill issue. Just don't get thagomizered, idiot.
Why you gotta do
here's
this
the
to
funny
them?
thing, guys. There was like a video by Extinct Zoo that literally that were in the section is literally titled "The First Nut Shot in History," and it was like about the discovery of an Allosaurus.
God, I think I
being,
saw that.
Stegosaurus Saccharomyces.
Generational slander right here.
Absolute. I feel sorry for that motherfucker.
Simply don't
Okay,
get
yes.
stabbed. That's
That was a
Can we
real
now see
discovery.
the version of Allosaurus from Planet Dinosaur?
Oh yeah.
I think
If I-
I think Planet Dinosaur was how I learned about Saurophagonax.
I'm just waiting patiently.
I love this version of Allosaurus so much, man.
Yeah.
I love the colors.
Yeah, you gotta love a red crested allosaur.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For my favorite, shout out to Guanji,
Yes,
yeah, go on.
Guanji.
my boy. Oh
A
god.
dinosaur so goated that Ray Harryhausen's daughter kept the puppet for herself
Wow.
and used it as
Wait,
a doll.
There's one
I
Allosaurus that we all know
cannot
and
wait
love,
to get to that film.
Gorosaurus.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh yeah, Gorosaurus is an Allosaur.
Yes, he's an Allosaurus.
Allosaur.
It's funny because how I'm gonna spoiler a world of hyperfauna. I'm making Gorosaurus and a Bellasaur in my take.
Oh, okay.
So essentially this.
In my Godzilla.
Oh God! What is that?
What is that?
Yeah,
What is that? Is that one of like
I forget what the
2009
authors.
Mechagodzilla's redesigns?
No, that's not his. I know
As
what his
for
look
me,
like.
Wait,
my,
no,
Gorosaurus-
yeah, actually, wait, that Lizard King jump scare.
There he is. There's
There,
Isaiah.
hi.
There he is. There we go.
There I
Lizard
am.
Hey.
My Gorosaurus for my Godzilla 05 series would literally be a Giganotosaur.
Hey, close enough.
But before we go more on Allosaurus, my other favorite prehistoric animal, I think because one other one Minecraft mentioned was Titanoboa, but my other one would probably be Deinosuchus, just because crocodiles are like a big thing for me. My favorite reptile,
Yeah.
Wait.
and like
Dino Craw.
just a giant crocodile is just like one of my favorite things ever.
Me.
And I also love the episode where they did it with Prehistoric Park, where they had to capture one.
Yeah.
That's another one of my
That
favorite
I think
depictions.
that was actually my first exposure to Deinosuchus was that episode. But I knew about Sarcosuchus beforehand because I watched a lot of those edgy slideshows as a kid and learned about Sarco through them before I learned about Deinosuchus.
Deinosuchus.
I remember seeing this clip, the prehistoric park Deinosuchus clip, where it ambushed the Rex.
Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was Sarcosuchus for a while, but then I realized it was Deinosuchus. Sometimes I say Deinosuchus, and I don't know why. And it's like, I don't know, the idea of just in a world of these dinosaurs, the Crocs just said, fuck it, get big.
We ball.
And then just continued to be fat, flat fucks.
Too bad it's not flat.
Fat,
yet.
flat hydraulic presses.
Animal that I have become, that we believe.
No,
it's
yeah.
not the real me.
No, all five. Please don't ruin the song.
No, but Deinosuchus has also held a very similar place in my heart because I was introduced to it because of a field trip to a local museum that I went to where they had the skull on display. They told us that this creature lived here in Utah, and I was just like, hold on, Utah had a big-sized croc? That's fucking awesome. And then I learned about Utah Raptor almost a day later.
I think
Utah has a lot of interesting animals.
Utah needs to chill because just recently in the Cedar Mountain Formation, they discovered the teeth of a new species of Carcharodontosaur.
No, we are not chilling. Let the factory
You need
churn.
Because it's
Utah
like
is the prehistoric Australia.
Yeah, no, if you guys
Utah's the prehistoric.
Everywhere was Australia during prehistoric times. Let's all be
Everywhere
honest.
was Australia. It has now
Literally,
been
yeah.
Australia
contained.
was more Australia.
Australia was
Anyways.
worse.
Is it my turn yet?
It is now your
Yes.
turn.
We just have been
Okay.
rambling.
Okay, for my favorite dinosaur, it's a bit of a no-brainer, just like Kuru. It's the motherfucking T-Rex.
I'm a motherfucking T-Rex.
Shout out to Nostalgia
Don't
Critic.
kill yourself. Yeah, like what more can be said about the T-Rex other than what Kuru said? Like, it's goated. There's a reason why it's been goated for so long, because it's a top predator of ever, really. There have been some that have been close, but none can compare to T-Rex. And especially the Jurassic Park T-Rex Rexy. That's the first image I think of is Rexy. No questions asked.
Yeah.
Now,
It's
as
an
for my
iconic
favorite,
design.
as for my favorite non-dinosaur, I was surprised none of y'all brought up pterosaurs yet. So for me, it's gonna be the goated pteranodon,
Huh.
Yeah.
specifically the JP3 pteranodons. I don't care
Yes.
if they're inaccurate as hell. They are the coolest thing young me has ever seen, and because of that, I've been a fan of pteranodon for ages.
The
I'm gonna,
aura
like,
here is
comment
crazy.
here, like, I hate the fact that most people call the GP3 Pteranodon inaccurate because only one inaccuracy, the T, and that's about it.
I think weren't they also slightly bigger?
They're really, really big too. Yeah.
Oh,
I also think the
I think-
fact that they lift up the people too. People complain about
That-
that.
The weight
But I will
posture, think,
always
is also
love
messed up,
this, the
Hey,
image
Kuro.
right above that.
Hey,
That
Nico, I forgot
damn
Nico, I
death
forgot to
stare.
tell this.
Yeah, the
but-
dead stare. The dead stare is one of the best parts
yes.
of that
Hey,
scene of them
Nico.
just like tearing Billy, and then you see this guy's like, yeah, we're gonna do that to y'all next.
Right. Hey,
I'll
Nico,
never-
I forgot to tell,
I'll always like, I love Jurassic World, but I'll still I really don't, aside from the color, I kind of don't like the designs they went with the Pteranodons. Like,
Me
they should
too.
have at least given us some ones from Jurassic Park 3 that survived.
Right. Hey,
Like, it's
Nico,
not
what are your
bad,
thoughts on
but I just don't
Asdarchids?
really care for it.
It's like Hoshi has something to ask.
Nico, consider you're a fan of pteranodons or pterosaurs. What are your thoughts on Asdarchids, or specifically, who's your favorite Asdarchid?
I'm gonna be a basic bitch and say Quetzalcoatl.
Eh. Can't beat the popular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's a person commenting like, so there is gonna be pitches, but not until later. Like the striped lizard 25 YT person just keep asking
Yeah.
for it.
Oh yeah, isn't that model in the third image? Isn't that the one at the Field Museum?
It is the Field Museum. Well, it's the same one in
That's-
the Field Museum. I don't know if it's the exact same one itself.
I
can
saw
check
that
it.
model. I saw that model.
I was talking to my because over Thanksgiving I went to the Parthenon in Nashville, and I got to see the Athena statue there. But after that I was talking about other museums I wanted to go to, and how I was gonna go to the Field Museum next year. And I was showing my grandmother this quest, and she's like, "What in the hell is that?"
Oh yeah, I remember you telling this story.
It will never not be funny to me. All of like my favorite prehistoric animals have like little things like that that just like make me slightly sentimental.
Oh yeah, that reminds me when me and my family saw Rebirth in theaters. Like they got freaked out when the Quetzalcoatl swallowed that guy whole. They're like, "Holy shit!"
And you can like hear him like his like back breaking.
Yeah, that's really like
That is,
really
I think,
crazy.
the most that death I think is the most Michael Crichton the movies get.
Yeah.
I like Rebirth, if not just for how much it actually did take from the books. It has issues, but
Okay,
I think
that's
in
probably
general,
one of the worst
Rebirth, I think,
movies.
is a pretty solid movie.
Why the hell is Dunkleosteus there?
Yeah, why is Dunkleosteus there? What is Blood doing?
I will say, as much as I don't like Rebirth, I will say I will admit that they did at least had the guts to end one of their characters. That's for sure. Who aren't the bad guys?
Vic
Wait, what are
Hoskins
your-
was killed. Pretty much
I mean,
every
Vic was
single
kind of the human
antagonist.
antagonist.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
You
Only
forget.
the heroes.
Aren't you forgetting the babysitter from World?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Masrani.
Yeah, as Miss Marani.
I feel like
Okay,
that.
well, at
Of
least
course.
Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. At least those two movies.
Common.
You're forgetting the
05.
rich people.
L.
You're forgetting the rich that die.
The entire everyone that gets stampeded during the Stiggy Moloch sequence.
We all love the Sticky Moloch.
I mean,
Everyone
they're greedy
dies.
businessmen. They're greedy businessmen who are
Comment-
participating in the abuse of these.
I wouldn't really necessarily call the greedy men like main
That doesn't
antagonists.
entirely count.
Common 05L.
Ah!
Just set
What?
into the just put in the box.
He had his Solid Snake moment.
Dun, 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 dun,
Okay,
dun, dun.
I think
Yeah.
it is. Wait.
Zim.
Oh no, never mind. Yeah, it's Zim's turn. Is it Zim?
Oh shit!
Oh, it's your birthday? Hell yeah, my man.
Happy
Hey,
birthday,
bro.
dude.
Birthday, Joe Smo.
Birthday.
Birthday, Cosmo.
Check the present I got you. It should be a pipe bomb.
I was born at Dublin Street. With...
If it is, Kuru, did a
Minecraft.
woodland folk give you that pipe bomb?
No gold chip made it.
Alrighty, so for my favorite dinosaur, it may not even be a dinosaur, so it is what it is if that's the case. But Smok Pavelski is my favorite dinosaur / prehistoric animal, technically. So we don't really know whether this thing actually is a dinosaur or not. It has these weird things about it in its anatomy that makes people assume it either is actually like a Rhizosuchid or it's an actual theropod dinosaur. And it's these combination of these traits about it that makes it so fascinating for me. And I just love Triassic animals in general due to the fact that there's so much experimentation that's going on in the Triassic, and there's so many different kinds of things that are like going on
I'll be down in
there.
pick it up.
So yeah, I definitely like
I've
small.
never heard of Smok, but he looks interesting.
Yeah,
I heard-
like, it's very
I
similar to like
literally
Post-
just heard of this thing. I literally just heard of this thing a few weeks ago.
I know of this thing from Carnivore's Fallen Kings.
Yeah, actually, let me
Um,
show the Fallen Kings version.
Yeah.
Also, I thought it. Did this recently take your favorite, or was this your favorite for a while? 'Cause
It's
I
my
remember you-
like it. I have favorite dinosaurs, but if I'm thinking like a favorite animal of all time that's prehistoric, it probably is this because if I'm including it as a dinosaur, then it's gonna be my number one.
Okay, because
I remember, for some reason, I
you
had
said
it in my head that
Ceratosaurus
yours was
up
going to be
top.
Ceratosaurus.
If since I'm putting Smok as my favorite dinosaur, I would have put Ceratosaurus, but no, I have to have Smok as my favorite. Like it's my
Of
all-time favorite.
course, you have the Ceratosaurus to Vic's Aloe.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what's it called? Cerato's just better. I mean, imagine just dying out, being aloes. Couldn't it be me? Carno gang, keep coming. Would he be?
Hell yeah, brother!
Getting ganged up by a bunch of aloes, and when dinosaurs roam America, couldn't be the aloes.
Jurassic Fight Club was Allosaur propaganda.
Literally.
Yep.
Yes, I love Allosaur propaganda.
Ew. L5L is usual.
5L, as
Oh, fi-
usual.
Common.
Orbosaurus is cooler than them both.
What's it called? I don't want to hear anything from Torvo fans or like. Imagine being a Megalosaurid and your end result in evolution are Spinosaurs. I'm sorry.
Hell
Listen, at
yeah,
least-
brother.
Listen, at least Megalosaurus
At
has
least
the
we
honor
didn't
of
die.
being the first.
At least we weren't a
Well,
literal
Megalosaurus-
evolutionary dead end.
Are you talking about Ceratosaurs? I'm sorry, brother. We may be an evolutionary dead end, but we gave rise to a Belosaurus, and the Belosaurs are cool. So I'm sorry.
You know, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You gave rise to my boy.
No megatheropods.
Arthropluria.
Hey. Hey, Who needs to be a
Arthropleura.
Who needs to be a megatheropod when you're just fast? As well as I think there is an Abelisaur that just was
Right,
announced
Titanosaur.
recently.
You know, there was one
Um,
that's basically the Disney Carnotaur.
Yeah.
Yeah, when that thing gets officially classified, I'm gonna
Hey,
be very
guys.
happy.
Hey guys, did you know of a Bellsaurus named Thanos?
Yes.
Oh yeah, did he get what species was Thanos? Actually,
I'm not sure. We can
I
look
think
it up
was-
in a bit. Yeah.
I think he
Wait,
was collecting.
Thanos?
Yeah.
As in
Well,
Marvel Thanos?
yes. We'll explain that later.
But
But-
Arthropleura.
Yeah. Like, I loved Walking with Monsters as a kid, and the design in that show is like perfect. The design of Prehistoric Park is also perfect. Just the idea of a giant millipede is so fascinating to me. And like in almost all depictions, you'll see Arthropleura rearing up like this. And with how big it is, if you got to see that in real life, that would just be like, it not only would be awe-inspiring, it would be so terrifying, even if it is a vegetarian. Like, I think that the
I have
mind
a
can't even
hard time
comprehend
believing
just
that thing is a
it-
vegetarian.
exactly.
That is a millipede. That is the size of a human. That is as long as a human.
I
is tall.
love telling people about like stuff like this, and their immediate response is "fuck no, I don't."
Yeah.
I'm
Man,
happy
the
I live in the period
Carboniferous
I
was.
do.
The Carboniferous was a lot of things.
I love
Yep.
the Carboniferous. There is it
Mhm.
is my favorite prehistoric era outside of the Cretaceous.
I think my personal favorite take on Arthropleura would be the Life on Our Planet one, just because of the segment that it's in.
In regards to a actually interesting thing about me, I watched Walking with Monsters years before I ever saw Walking with Dinosaurs, and for some reason, the animal from that documentary that stuck with me the most as the years went on wasn't the Arthropleura, not the Dimetrodon, not the Brontosaurus, but the Hyneria.
Yeah. Hyneria was definitely an interest. Like, when it's first shown, it eats that shark just in that one bite. Like,
And then just
Hyneria
the
was
idea that even after you get out of the water, you're not safe.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask, is Scolipede from Pokemon considered an Arthropleura, or do you think it's based on it?
No, I think it's just the centipede in that case.
Yeah.
It is.
Semi-related shout out to the Lost Tapes episode on giant centipedes.
Oh,
Just 'cause
yes,
that's what came to mind.
Tapes.
I
We
think
need
they
to
even
do a
mentioned
Lost
it in that
Tape stream.
episode.
We need to do a Lost Tape stream.
I'd be
Mm,
willing to
that
do
show
that.
was terrifying, that's for sure.
Yeah.
definitely.
But also some of the most cheesiest stuff you could also ever see.
That is true.
Yeah.
But- Yeah, no, Arthropleura is so cool. I loved it. Its depiction in Primeval too. Primeval was pretty inaccurate with a lot of things, but I
Okay.
love that show for the fact that it showed off a lot of more obscure prehistoric animals.
I still
It
need to
gave
watch Primeval.
Gorgonops its due.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like when I think
love-
Primeval, I think Gorgonops.
Yeah, I think that fight between it and the future Predator, I love it. Because it's the perfect example of why I say power beats speed.
Yeah.
'Cause, like,
win because my
speed
is
I'm sure to win because my speed is superior. Yeah, bitch, you
Speed,
you need to
lightning
get lucky
McQueen.
1,000
Zim,
times.
Zim,
I need to just get lucky
Is it
once.
okay if you can show
Oh,
the
there's the
Monsters
spider.
Resurrected version of Spinosaurus?
Monsters Resurrected.
Yes, Spinosaurus.
Oh boy!
Speaking of
Resurrected.
monsters, that was actually my introduction to Afro.
Look at the red.
There he is!
Hi.
That thing! That is not
Oh.
an animal. That is not an animal.
That is a
It's a kaiju.
kaiju.
That.
Oh
That
yeah,
is.
the fact that it's like seen just like slapping a car in just the face and
He
killing it in
bitch
one
slap
strike is
it.
great. It's crazy.
That is to Spinosaurs what the Disney Carnotaurus was to Albelosaurs.
And also what the Dino Crisis Giga was.
Yeah.
Well, what's it called? For any fans who are like anti-T-Rex and are pro-Spino or pro-Giga, just think about it. You need literal propaganda to make your goat seem cool and awesome while T-Rex just exists.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and just is that cool, and its relatives are just as cool. Lithrinax's name was Gore King. That's all that needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, don't mind me changing the topic, but welcome back, Nanotyrannus.
I mean,
Hell
it's a dinosaur
yeah!
stream, so
Dude, the memes I got on like all of my paleo servers that day were absolutely glorious. Everyone
Bro.
Can you
was
see the
losing it.
Jurassic
Bro
Park
went
version of it?
from Bro went from does this thing even exist to there's 2 of them in the course of a day.
Like
Poor Smart
within like
Baganax.
2 hours. Like the second the paper released, everyone took like 5 minutes to read it and then said, well shit.
Hi.
Or can you see the Jurassic Fight Club version?
To my understanding, it's not actually a bad design, because it is based off of Jane.
Yeah. Oh wow. I'm literally this is what happens when I don't look at my keyboard.
It's really funny.
Yeah, it's not a bad design. Like speaking of which, I guess I wanted to do a talk about like the paleo community as a whole, and Nanotyrannus is like a perfect segue into that topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stinky paleos.
Yeah, filthy paleos.
Yeah.
Like my thing with paleos is that
I feel like Zim, before we
Yes.
couldn't go any further, define paleo. And I'm not saying this for myself because I'm like interested in this debate. I'm saying that for the audience, and also just for the record.
So for the record, whenever I call someone a paleo, it is usually someone who is hyper focused and a part of the paleontology community. They are usually in several different servers, group chats, etc. There often are a lot they think they're smarter than they actually are. They have very rigid beliefs when it comes to depictions of certain animals, i.e. if it doesn't look like this animal drawn by it doesn't look like the animal doesn't look exactly like how this artist depicts them, or the like colorations, depictions, behaviors don't match what one person might have said, that ends up being like their pet theory about how this animal behaves. They will throw a fit about it, and oftentimes they just do not present themselves well, or are just exceptionally insufferable.
Yeah.
So that is my definition of a paleo. In terms of as a low tier paleo.
I think,
and then there are professional paleos.
I
Those
think
are
for myself, there is one aspect of this I am in regards to like regards to like designs, because I mentioned it, and this is more so a case of me judging a design, but I think I haven't mentioned it, but I actually fucking hate the Carnivore's Dinosaur Hunter Tyrannosaurus Rex. I meant, like, just to kind of segue into another design I dislike. Not only does this design just, yeah, you can tell it's Rex, but it fails at almost everything Rex is, at least for me. It's not bulky. It's lanky as all hell. It doesn't have any of the forward-facing eyes. A lot of the best designs from carnivores have that Zdeněk Burian or early JP-ified style while still retaining the spirit of the animal. But this just doesn't have any of that. It doesn't feel like it weighs, especially in that portrait right there. That head, that thing should be so front heavy that it should just be falling head first on itself.
It's essentially just an Erythrosuchus with small front limbs.
Yeah, but bigger back limbs. Speaking of Erythrosuchus, oh god, I have a funny story. I turned that dude into an inside joke by just changing the way it said. Erythrosuchus.
I hate you. The moment you were saying that, I was like, I know exactly what he's gonna say.
And then I said that, and now every single like one of my actual like in-person friends calls it that, and that's like the only Paleozoic creature they know because of this.
You ruined it. You ruined it, and I'm leaving.
Too bad, you're stuck with me. But
yeah, no, like paleos, I think the paleo mentality just generally comes across as like, hey,
yeah, no,
the tism.
it looks like a bobblehead. Agreed.
Yeah, in tism in a nutshell. Like, I get it, judging a design off of being a bad look. I mean, the entire cast of 65 is a primary example of this, especially the final one.
There are bad designs, and then there are just designs that you just don't jibe with. Monsters Resurrected is a bad design. Talking about the Spino. But you can dislike, say, like, I'm trying to think of another example.
The
like
primitive
stylized designs from, like, say, but like hating, say, the Jurassic Velociraptors, even though they're staying consistent in the universe, is like completely just
stupid.
Yeah.
Like, my issue, especially when it comes to Nanotyrannus, it's that at the time, even if there wasn't enough evidence to fully support the validity of Nanotyrannus, the amount of vitriol that came from paleos over people thinking Nanotyrannus might actually be a thing was so uncalled for and unnecessary. Like, if you're like, oh, I think there could be a possibility for Nanotyrannus being valid, and then paleos being like, what are you, a science denier? It's like, if you ever said that to me and like to my face, I'd slap the piss out your mouth.
I would take it a step further and clock you in the jaw.
Like, it's so unnecessary. It's not even the fact that it's hostile, it's that it's smug. The smugness.
Like,
there's like one thing you hate more than anything, and it's just people being smug, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
you can be hostility is fine. Like, not everyone's gonna like everyone, but the smugness about it is what rubs me the wrong way.
I think for myself, because I'm at least just trying to speak from someone who wasn't convinced by Nano, it was really a case of, what did you think it was? Did you think it was like a Juvie Rex? Or were you a Dakota Raptor believer? Or were you in like the Nano Club? I was somewhere in between. I said any three of them makes sense, at least to me, because if any animal was going to be insane enough to dominate two predatory niches, it would be my goat. But I'd also wouldn't be surprised if we learn about an actual mid-sized predator in the region.
Yeah. Like, for me, when it came to that, it's that you have the Morris information that has like 4 big predators. Well, 3 really. Allosaurus, Torvosaurus, and Ceratosaurus. So there's at least 3 pretty large predators in that formation, and then you go to Hell Creek and it's just T-Rex. Like, with Dakota Raptor, like, most of that material is really fragmentary, and I think almost I think there's a paper coming out, or had come out, that said it was non-valid to begin with too.
So
right?
The current take on Dakota Raptors, as someone who actually like is in these paleo servers now, the current running theory is that it is pretty much dead in the water, because the specimen that was believed to be Dakota Raptor was in a private collection, for one, and was found in a bone bed.
Yeah.
With turtle fossils.
Yeah, it was chimeric.
And also juvenile T-Rex fossils. But it is worth mentioning that in this mix, there were actual dromaeosaur fossils. So that's why, at least I remember back in 2024 when that other nano paper came out, some people were still kind of dismissing it, given both who wrote it, the evidence there, and also that generally at the time, while both were on shaky ground, Dakota Raptor was on slightly less shaky ground at the time.
How the tables have turned in that case.
Yeah, I was never like against the idea of any of them existing. I was just waiting for one to actually cement itself, and it just so happened to be this one. It's also worth mentioning fun little cool detail I ever discovered, which is that they confirmed that the holotype of Nanotyrannus was actually nano, and have invented an entirely new way to gauge the age of an animal in the fossils to confirm that fact.
Like, it was never like without a like there was never beyond a shadow of a doubt that nano was never going to happen. But a lot of people us like paleos would say, yeah, without a doubt, Nano is definitely invalid. There's no way that
I
this
would have
could be a
said
real
just
thing.
wait for the conversation to happen. Like,
But they don't want to have the conversation. It's the same thing too, where it's like a lot of people assumed that like years and years ago that Stromer's Carcharodontosaur, that the specimen that he unearthed was actually just Carcharodontosaurus, and it ends up with photos and stuff that ended up being an entirely different animal. Like if someone were to propose that, people would be like, "Oh no, that's definitely not true. It's definitely just it's Carcharodontosaurus."
I have so many issues with Temeri Raptor. Like, just personally, let me rant about this. I need to read the full paper. I admit that. But just on the base that you are reclassifying this based off of pretty could you pull up the photos of the Carcharodontosaurus bones, please? Just for reference for everyone in chat and in the stream.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna grab dinner real quick. I'll be back.
It's that one on the right. Yeah. This is the photo that they were examining. Now, I will admit, this is a better quality photo than some, but just the idea of basing it off of photos from fossils that we cannot even look at anymore. We can't actually use our techniques from Nano to examine these now because they're gone. The whole idea just comes off as extremely sketchy to me of actually reclassifying these from Carcharodontosaurus to Temeri Raptor. Now, if we get new specimens that are confirmed to be Temeri Raptor and they're a fully grown specimen, I will concede. But until then, I do not recognize Temeri Raptor as a valid separate genus from Carcharodontosaurus saharicus.
Yeah,
Zim,
like my issue is again that people should, especially scientists, should be open to something until there is enough evidence one way or the other. But in a lot of cases, paleos don't do that. Often,
If we find a full-grown Temeri Raptor, I will concede, but I'm just not convinced with just the mere foundation of how this thing was classified. There's so many holes there. Is that just me? Am I talking out of my ass or
no? There's definitely you're only pulling from a picture, so we can't really
this is like if we tried
testable.
to say that Amphicelius or Marapunisaurus, depending on who you ask, was valid, even though all we have is I forget who it was, but it was either Cope or what's his name's artistic rendition of just the femur. To me, it's just if someone did that, you'd scoff, but I just wonder, why is Temeri Raptor different? Is it because we actually have other Carc material to base our guess off of?
We have more Carc material, but I also think too, it sometimes just has to do with who's writing the papers.
Yeah, because you'd be like, oh, I found a new species, but also I would have just been satisfied with, holy shit, Carcharodontosaurus had a horn? That gives it a really unique thing, and hell, I almost say kind of gives Carc a bit of a retro thing going on with the horn.
Well, it's interesting that
that's not something that's found anymore.
And it's not something that you really see on Carcs either, or just that group.
Other other Carnosaurs.
Yeah. But someone was also talking about the T-Rex fan thing. Actually, because I want to pull up the Saurian original T-Rex design. The trend in the mid-aughts where for one reason or another, regardless of how much validity it have, every dinosaur having feathers on it, when there is definitely room for, depending on cladistics and all of that, for certain animals to have feathers, and then for others it just made no sense for them to,
or at the very least not have full
coverings. Yeah,
because the prehistoric planet Rex, which I would say is my second favorite to Mark P. Witten's Rex, has slight peach fuzz.
Yeah, it has fuzz.
Yeah,
but I remember being this is the most accurate T-Rex, and I think the only reason why people took them at their word is because Saurian marketed itself as this highly up-to-date paleo simulator. And then, like, years later,
So-
they end up changing their T-Rex to begin with.
Yeah. This is another game that makes me sad.
Eh,
I saw all the designs though.
I can take it or leave it with Soren. Or like, this is one where I think visually is interesting. Is Pachyrhinosaurus with feathers, like feather.
Yeah, the woolly Pachyrhinosaurus.
Yeah, woolly Pachy.
I know it's probably not valid, but I love this look for him. It doesn't make any sense given where it was, but
Yeah, like that is like visually that is so interesting, but it's not valid.
yeah, but like if you're going for just artistic interpretation, I see no reason. Oh, you have a Pachyrhinosaurus out in the snow and you want to give it feathers, but you don't care about accuracy. Are you going for accuracy? No, then do it.
Mm-hmm.
If not, just because I like seeing it, and Pachyrhinosaurus is the coolest ceratopsian.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, I like Trike.
You're both wrong. It's Agathalmus.
Agathalmus
is
is fake
the
and
best.
gay.
No, he's not. I'm a true. I'm the biggest
gay.
Agathalmus believer.
You will forever be coping and seething.
Well, shut up, man.
Take this L. You put the
Agathalmus.
Zim. You put the L in Zimzilla's. Two of them actually.
Kuru, do not. I have to go back to Trump. I'm sorry, Biden, but I'm sorry,
Wait,
Kuru. Agathalmus is legit. Martian Cope told me I was friends with them. They brought me out there while I fought in the Bone Wars. You know,
I was
the only
there
war I
in the
actually fought
trenches
in.
of the Bone Wars.
Hey, Zim,
What
I have
are
something to
we-
say right now. Hey, Zim,
What's up?
I have something to say right now.
Yes.
I'm going to be leaving right now because I need to go to sleep, if that's okay for you.
That is okay for me. Do you want to? Well, let's go. That's Nico's art. Do we want to show off some of your art before you bounce, and you can talk a little bit about it?
Oh yeah, Dino Punk. Yeah. So, what do I have to say about this? Well, like I said, it's something that you said that you to us that we can make our own dinosaur stories.
Yeah.
Because that I took it a step further and tried to make a dinosaur story that's kind of like a lower to the dinosaur media that I fell in love with, but also taking some inspirations from like the pulpy novels or something like that. So the premise of why I chose Dino Punk is because it's basically the title that is a perfect title for the concept I tried to do, which is it's a story that perfectly bridges between the gap between the Victorian scientific era of the steam and the rebellious graffiti Latin energy of, like, say, the punk era of the 1970s or the 1980s, you know? And the art style that I'm going for is something that's industrial glow, giving the more sleek toyetic view of the writing I'm trying to go for my story. It's kind of a very gritty, trashy, treasured theme found in my story. Like the visual I'm trying to go for my story of Punk is that to live up to a name, the series needs to visually represent these both historical and rebellious acts of what I'm trying to accomplish, which is the gear, the music, and the punk protagonist. You know, but also the world map of this universe needs to have some blend of that. Like in Dino Punk world, the deeper you go, the more punk it gets. Like the surface, it has a very steampunk layer to it, like the rickety gears, the controlled energy, and the mantle, which is the survival layer, which has the raptor-like esque predator territory where the energy is a tool for biological survival. And the core, which has a punk layer to it, which is kind of similar to Pellucidar or Dinotopia, which has a very vibrant colors and infinite key or total rebellion against the laws of surface flash physics. Or like when I tried to go say the themes of my story, the theme of Dino Punk, if you want to know, which is that the overarching theme of Dino Punk is the evolution of soul versus the extinction of spirit. It's a story that explores the tension of between biological perfection and the messy criteria of power and individual will. It's a philosophy that can be broken down to like in one man's trash is another man's soul, which is inherently the view of this world. Like how the villain's view is that if it isn't a pure soul, that it is if it's trash, then it can be discarded or collude. Or like the punk's view of, say, the main character and the other, rebels believe that the power resides in the discarded. Like say the broken world of the dinosaurs, or like the people that they want to save. The weapons are like made of junk, and their allies are like the social outcasts of the world. And the lesson is that the value is not inherent in, say, a object or a creature or slash person, but it's given through intent and effort. And because that's the summary of the opposite in the opposing philosophy is that the villain's mandate is that the purity only the strong clean deserve life, or the static is that order must be maintained at all costs, and submission is follow the perfected style of trying to choose the way of ruling, which is the route. Well, the rebels' rebellion is that the scattering, i.e., the beauty is found in the broken. The dynamic between them is change slash glitches lead to growth, and finally, the expression is just tag your own destiny. And that's all I had to say. Any thoughts?
Artwork is sick as always.
Yes, peak.
Yes, it's peak. It's peak fiction.
I like the idea that you have here. This I haven't seen it, but given how much of a heavy inspiration I know it's been for you, it feels like you took a lot from what I understand of Gachi Akuta.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Yeah, trust me, dude. I will. There's a ton. It definitely interests me, and what with Kaiju Girl Caramelize and Gaia Tima getting an adaptation, and potentially Dinosaur Sanctuary also getting an adaptation if the mangaka's current posts are anything to go by. Like, I'm gonna have plenty of stuff to watch.
Hey, Zim, is it okay if you can show One Eye from Speckles the Tarbosaurus?
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Continue, Kuro, or
But
either one of you guys who was speaking.
that's where I was at. I think it's certainly a unique thing. When I saw these drawings for the first time, I couldn't help but wonder if this was going to be inspired off of Dino Squad.
Yes.
Well,
So
here's the thing, guys. Have grown up with Dino Squad, specifically the era of, like, say, do you know of a series called Dino Riders?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Is that the one with the aliens and the dinosaurs?
Yep,
Yeah.
that one.
Hmm.
That was like kind of like one of my main inspirations when it comes to creating Dinopunk,
Oh, look, it's Speckles
It's
the Tarbosaurus.
Speckles.
No, it's use one eye, shoot one eye.
It's the movie. Yeah, we're talking about the movie.
It's Rick Raptor's favorite movie.
So before I go, what are your guys' thoughts on One Eye?
He's an awesome villain.
I remember pitting him against the Disney Carnotaur back when I was more so in the Death Battle age. I have not watched Speckles in a long time.
I watched Speckles once, and I said I would have loved this movie if I was like 9. But as I currently exist, I look at it and I'm just like, I definitely see why this film has fans, but I also look at this film and I'm just like, well, sorry, I'm talking about the movie, not One Eye. He's a fine enough design, a little V-Rexy for my taste. But this was just the thing with trying to make a kind of a monstrous T-Rex that kids can find cool.
Here's the thing, though. One of the things I absolutely adore about One Eye is not just the fact that he looks intimidating, but also I love his personality. I love how he's genuinely the most psychotic and most vicious dinosaur antagonist in all of cinema. It really shows the fact that he's like the demon king of Speckles' world.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Also, I want to add something else. Like I mentioned, like there's some lost media I like to talk about. Like
Yeah,
it's
but
a
here's the
good
thing.
interest. Like it involves walking with dinosaurs. Lost media.
Are you talking about the pilot?
Oh no, not the pilot. There's. Have you ever heard of an edit of it called Prehistoric Planet?
Yes.
Ooh,
Well,
yeah.
recently
Okay.
season 2 of Prehistoric Planet just got found, and you'll. This is the interesting part, Hoshi. Like, apparently, the whole series was found somewhere because of a rare DVD in Croatia.
Oh,
Huh.
that's neat.
Cool.
Yeah, this right here.
Yeah, like season 1 with like the Walking with Dinosaurs was the only one that got DVD, but the Walking with Beasts season 2 of this edit was lost for years until like recently. I guess you could find it on YouTube.
Okay.
Like just like the
Yeah.
Prehistoric Planet
But
season
but
2.
anyway, guys, I'm going to be leaving now. But before I go, I'm just going to say a little quote that I was preparing for this day. But here goes, guys. Considering that this was like the year that I was get to introduce myself to you all, and considering that this was like the time I was pretty much at my lowest, and it was a time where I was genuinely lost in the world. To talk to people like you who are not only fans of the stuff I'm into, but also are the guys who constantly inspire me to be better, but also genuinely adore the work I'm in. It really, it genuinely warms my heart seeing talking to you guys and finding a sense of happiness and joy of being with you. And because that, if I had to say something, it's genuinely an honor to talk to you guys, and I can genuinely call you all my dearest friends.
Aw,
Oh, I
I'm honored
appreciate
to
that,
be
my
your
man.
friend.
Appreciate it,
Appreciate
man.
it. Yeah, that's
And
Appreciate it, man.
likewise as well.
yeah.
But
It's
anyway, guys, happy New Year, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
you too.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank you.
happy
Have
new
a good
year,
one,
Hoshi.
Happy
Hoshi.
New
Good one,
Year,
man.
dude.
Have a happy new year.
Happy New Year. Peace.
I'll be leaving too, Zim. So can you show the art before I leave? Of
Yeah, I'll
mine?
do your piece.
Thank you so much. So, everyone, I would like you to introduce you to basically what is the prehistoric version of Finding Nemo. This is called Finding Emmy. So, when researching for the prehistoric clownfish, okay, actually, wait. This is basically the same movie. It's the same character development, the same jokes, the same animation, the same studio, the same setting for the most part, and same everything. The only main big difference is that it's been replaced with prehistoric creatures. So, when researching for the clownfish, like for the prehistoric version of the clownfish, I couldn't really find any good match. So, in the end, I found a perfect. I found my own match. The early my the early clownfish. So you can see this is Maroon, Marlin's replacement, and his son, Emmy, Nemo's replacement, as both of them have spots all over their body instead of stripes like a normal clownfish. I also have art of an early blue tang, which I also couldn't find for the ancestor for the blue tang. This it's Zim's not showing it, but I am on my phone looking at it right now. So her name is Dortho, Dory's replacement, and she has stripes instead of a black outline instead. And next is an actual ancestor to the Moorish idol, Enzoncolis, a fish from the from the Paleogene epoch, I believe, from Iran. His name is Gillister, Gil's replacement, and there's only like one big stripe on him because I'm based it on an artwork that is basically what looks like a proto Moorish idol, like only one stripe, and that's about it. Then there's Bloke. He is an Irene plictus, Bloat's replacement. He is a puffer. He is basically the early ancestor of the pufferfish, another creature from Iran. Next up is Izuis, Deb's replacement. She is her species is the ancestor of the damselfish that we see in many reefs today, and her reflection is called Floa. Next, we go into Nectarine, a Cantabrigister Phi Zuatensis. I'm terrible with these pronunciations. She is an early starfish from the Carboniferous era, and because I'm very unoriginal with names, Nectarine is named off the cousin of the peach. And like with Maroon, Emmy, and Dortho, I couldn't find the ancestor of the grandma fish. So here is Gertie, the replacement for Gurgle. Next is Salty. Once again, couldn't find an ancestor for the yellow tang. So he is basically in, unlike his descendants, Salty's species are white colored, not yellow. Next is Jock's replacement. Another species that I couldn't find that was the direct ancestor for the cleaner shrimp, so I made my own. Now we get to the big guys. Mr. Ray's replacement is Mr. Fragilis, who is a who is a a manta fragilis, a prehistoric manta ray from the Oligocene epoch to the Miocene epoch, I believe. If you look right here, you could see I added some of the iconic crest-like structures that form around the manta ray. Okay, and hold on, let me exit here. Then we go to the shark trio. For Bruce's replacement is a Cratoxyrhina named Brutal. Brutal is, of course, but here Brutal is actually going to be much more darker colored than Bruce, since it's a Cratoxyrhina, and I like to believe they were more jet black colored than modern day great whites. Next is Fossil, Anchor's replacement. He is a Helicorpian, and because and like how hammerhead sharks are bizarre sharks, I chose for one particular prehistoric bizarre looking shark, the helicorpian. And next for the typical looking shark is Chum's replacement, cartilage, the hybotis. It's a type of shark with thorn like structures coming out from its fins. Then we go to the two turtles, Brush and Squirtle. Crush and Squirt's replacement. They are both Archelons. I know Archelon is basically more of a leatherback equivalent than a green sea turtle, but Archelon's too popular, so I couldn't abandon it right here. Now, Nigel's replacement, Rigel, a Pteranodon. He is basically the same, and basically, Pteranodons are basically almost like prehistoric pelicans. The only difference is that pelicans are actual dinosaurs, but pteranodons are just flying reptiles. Last but not least is the blue whale's replacement, the Shonisaurus, who I named Brutus. Fittingly, I I used the Shonisaurus since it was the largest marine extinct creature to have ever lived in our oceans, and it was in the Triassic era during the beginning of the age of reptiles. It's also believed that Shonisaurus might have been just as big as the blue whale, but that is basically all what I have here.
That sounds pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
I
Nice.
think I think of Finding Nemo like remake with like prehistoric replacement sounds pretty interesting. I don't think I don't think there is something like that as of yet.
I know Lion King has it.
Yes. And there's that one animation about Brother Bear, but with in Montosaurus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Whose
Wait,
music is that?
but who do you replace the humans with? Are Neanderthals or
Oh yeah, for the other
anthropomorphic
stuff.
Homo
dinosaurs?
erectus.
No, it would be Australopithecus.
Yeah, erect homos.
What about you, Zim?
It's like it's a fun little twist on things. I think that I think if you want to, instead of following the story so closely, you could probably cut down some of the characters without it feeling like essentially a direct one-to-one.
Okay.
I
What
would
about
also
you,
say the
Nico?
drawings are pretty funny. I do like the
Yeah,
designs
no,
for
like
a good
your
few
art
of them.
style. I don't know. This is your art style. Kind of makes it look way more cartoonish
Well,
than
that's the
it
point.
actually would be.
That's the point. It's supposed to copy the Finding Nemo designs.
Yeah, but like even by copying the designs, it looks way more cartoonish than it should be. Like, someone said it. Savario Vinci stated in chat that that the Marlin replacement looks like Mrs. Puff.
I was trying to keep my
I
ass
saw that.
quiet
That
about
was
that.
that was a absolutely devious. Like
I was keeping my mouth shut the whole time.
I saw that.
it's vile. Like
I'm
that is
sorry, dude, but like, I know you're not.
I'm not the
art
greatest of
is
artists,
something you can improve at as long as you keep going. So I think as long
What the
it's
fuck
pizza
was
time
that?
I just pulled up the Spider-Man pizza.
I do like the drawings like either way. Like in spite of any art level skill, I think they're pretty like cool, cartoony, and funny. Emmy for some reason reminds me of like Mater from Cars or something.
Oh, that's right, the tooth.
Well, I mean, if it reminded you of it, it reminded him of a Pixar character, so there you go, 5.
Close enough.
For I think the concept is interesting, although I'd say don't just let yourself be constrained by copying a film's plot.
Yeah,
It's fine to use inspirations, but you let your don't feel like you have to follow something one-to-one. If the story that you want to tell takes you in a different direction from your inspirations, that's fine. As long as you end up where you want to go, where you want the story to end up, and it remains cohesive throughout.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted this to be a different change of pace compared to my other two pitches. Before.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna echo Kuru's sentiment, and this is coming from me, who also does a similar thing of like basically remaking a prior film under a different setting. One of the biggest things that I notice is you have a tendency to stick very borderline religiously to the original canon or original stories of specific characters when, like, this was especially with your Godzilla Gamera thing, it feels like you are inherently limiting yourself because you don't go further, because you don't try to do your own thing with it instead of just...
I will posit, I do think there is something of an admirable attempt when it comes to being faithful, especially if that's something you value, which it seems that 05 does. Like, being faithful to the source
I get
material.
that. It's just, it's faith. There's a difference between being faithful and being faithful to a fault.
I would say there's a difference between, I would rephrase that to, there's a difference between being faithful and, like, limiting yourself. And I think you're limiting yourself, 05.
I know, it's once again just inspired by the many Lion Kings, but with dinosaur stuff. Especially that popular animation. I don't know.
The T-Rex King. Shout out to Nico Raptor. Shout out to Nico Raptor. That series is so fucking good.
That was my inspiration for Finding Nemo, but replaced with prehistoric marine life.
It's
What do you think, Nico?
Oh boy. I will give you this. At least you didn't do anything stupid like replace Nemo with Ichigo or some shit. Like,
Wait,
at least-
What?
What?
I'm so confused. What?
I'll tell you later, Zim.
Okay.
Nico.
I
Don't
am
do it.
like-
Whatever you hold on, stop. Calm
No.
down. Don't do it.
I'm not. I'm joking.
I'm more
joking.
confused.
I'm
if
doing a
anything.
Dragon Ball
Nothing.
Z reference.
No, I'm just
Because
No,
joking.
only-
stop. Calm
It's
down.
interesting.
Don't do
Hold
it.
on. I'm trying to
I
say
only
something
know the
else.
Soul Reaper Ichigo. That's about it. But I don't know about the name other than that.
think-
I was just making a
That
dumb
is
joke. Like,
complete.
real talk. It's
Okay.
interesting that you were trying to do a prehistoric spin on things with like Finding Nemo, but like, I appreciate you trying to be as faithful as possible, but like Minecraft and Kuro said, like you could at least do a little more to like deviate, like just a little bit without like necessarily like copying beat for beat, while also like have your own vision to it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So I'll be leaving now. So thank you once again, Zimzilla, for joining me in this stream. And I hope you guys have a happy new year. But as always for O5 tradition, this isn't gonna be an O5L or an O5. It's just gonna be an O5 take. So to cap off the new year, I'm just gonna say this.
Oh god.
I hope One Piece. I hope One Piece
You hope One Piece what? You hope One Piece what?
doesn't outsell.
Bro,
Dude, you're
it's too
clicking right
much.
out. You're clicking. He's fighting
Superman.
against the grind. What?
He's
You
fighting
hope that
against-
all-
I'm
that's
fighting
what
Fighting
he's
against the
what?
robotization.
I don't want Superman. I
I
don't want Superman.
Superman.
Okay, I'm gonna. In private chat. In private chat. Okay, here it goes. I.
He's scared.
He's scared. Oh no!
Say it. I got it
I
on
think
my
he said he's
system.
putting
Go.
it in private chat.
Oh, okay.
Because he wants to
Yeah,
say it.
what do you want One Piece to do? What do you want One Piece to do?
I
Just
don't
say it real
want
quick.
One Piece to outsell Superman.
It's
I
not gonna do that.
Wait.
mean
What?
I mean, what do
Yeah,
you mean
by that?
outsell? What do you mean by that?
I'm so confused.
There's
Well,
a,
no, like One Piece outsold Batman, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to outsell Superman.
But wait.
But-
What do you mean by outside? Do you like?
Yeah, what do you
like,
mean by
what,
that?
What One Piece thing?
There's a chart that says
Find the chart.
Define the chart, please.
okay, good.
Well, no, I think it's very prominent in the One Piece community that it is a fact that One Piece, the manga, has outsold Batman.
Okay, I
Um,
searched it up. One Piece has sold over 578 million copies, while Superman is 6 million copies, and it's close to there. So that's what I mean. Okay, goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, so does it mean you have a problem with One Piece?
I guess so.
I don't know.
I can only assume that.
I believe it.
I was so tempted to say something else earlier. Like I knew you and crew caught on what I was trying to insinuate.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not
Not-
yet.
Wait.
Oh, I guess we're already doing pitches.
Dinosaur.
I know this was yours, Karuru. I was gonna have you go, and then I'm gonna do Stripe Blizzard's pitch because he sent it to me. I know he's not gonna come on stream. So
Okay. All right. So this is Barnum. Named a Tyrannosaurus. Named after the paleontologist who discovered and named Tyrannosaurus, and also, funny enough, the same name as my dog, who's also named Barnum. The idea with this design was that this is Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, much like the rest of the Hell Creek, it has... Sorry, not Hell Creek. This is the mascot for my dinosaur project, New World Dragons. This is essentially a kind of alternate history Spec Evo story of if the dinosaurs of the New World, so the Western Hemisphere of North America and South America, didn't die, go extinct in the KT extinction, but instead remained, while everything else in the Old World, so Africa, Australia, Europe, and Asia, progressed like normal, and you get human history and whatnot. And we have stuff like the Spanish going to this continent and encountering, dinosaurs. And my main focus was going to be how colonial America is affected and how stuff like, and how that would change history and whatnot, with them being faced with quite literally dragons. In what other way could they define them as other than that? And Barnum serves as one of the primary, not antagonists, but one of the most prevalent dinosaurs that shows up. He is a full-grown bull T-Rex that lives in roughly the northern east coast. So, just to give you an idea of his range, he lives in roughly, because I really went ham when thinking about it, of like Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, going as far north at one point to Boston. The idea behind a lot of it is that the extra feathers are kind of a leftover from the late Pleistocene, where they were in the Ice Age, and you just had everything was covered in a heavy, downy coat, as you had polar tyrannosaurs hunting down herds of Edmontosaurus, and you are faced with just how humans of the 1800s would combat with evolved specimens. As far as to go into the design of this thing as well, a big inspiration for this was the Fantasia T-Rex, Sue in the Flesh, Mark P. Whitten, and I think just various other Rexes that I've encountered, but Sue and the Fantasia Rex were, like, for the silhouette, the buck from the Lost World was used heavily for the colors, outside of the vibrant reds, which was something I took just as a thing with birds having, like, highlights and a bit of sexual dimorphism, as the throat pouch and the heavily adorned crest, because all the red on his head, that's armor. Well, not armor, but, like, a keratinized, like, that's a heavy sheet of keratin over the top of his head, which he would use for ramming and also display. Sorry. All of the pink across the face and on his leg, those are meant to be scars from the various encounters he's had. The throat pouch was taken from a speculative piece on Prehistoric Kingdom's Tarbosaurus, given that one paper that found impressions that could lead to Tarbosaurus having a throat pouch. So I gave T-Rex that as a fun little speculative thing, and just something to make this design stick out. I'm still currently developing the story, but I do know, like, generally what the idea of it is, yeah, someone put it well, is it would pretty much be primitive war, but in the 1800s. But, the dinosaurs never went extinct. They weren't brought here. They've always been here. And seeing how they've changed since then, while still being recognizable as, oh, that's meant to be T-Rex or Triceratops or Torosaurus or Alamosaurus or Edmontosaurus, while still being different enough that if you were to see them, you would recognize them as the ones from New World Dragons. Which is why I gave Barnum these Gorgonops-esque sabers, because I had the idea that over time, a counter something that Rex has gained to counter ceratopsians were these sabers, and even those front fangs in his bottom jaw, which are used to like splinter and shatter ceratopsian horns. So that's behind them, and it's also a fun little nod to Fantasia Rex's fangs, as that's a design I absolutely adore. Seeing how these animals affect culture, because I could 100% seeing Tyrannosaurus being kind of somewhat supplanting the bald eagle as kind of America's symbol, like symbolic animal, or it could still be the bald eagle. I don't know, but it was. Sorry, got a message. When it comes to other things, I know some other ideas I had were a scene of, like, I imagine just to kind of showcase the brutality of it all, like Tylosaurus and Plesiosaurus attacking like a slave trading ship, because they've identified that these things are virtually defenseless to them, while also still being able to get quite a hefty amount of prey. Other scenes which would go throughout America's history, like the expansion west with Manifest Destiny, where we would see what's further out, and in a lot of ways how the dinosaurs combat humans, the behaviors they gain to deal with humans, and how humans sometimes succeed and sometimes fail very badly to expand westward while dealing with these animals, and seeing how the apex life forms of prehistory and of today combat each other, and whether or not this expansion would lead to either or's extinction. The short answer being I don't think it would lead to their extinction, the dinosaurs anyway. And in a way, it was almost framed, if the story were to end in any fashion, like the dinosaurs won. Because I think that would be an interesting idea, is to actually have like a story like this where the monsters, for lack of a better term, win. Because I don't see that often. So that's generally, I know, to give an idea of what the roster is like, since this is all I have right now. I know Dryptosaurus is coming in under the name Laylaps, which is generally something I had in mind, is giving some of these animals retro names, because I feel like they fit with the aesthetic then. So, like, the leg injury is made by the evolved form of Triceratops, which is Agathomus. Torosaurus is present, however, in like the Grand Plains being the buffalo equivalent under the name of Monoclonius. You have Plesiosaurus, which is actually an evolved Mawisaurus. I have, like, as you go out into the Pacific, stuff like semi-aquatic mosasaurs, which have regrown legs and are living on the Hawaiian Islands. Edmontosaurus, Alamosaurus, which I have under the name Titanosaurus, and its whole thing is that there would be a scene where, they attempt to shoo them away. Humans attempt to try to run the Alamosaurus out of their turf, but that doesn't end well for them, and you get what would be a very bloody conflict. This isn't to answer someone's question, Martin, do large Cenozoic ice age mammals still exist in this? Because I can see. The current answer to that is no. The presence of these animals kind of limits the evolution of mammals in some way. As I just have it in this universe, the meteorite just didn't hit at all. So, yeah. However, due to other things that I generally know about prehistory, the old world would still largely have the same evolutionary tree in some regards. So, this kind of just came about because wanted to have fun with this concept after Primitive War, and Barnum became the mascot. Sorry, and that's generally it. This was very scattershot because I'm mainly making designs right now before I get into the story. And I just wanted an excuse to exercise in drawing digitally before I get to my real project right now, which is going to be World of Hyperfauna. And once I feel confident in my drawing skills with New World Dragons, I'll get to World of Hyperfauna. Sorry. But that's generally it for what I have in mind with this story. And I will let y'all see what you think.
I generally have to say I do enjoy the T-Rex design. It's interesting that you gave him the colors that you did. So if the asteroid never hit, does that mean Hell Creek kind of, or at least that part of Montana kind of stays how it is, or does does the Americas geography kind of stay pretty close to what it was during the Mesozoic?
It would stay pretty close. I imagine it would still change to roughly what it. I'm admittedly not too well versed in how much the KT impact changes, but I'd like to at least keep it so that Rex lives in an environment that we generally understand as the Hell Creek.
Okay, because in that case, does that mean the Western Interior Seaway is still intact too, or no?
Given that, at least to my understanding, Laramidia and Appalachia were still fusing together even before the impact. That's how the Euteranids from Appalachia got into Laramidia at all. My general idea is that the Western Interior Seaway would dry up, but it would kind of funnel everything in there out either north or south, and you'd be dealing with, polar mosasaurs and whatnot.
Okay.
I'm still very much workshopping this.
Because it's like I'm looking at this design, and like design-wise, I'm thinking it looks very much like what I'd expect for something to appear in like the Hell Creek Formation versus like modern day Montana. And seeing this design, it'd be striking. But I'd be curious to see like how this world develops, because if you keep the Western Interior Seaway, you could do a whole like pretty interesting alt history take with how like America and how American culture changes to a more prehistoric shape for America.
Yeah. As far as like roster ideas, what do y'all think about like decisions and whatnot?
I mentioned this in prior like sessions. Like, I think it's really solid. Like, your lineup is really, really solid.
Yeah.
I as well.
Overall, I like the pitches. I think like things like Laylap's Agathalamus. What would also be cool too is that you give all of them common names, because like we don't always
thought
call
of that,
like,
but
wolves.
I'm gonna be honest. I like was thinking on like a common name for Tyrannosaurus, but I'm like, what would where do I go with this? Because
I think T-Rex is like T-Rex being a common, like people use T-Rex all the time for like Tyrannosaurus, even for like Tyrannosaurus, people will sometimes just say Asian T-Rex. So in that case, like T-Rex works just fine for Tyrannosaurus, but like Laylaps makes sense for like Dryptosaurus.
I mean, yeah, but then you get to Agathalamus and Monoclonius, which just are those names. Because like the idea is that Mono is an evolved Torosaurus and Agathalamus is an evolved Trike.
Yeah, no, it's just something you'd have to workshop, but like
yeah, I mean, yeah, like some Cenozoic animals get common names, like the cave bear for Arctodus and the woolly mammoth.
Or like even though it's longer than Smilodon, saber-toothed tiger is a common name for
I could call this.
Smilodons.
I think they could call this thing like something to do with the sabers, since the sabers, at least for this animal, are exposed to the elements due to them being made of a different material than his other normal teeth.
Saber-toothed dragon.
Saber-toothed dragon. The saber-toothed drake. Drake saber.
Saber tyrants.
I like saber-toothed drake. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Drake is better.
Or what's no? What? No, I even got King Saber.
Ooh.
A king saber.
Kingsaber.
A king saber dragon.
Okay, yeah, King Saber Dragon. I like that.
There, that I like that actually a lot.
That sounds sick.
Because even like
That
the
sounds
keratinized, like even like helmet that he has, you know, and like the horns, that kind of serves as his crown.
And then you have the feathers on the back that's sort of like a cape.
Mhm.
Yeah, with like a deep blue, which is typically a royal color.
Oh shit! It's
Yeah.
King K. Rule this whole time.
The interesting thing is that like that could tie
Initially,
really
this came about.
interestingly
This actually
into-
all started because I wanted to because it all started because I got one day annoyed enough at Goji Center's Rex versus Paleoloxodon video because I thought it didn't do a good job representing either party, and I was like, "What are the chances Rex could actually beat like Mammoth and whatnot?" And then it went into how would they adapt to each other, and I was like, "How would Rexes and whatnot adapt to the Ice Age?" And then it just kind of one thing led to another, and now I'm here.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
how a
you
lot
for
of
the help. You're welcome for the help, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've rambled about this project a lot privately.
Well, I think one interesting thing, like again, tying it into the alt history thing, is especially if you're giving them these common names, it could really tie into like how America forms. Like the idea that there's a literal dragon in the New World could be another reason why you have a lot of like English migration into New England, just for them to like go out west and be an actual like English knight who slayed a dragon, quote unquote, things like that.
Yeah. And stuff like that I think could be really cool. But I also like wanted to kind of I gave the general idea is that at the end of the day this doesn't really end well for either party because I think something that I wanted to highlight is just how especially like the expansion westward got pretty brutal in some ways, and we're also just highlighting how if we treat these animals with so much reverence because they're gone, but if they were just a part of life, like yeah, I think to a certain extent they would still be viewed as majesty due to the fact that I have them somewhat isolated, but I'm just like I found it an interesting thought experiment.
Well, I think it's like one of those cases where it's like bison are like I guess like where the analogs bison. Bison are still bigger than people, but they're like analogous to like things we see daily, like cows and bulls and things like that. But if you're dealing with animals that are so much more massive than the majority of any other creatures in their environment, like an elephant, for example, I think that's
bigger than even an elephant.
That's
Honestly,
the thing. It's like even bigger than an elephant. Like you're gonna
Monoclonius is gonna be like 8 to 9 tons, and then Aga's like 10 to 11.
exactly like having that be something that's common for people. I think it like culturally, it may even have like people might have a greater reverence for the natural world because every day you could go outside and see something that's that big and is walking around.
Yeah, and it's just a part of it could end a multiple different ways.
Mhm.
Like especially imagine once they realize that these animals lived in the old world too.
Mhm.
Like the discovery of like the founding of paleontology as a field, as they realize how old these animals truly are, and that they literally are stepping into a world that, in their ways, is at least given how it was at the time, untouched by even God.
Yeah.
Like maybe God had purpose for these things.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like yeah, no, definitely. I think too, like you could see an interesting inverse of like everything from the new world being what influences the theories of the old world. So people thinking that, oh, all these animals, like if the world was like connected in terms of Pangea, and that theory still comes about that like things migrated from the new world into the old world, and that being one of those kinds of theories that as time goes on ends up being debunked, and we learn that things cross from the old world into the new world too.
Yeah, it could go so many different ways, and I think that's both the most fun part and the most difficult part of this is there's so many different directions that I could go with this, but I only have to pick one.
Yeah.
Also,
I know one scene I had was kind of like one of those buffalo runs in the expansion westward, but with Monoclonius, but it also just doesn't end very well. Because Monoclonius are just so much bigger than any buffalo.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see how like not like or just the trade of like animals. Like you have specific like dragon farmers or dragon tamers being like a type of cowboy you see out there in the West.
Yeah, like they're riding stuff like Strythiamimus and whatnot
Mhm.
instead of like horses.
Exactly. Or that'd be interesting. Like horses just don't exist anymore.
Actually,
Like, out
something
there,
I
like-
was having some fun with is realizing that I get to deal with the fact that grass exists now.
Mm.
And party was still like, what if I thought it would be funny and just still kept horses around just because of my reputation?
Keep them
Yeah.
around because
Yeah.
of your reputation.
Yeah.
Because now we get cowboys and dinosaurs.
Yay!
Exactly.
Also, crew, it just occurred to me, since your pitch is an alternate history type beat, chances are if you get big, alternate history hub will likely do a video on you.
There is no chance I'm getting that big.
Hey,
never
never say
know.
never. Never
You
say
never
never.
know. And when that day comes, I'll be there.
I'll
I'm
be like,
just
"Hi, I
thinking
remember
that.
that kid. I told him I'd kill him for his man of the suit comment. I'm so proud of him."
No, it's like one
I was
day
about to say
I'm
a
just-
slur on
I'm
stream.
I'm like held in very high regard, and then you just one day are talking at like a conference. Time. It's like, and I remember one time in a live stream we did, and you pull up that clip.
Or no, even better, it's like he like introduces your story. And he's like made by the creator Kaiju Kuru, and it just cuts to just me being like, "I will kill you."
I love Zim. You don't get how perfect that sounded.
That is probably just one of the best like moments in the ZCU, just generally.
I will kill you. That's how you.
Especially, it was even funnier after you established the added context.
Yes. I was going to cut so much harder.
You were going to destroy your channel.
I would have nuked my channel from orbit.
But yeah, this is also, I just feel like, just judging it as someone who hasn't drawn much before, and this is my first real attempt at digital art. What do y'all think?
Yeah, no, you have potential.
It is pretty good.
The park.
Yeah,
Like, it's
yeah.
really, really
It is.
good.
Nice. Cool. I would love to see
Minecraft, you infected
definitely.
Vic.
I know he had asked
you
me before
filthy clanker.
about some. Yeah. What? Am I?
You're clanking.
Can you hear me all right?
You filthy
Yeah.
wireback.
You were clankering a little bit.
Forgive me.
Just when Zimzilla 99 goes into the public domain, I'm making a cheap horror film of Zim hunting down Kuru. No, it's just a Zimzilla mask, and it's not even the real Zimzilla 99, but Kuru does exist in this world. It just keeps just
And it
leaping
is
over.
just
I
my
will kill you.
avatar.
I will send you to Jesus. Minecraft 2025.
Minecraft World's another just fictional character.
I'll be just Zim hunting down the furry.
Yeah, no, literally. As God intended, hunting down furries. But let me move into Striped Lizard's pitch. So I'm just gonna be reading it from Instagram. So his pitch definitely goes it goes out there. So the basis is that aliens invade Earth and humans are revolting, and apparently dinosaurs show up and start fighting alongside the humans due to the aliens having used a time machine to bring dinosaurs back and modify them to fit into the modern world. But this ends up not just being like a time machine, but instead an alternate universe, because the T-Rexes in this universe are intelligent and they don't like the idea of aliens taking over, so they team up with the humans to stop the aliens. And in response, the aliens create what appear to be these little guys here. So these types of alien like tanks, as well as alien shark hybrids, which have all these different features like frog legs and super long arms and flippers and spikes and the like. While the dinosaurs also use modern weapons, which is cool here because I see the T-Rex literally like holding a minigun, which is fun.
It's the
And
Doomslayer.
It's legitimized Dino Blade.
literally.
That sounds yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
aliens also are able to bring in a megalodon, which is another thing to add on to this for the dinosaurs, the humans to team up against, which they end up winning and fighting the aliens. So the main human character teams up with the aliens and then dies, and the T-Rex ends up avenging the main character. So the day is saved, it's peaceful, and you know what? That is fun. I love this. That is the kind of like
This
kindergarten
this would be
like
a,
fun.
This would be a
like
phenomenal video game.
you know
I'm
what it
gonna-
reminds me of? It reminds me kind of like Extreme Dinosaurs. If anyone remembers
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Like look at that.
Feels like
Hey, look at him
someone-
gunning down.
This is
He
the
is so
kind of-
happy with a gun. He's like,
It's a
so
Doomslayer.
happy.
Dude,
It's a Doomslayer as a dinosaur.
This would be one of the stupidest video games on the planet, and I would play it every day of my life.
No, what you do even better is you play it, and then you realize, wait, hold up, why is it actually unironically an objectively good game with a good
Like this-
story?
Comic wouldn't do this justice. Film wouldn't do this justice. This needs to be a video game.
yeah.
It's pretty much just a reboot of
I
Dinotopia.
love
Wait,
this.
Pull up Intestine Inspector's last comment.
I was about to ask that.
I didn't think I'd be
Very
fighting-
short, and how about alongside a friend?
I can do that.
What's good, my Sora?
What's good?
What is up, my Saurian?
Oh my god.
No, but like if this were an actual game, I need it to be 100. Like this is Metal Gear like Rising Revengeance levels of like. I take myself seriously, but we know exactly what this is.
It needs to be
Yeah,
a
no,
Doom
that's
clone.
what this kind of every game with a concept this stupid just needs to be like that. Be genuinely sincere about what you're doing. Know what you are, but say I don't care. Have genuinely thought-provoking stuff. Because that
Alongside
just makes
those
you
are
tiny.
like
Alongside
this.
Dick,
We like this
alongside
a
a
lot.
T-Rex with a minigun.
How can you not
Alongside,
like a T-Rex with a minigun?
like, who the fuck doesn't
Yeah,
want that?
You'll never be as cool as a T-Rex with a minigun. Yeah,
That
literally.
would be so much fun. Oh my god, dude, this is amazing.
This is the kind of stuff I love. Is those kind of stories that are just a guy playing with his toys.
Yeah.
Me, like that's the,
Zim!
Yes,
Then why would you do that?
I regret nothing.
Why?
Zim!
No!
Go!
No!
we can't even say any of these.
Zim, are you trying to get your channel booted?
Oh my god, I can't even be mad at that. Somebody please take a screenshot of that and post it into the server.
Oh, I'm doing that right now.
In 10 years,
Oh,
in 10 years, you're gonna get exposed, and like, people are gonna try to cancel them.
This
Zim,
this
you
would
don't
get me
understand.
canceled.
Zim, you don't understand. The private chats got leaked.
Wait, no. Say that again.
Zim, the private chats got leaked.
Kuro, we need to destroy the planet now.
Kakarot,
You cannot
the
just shoot
Discord
a
chat just
hole
leaked.
into the surface of Mars.
Don't worry about it, Kuro. It'll be fine. Zim, the private chat just got leaked. Kuro, we need to blow up the Earth now.
As soon as I put something else in there.
Well, you already said that. Wait, Vic, where did he go? Vic!
Vic, no!
Vic
Vic
clanked
died.
too close to the sun.
Oh god.
But yeah, like it, dude. We love this.
Dude,
This
I
is like-
fucking love this. I'm begging. I am begging. If you get big, make this a video game, please. I
Make this
beg
indie
you.
game. Make this also Expedition 33.
This is like the type of stuff. Keep in mind, this originally the guy who made Dinoblade wasn't gonna make it a game, but enough people saw him animating a Spinosaurus with like Guts' sword and said, "Please let us play as it." And now that's the main protagonist of Dinoblade is a great sword wielding Spinosaurus.
I thought that was Cloud Sword.
Yeah, it is Cloud Sword.
I thought it was either the Buster Sword or the Dragon Slayer. I wasn't
It's
sure.
clearly Cloud's sword.
Okay.
It's still awesome.
Well, still,
Exactly.
it's still a hunk of raw iron.
Yeah.
Which, at the end of the day, are the best kinds of swords.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, oh
Maybe
god,
he's trying to compensate for something.
dude. If
His
this,
fight force being
I'm just
lacking,
imagining,
that's what
like,
he needs
this
to compensate for.
I'm just imagining this being like Congo 5 style gameplay, where half the time you're a human on the ground, then the other half the time you're just a dino, you're just a Rex with a minigun barreling through everything.
I want a Godzilla
barreling
game with
through
that
those
kind of
filthy
gameplay.
aliens.
God, it's actually dinosaurs versus shark mutants. Even better!
Shark mutants
Sharknado
with
would
freaking
never.
laser beams on their heads.
Even fucking... Do not take this seriously and let it speak for itself.
Zim!
Sharknado would never be this cool.
Yes.
What?
God damn it!
Zim! Zim! Zim!
Kaylee Diapser. This is a synapsid household boy.
No!
That is the highest I've ever heard Minecraft go as far as you just went
That's how you
higher and
sound.
higher. Jesus. The joke is
First Spider Girl broke
racism.
you, and now first Spider Girl made you into the Joker, and now Zim's making you go higher
Oh,
and higher.
Tim, you be glad you weren't there for last night. Oh, God, we committed sins the Lord would very heavily disapprove of.
Oh, goodness me.
Goodness gracious.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, T-Rex with a minigun, best thing that you could do. I love it.
This is amazing.
Oh, and apparently they said you play as a T-Rex 90% of the game. That's even better.
Yes!
I'm sold.
Yes!
I'm buying it day one. I don't care. I'm buying it day
I
one.
pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition. I don't care if it's $700 given the state of the economy.
Mine.
All right. Now, for
Minecraft World just got turned into Mickey. Oh, that's not a Mickey impression. I'll show you a Mickey impression. Save. Okay, I'll show it later.
Oh, I love this. So, Nico!
Zim.
Tell us. Show us. Explain this to us.
So,
Also, Wood.
God damn it. I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. You're lucky she's actually 21.
I was about to say, given how much out of pocket stuff I've said today, I'm glad I held my tongue right there.
I'm glad you did. Well, you held it better than I was earlier with 05, but I'll tell you about that later. Anyways.
Oh, God.
So, Here Be Dragons is a series of artwork that I started way back in 2024. It mainly started as like a little side thing for another project I've been making that's like a whole other can of worms that I don't want to like get into because it's like that big. But the basic gist of that world is that fantasy creatures and prehistoric animals live alongside each other. And like a large portion, like dinosaurs are still relatively like some survived, but like it's clear that their heyday is like long gone. And like megafauna mammals still exist, but however, for the seas, there is a whole bunch of like prehistoric fauna that still exists from the Cretaceous to like all other periods of like the oceans. Though of course, like animals like orcas and great whites are like keeping them in check, but that's neither here nor there. And of course, one of the other fantasy creatures that live alongside these are mermaids, because why the hell not? And Ayumi is one such mermaid that happens to like, she's kind of like Ariel in a sense, like she likes to explore, but unlike Ariel, who wants to like explore like the surface, she likes to go deep. Ayumi wants to like explore the deepest trenches of the waters by encountering all these different surviving sea fauna. Like one of them she encounters is a tylosaur that's like in one of the images I shown. Yeah, like Tylosaurus is like an apex predator alongside with Megalodon and Leviathan. And of course, like in my each entries that I do on like DeviantArt, I always add like some scientific facts behind it, as well as like some like lore, some like lore entries about like in universe, like the Tylosaurus, much like in actually kind of a lot like in what Kuru like told me about his like pitch, like the Tylosaurus had like some interactions with the Spanish, as well as like Megalodon, that caused like some of the first like conflict in the sea. And of course, like, hold on, I'm trying to catch my breath here. And of course, added to the fact that since mermaids are around, they're like susceptible to being easy pickings for like juvenile tylosaurs, megalodons, and what have you. But like, they're still able to survive since, you know, like mermaids are basically like aquatic humans in the sense like they're smart and stuff. So yeah, for the two entries I made for this one were Caprices and then like Spinosaurus, because I thought I wanted to do like a little reference to Planet Dinosaur, one of the documentaries that like showcased this, where like we see her like swimming alongside an Oncoprecis somewhere in Africa, only for that same Oncoprecis to be taken down by a Spinosaur. So yeah, like it's pretty much like an excuse for me to like draw my two favorite things alongside each other, while also like growing this like massive universe of like prehistoric fauna living alongside fantasy creatures and the like. And of course try my best to like do like more paleo accurate, like the Spinosaur here is the most paleo accurate I've ever gotten with a Spinosaurus, because prior I've drawn like Jurassic Park 3 Spino a number of good times. So like, and of course, like the color philosophy, like the redness of his head, just take it from the JP Spino, and then like coloration comes from Planet Dinosaur Spino. And of course, like I also did some experimentation, like all these like airbrush like strokes showing like the blood, since like he's biting down on the Oncopriestis. And as for the Oncopriestis' eyes, like I look towards like sawfish as like inspiration for their eyes, which are pretty particular looking eyes, but I was able to do it. So like it's very all over the place. Like I don't really have like a solid like story in mind other than her just like exploring around different parts of the ocean in her world. And that's pretty much about it.
No, it's like it's fun. I always like it when fantasy characters interact with dinosaurs. They always are it's always a fun combination. Like the first thing to my mind when I was looking at this was like it's a more cartoony like Soria in a sense.
Well,
But
kind of.
instead of like dinosaur people being the main thing, it's like other fantasy races, but then we also have dinosaurs.
Yeah, I could honestly, if you decide to go somewhere with this, I could see this being used as like a children's educational series or something.
Maybe, but like
I will say you have the art style for that. Kind of giving that's a compliment. But I've always saw your art style as very cartoony in a good way. I'm using that. Like I could see this being something 90s Disney would have on their like channel and whatnot.
I mean, kind of fitting since one of my favorite movies was a Renaissance movie, The Little Mermaid, so that's not too far off.
Yeah.
I also definitely do love the art style. It's very nice and something that I would like definitely watch as an animated show.
Yeah, like I think I've talked about earlier is I took like design philosophies from like Toriyama and like Ken Sugimori throughout my life, like the original illustrator of like the Pokemon games. So yeah, like this is pretty much my own like mishmash of all those different ideas.
It kind of gives me the vibe of this one show. I think it was like a YouTube pilot, or I think got made into a show with like this raptor that has like mystical powers or something.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Are you
I forget the
talking
name,
about
though.
Dinosapien?
No. Kuro, you know which one it is, right?
What? Sorry, I zoned out for a sec. Joey
It's
sent me
the one-
something, so
It was the one YouTube pilot. With
Talon,
the
the raptor or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
Talon.
Talon.
I haven't seen Talon. I know Minecraft.
Yes, yes, Talon. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it definitely gives Talon vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also reminds me of Mermaid the Body Found, the segments from the past.
Oh
and stuff.
God.
Oh, if you look at the Ayuba's character sheet, there is a direct reference to it. Like, Zim, can you pull it up? There is a direct reference where you see her holding a skull of one of the mermaids from the Mermaids the Body Found. And going a brief tangent on that, a little teaser, Minecraft crew and I are planning to watch that alongside Megalodon the Monster Shark Lives and make a whole stream about it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that, Zim.
That one you sounded so disappointed there. You're like,
I saw it.
Not even surprised. Anyways, of course, it's just something the deep joke.
Shut up. May I remind you what you are, Mr. Hand?
No.
I'm gonna screenshot your crash out and send it to Zim.
No.
I will personally
There are
send
no
it to Zim.
screenshots. There is no private server.
The Kuru list does not exist.
One more
Kuru
sending it to Zim.
Jesus.
The Kuru.
I'm going straight to hell.
No, Kuru. You know that one meme? It's the anime meme where the guy puts his hand on the other guy's shoulder. You know which one I'm thinking of,
any
right?
idea how little that
narrows it down?
You mean the one where they're making the funny faces?
The one with the funny face and the big chin.
Yes, I know that one.
What's it called? It's like all of our fan gojis looking
The
at Chicago
files!
and just looking at the Kuru files.
Oh, they do exist.
As the president of Zimistan, I will assure you, the Kuru files do not exist. I have known Kuru for years.
They're a hoax done by the Democrats. I heard your brother.
That was golden. That was
Whoa. I'm out of like breath to laugh.
That was absolutely beautiful.
We have
someone's like, "Hey, calm down."
Uh,
Oh, yeah, I
That's
forgot
a
to
top
mention-
5 moment right there.
I forgot to mention.
Somebody clip that, please.
Nah, intestine inspector, you can't just say that. That's vile.
That was...
No,
ain't no party
No!
like a Kuru party. Ain't no party like a Kuru party.
Now I gotta pull up. Everybody dying, me included. I ain't going to jail.
What is this? I'd like Kaiju Kuru with fur.
Jarvis clip that.
Somebody please clip that. That is one of the...
Jarvis, show him what the tongue do.
Jarvis, remove his balls.
Alexa,
Jarvis, castrate him.
Alexa, self-destruct.
God,
No, I
that
love
was-
this, Nico. You did a good job
that
on
was-
this one.
Yeah, you did it really
Thank
good.
you.
That was...
I
I'm
forgot
sorry,
to
that
mention
was...
another thing. Another thing about Ayumi, like her design is based off of a manga called Mermaid Saga by the creator of Inuyasha. If you've heard of it,
I have heard of it. I don't really know a lot about it, but I have heard of it.
yeah, like basically, like
I will say one thing I really like is the addition of the fin before, the actual tail fin.
yeah, like the designs of the mermaids from the manga were like a heavy inspiration, and plus I wanted to do something a little different than like Disney-esque. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I vibe with it.
Looks good.
And we move to Davik.
Awesome.
Yay, Vic! Cowboys and Indians versus dinosaurs and pterosaurs. Let's
Yeah. So this is essentially going to be a very pulpy Western type of story. Um, I first started developing it after I watched Dino Diego's video on like Western dinosaur films, like Valley of Gwangi, The Beast from Hollow Mountain, and essentially, um, yeah, this is just one of those stories, and like the brief like synopsis for it. If I just go on like how it's gonna start out is basically there's this small Western town that is besieged by mysterious cattle mutilations, missing ranchers, and just like mysterious animal sightings. And there's this one former like sheriff who's like down on his luck, who is just happening on these mysterious happenings, and he's starting to get a posse together. And the overall story is going to start out with like on the dark night, you have this lone wagon that's out searching for some missing livestock, and then suddenly they are mysteriously attacked by creatures that sound like a mix of like gator hissing and like bird screeches. And then we cut to like the former sheriff there, who's starting to gather these people. And then there's also some conflicts with the local Native American tribe, who is also reporting like these same strange anomalies. And they both seem to think that one side or the other is responsible for them. And then the other character is like a young Native American hunter who is also trying to keep the peace and come to like from a party, but there's like just this conflict between the posse and other members of the tribe. And then you know there are some survivors who are found by the Native Americans, and then the posse tries to get them back because they think they're holding them hostage, but there's this trying to resolve the conflict, and they are besieged by what is finally revealed to be prehistoric beasts that they can only describe as like these large lizards because they don't really have that much paleontology knowledge. um, but they are soon attacked by at first these giant raptors, um, and then soon they realize that they have to work together to find out where these prehistoric animals have come from. And then they go on a massive journey where they eventually find that a landslide has caused this section of a valley to open up and let loose dozens of prehistoric animals, including things from like the raptors to several different types of theropods like T-Rexes as well as pterosaurs. Um, and then they just have to figure out how to stop these creatures from invading their lands. And that is the general story of what this story is going to focus on.
I like this. I like this a lot.
It's very early 70s.
Very pulp.
I could see this being an alternative Valley of Gwangi.
Or at least or making like a TV series
Yeah.
that is like set in the same world and like another side of the valley. That'd be fun.
It gives me that one Calamity Jane cartoon vibes. If you ever heard of that one,
The other end of the Valley of Gwangi.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I like in the poster how like the lower gradient is cleverly used as like dust, like dust particles from the dirt. Like that's a pretty clever.
Yeah.
I will say, as far as the human designs, I generally like both of them, but I will say that hat with that face on the sheriff makes him look like Woody.
I mean, hey, he hangs out with the.
There's a raptor in my boot.
Now I'm just imagining this whole thing as it's actually Andy playing with Woody and the Indian from the Indian in the cupboard.
Oh.
And they're like fighting against like Rex from Toy Story.
You got a friend in me.
You got a friend in me.
Friend inside me.
Go pull out.
The valley next to the valley of
No, I
blood.
can't. I'm not gonna make that. Nope, not gonna make the joke I was gonna make.
Do it.
No,
Do it.
No.
Do it.
no,
Do it.
no.
Do it.
Plat, 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 plat. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant.
What is happening to us?
Even though I made the joke first, I have to do it.
What's that from again?
It's Landman. It's one of Taylor Sheridan's TV shows.
Yeah, that should do. My cheeks hurt from laughing too hard.
Good.
I'm still releasing the Kuru files.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No,
fuck.
I have them on my phone.
no, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You're bluffing.
I ain't bluffing. I'll screenshot them to you right now.
You're bluffing.
Nico's
I'm
gonna
not
get Clintoned.
You're bluffing.
I ain't bluffing, boy.
You're
I'll
bluffing.
send you to Zim right
You're
now.
bluffing.
Nico, your name's about to get changed to Nico Kennedy after what's about to happen to you.
Jeez.
Nothing bad ever happens
Vic,
to the
Vic,
Kennedys.
where were you on Thursday? Vic, where were you on
Nothing bad
Thursday?
ever
I didn't-
happens to the Kennedys.
Nothing
Vic.
bad ever happens to Judy Hopps. Ah.
One sec.
Vic, where were you
Yeah.
on Thursday? I didn't miss him.
Mhm.
He's even laughing. He knows.
He knows.
You know who else shot? You know who else shot JFK?
Wait, no, I'll do that. But you know who else shot JFK?
My
Mom.
mom.
No, I can do a good muscle man. You know who else shot JFK? My mom. Oh no, bro.
Guys, I think we need to start talking about Vic's pitch now, how it rocks.
One sec. Why does this happen to us? Why is this happening to us? Is this
It always
because-
starts with either Minecraft or Kuru going
It's
down
Kuru.
some anime girl gooner degeneracy.
We're
always
just that chopped.
Listen.
We are listen.
That's
okay,
what happens
Vic,
when we watch
Vic, I'm gonna give you just the real answer. It's autism.
Pure.
I know. Real files don't exist. When they do come out, it's all redacted with poorly cropped PNGs of Gorosaurus.
Nah.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
No, it's just like it's all redacted, but then you just copy and paste it, and then you can see it that way.
I have the L5 files, though.
Let's finish
Alrighty.
this bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, what else did we have to talk about? Because we've done pitches now.
I think
Oh, we
Minecraft
forgot
still
about
has his
Minecraft.
pitch, right?
One
Oh,
more.
One more. I saw mine.
Well, two more. Yeah. So yeah, I've talked about this project before on Discord, but not here. This is basically my take on Jurassic Park, but what if it was the Crystal Palace dinosaurs? I'm not really going to go into the story much because obviously it's Jurassic Park. I'm just changing a few things around, specifically the electric fence sequence is replaced with a river raft sequence. This is concept art, by the way. After the whole raptor stuff, which the raptors are pterosaurs in this one, are pterodactylus, but after the raptor stuff, we have an end chase, which pays off Muldoon's character, pays off Hammond's character. Well, pays off Hammond's character a second time, and pays off everyone else's character, as well as finishes the Megalosaur. We will get to the Megalosaur. And then I also want to have extended introductions and earlier introduction and outros, like epilogues, that basically establish who these characters are in relation to our natural history, as well as in relation to paleontology. because this is my in my view, my tribute to paleontology and its legacy, to the Crystal Palace, to Steven Spielberg, and to the Jurassic franchise as a whole. Yeah, that's kind of generally it. Unlike 05, I wanted to try to take Jurassic Park and more so turn it into like, what if Jurassic Park was a pulp novel rather than like still keeping the whole DNA stuff, but more so like a Victorian horror novel of the time, if that makes sense. So yeah. Anything?
Yeah. Well, I've always
because I
said,
know you've been developing it a lot, so I was waiting.
I
because I like the designs a lot. Your art style is very nice.
I like the concept. I forget. Have you explained how they bring them back, or like where they
Yeah,
come from?
no. They basically, unlike the amber, they find the DNA on the bones themselves. In like a perfectly preserved section of the bones. DNA in this version acts a little bit differently as per pulp novel standards. The park itself runs on seismic activity and is highly advanced even for the time. So it's basically like retrofuturism. And the major stake is not just they're on an island full of dinosaurs, but they're on an island full of dinosaurs and prehistoric animals that is about to go kaboom very soon. Because the moment Nedry fucks up the systems, the active volcano towards the east of the island starts doing volcano things. And yeah, on top of that, and I also primarily want to focus a bit more on like the megalosaur and how I characterize it, because I want the megalosaur to be the star attraction. Like, this is the big thing that corners the film, and so I want it to be memorable because, as Dino Guy put it, why the hell is Megalosaurus not a household name?
Because the world is against him.
Yeah. Also, Martin Kasperi. Yes, actually, one specific artwork that was shared on Twitter was the major inspiration, and then I also got some other inspiration from Dead Sound's Terrible Lizards episode, which that was awesome. But yeah, basically, I want the Megalosaur to be treated like it's monstrous, but it's an animalistic kind of monstrous. This is functionally a creature with the strength of a crocodile, the temperament of a bear, and the intelligence of a tiger. It's actively hunting our protagonists in the woods, and it remembers people. Hence, like, I want to give it a personal rivalry with Muldoon in a similar way to how he did with the Raptors, but also Richard Owen, who is our Alan Grant equivalent, gets a personal rivalry with it. Yeah, him. And then for the main three, I wanted to use historical figures because I feel like that would be a significant part of it. There's one specific scene that really made me solidify my decision to put Mary Anning in Ellie Sattler's position, that being the Triceratops sequence. I wanted to replace the Triceratops with an ichthyosaur to give the emotional moment and the emotional catharsis of Anning reuniting and seeing the creature that she found.
Oh, that's sweet. I love that.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah. And I'm setting this in 1846, so a year before Anning herself died. And I want to end it with the opening of the Crystal Palace and like the whole dinosaur exhibit there. Just to bring everything full circle. And then, yeah, I am super happy with where this turned out. I think I obviously I wasn't the first person to do this, but I'm very happy that I did do this. And I want to make this project. Ideally, if this were to get off the ground properly, this would be one of the few live action projects I would do. But I'd imagine the VFX would be done in a similar manner to like the Ray Harryhausen stuff or King Kong stuff, with some CGI to match it, in nod to like Jurassic Park itself. And yeah. Anything else?
No, it's been fun watching you go through this, especially considering the fact that you've been at this for such a long time. That like I hope that you do get this off the ground. I'm also curious. It says Megalosaurus and this says Will. What's the
Named after William Buckland.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
The man I took in fact, I think Kuru, was it you took a similar cue from me, or did I, or was that completely coincidental?
I think it's funny how we both named them after the paleontologist who discovered them, but I was just thinking of names for
so coincidental, I guess.
But
very coincidental. And I am planning to do a drawing of Barnum facing Will.
Yeah, I actually put them as a size comparison in a stream submission, if you can bring that up, because I think you made that Minecraft.
Yeah, I did. I did make that size
comparison. Where we put them off side by side, and
yeah. And for context, I compared it to like Sam Neill's size. He's exactly 2 meters tall. So,
and I said that given the fight, if these two were to fight, I said it wouldn't be a pretty fight, but I think Barnum's winning.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, I think Will has advantages, but they even each other out in a lot of ways to the point where this fight would be a hefty back and forth, but Barnum's like capacity is just too much for him.
He's not only is he like, I would say this, Will is probably faster, but Barnum gets around easier.
Yeah.
And then also
Will is also
the fact
Will
that
I'd argue is also physically stronger, but Barnum is significantly tankier. So it's
how heavy is Will?
I need to figure that out.
Because I have Barnum at like 11.5 tons.
He was
freaking power scalers, man.
Listen,
this is power scaling. This
is power scaling, objectively. No, it is.
We're not yelling at each other and calling people slurs.
Yeah, fair. So Megalosaurus was roughly around a ton. Or
Barnum would ragdoll him like a pool floaty if he weighed a ton.
Like 1 to 2 tons, roughly 700. Roughly, like they had it. Like the AI overview had it at had Megalosaurus itself at around like 2,000 kilograms. So
it was just a funny little idea I had, because I was liking the idea of a retrosaur and a modern like dinosaur interpretation coming face to face off that one piece of paleo art that showcased like the prehistoric planet Rex with the one from the Lost World 1925.
Yeah. It also helps that it's an icon. It's the first versus the icon. It's that kind of match. So
yeah, and I remember, because this originally came up as me just positing a fun alternate ending that ended in them fighting, where Barnum ends up in this take. Maybe he got shipped off to England in New World Dragons, and this happens, and then he just had one hell of a weekend bender.
Yeah.
Why would you send him to England? That's like a fate worse than death.
Yeah. He's going to kill British dinosaurs. We're doing a service. And it's just like, I love the idea of seeing like the founders of the field and seeing their future.
Yeah. Yeah. Any final thoughts on Antediluvian Park generally? I mean,
I've been loving it, man.
I've been loving this too. Like I hope for the best that this does like get off the ground.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like phoned in. I want this to be as good as it can be. I think in the future I'm gonna change Will's eye a little bit to make it a little smaller. But Yeah, I think my favorite design-wise is probably Will himself. I am incredibly happy with how I translated Megalosaurus Bucklandi into just into my art style, into this world. Obviously, I need to make him a little bit more detailed and work on some concept art, which, speaking of, I'm very happy with that concept art. Oh, God.
That is meant to be Will staring, right?
Yeah, I view that as a mood piece in a similar way to, like, how I did with that other
Send me
Gilyu.
that, because I need to caption that, because I suddenly had a really funny idea.
Yeah, it's in stream submissions, but
I'll
yeah,
get it there.
yeah. Thank you a lot, Zim, for helping me with these designs. These are just, oh my god, I'm very happy with this, and I'm glad to see the support that it's getting.
I always appreciate helping out people where I can. And again, I remember you did the little animatic.
Yes, I still have that on my phone. Let me put it in stream submissions. I was considering putting that, but I didn't know if I wanted to. But now that you brought it up, let me just find it.
Yeah, because that'll be very perfect to show off for this.
Hold up.
Yeah, I did this as an animation assignment. I want to do a proper animatic.
Oh, hey, Seabuster.
Hi!
Motherfucker.
It's a seaman.
There you
You missed
fucking
so
are.
much,
Hi.
Sea Monster.
I thought you weren't gonna show up.
I mean, what is it like? Like I guess I probably had like just a little bit of energy left. I mean, I pretty much had just finished rewatching Del Toro's Frankenstein, and I pretty much saw that you guys are
I'm
still
probably
going.
gonna watch
so.
that.
Nice.
Yeah. I turned your Minecraft. I turned your concept art into a meme because an idea came to me. I'm putting it in stream submissions. No one look until Zim sends it because I need to hear this.
Okay.
No. You should have said, do you have games on your phone?
I saw you scratch your ass and sniff your fingers.
Honestly, like Will's face right there would be a perfect emoji.
Yes, it would.
It's like
I was sort of wondering if this is like a reference to like the Troodons from the Jurassic Park Telltale game.
I unintentionally, now that you say that, I unintentionally did. It's more so. This was more so just. Oh my god. It's more so like imitating eye shine, but yeah. And there's my animation.
Oh, nice.
He's just a happy little guy.
I did this first. I did this
He's
as
a happy
school
little
project.
bird.
Yeah, look at that. He just flew in and now he's just gonna chill.
Yeah.
Bro looks like he's looking for a lemonade stand.
And a duck walked
grapes?
up to the lemonade stand and he
And
said,
he said to the man, run and stand. Hey, bum, bum, bum. Got any grapes?
And a very cool animatic. Though.
Grapes?
Very nice.
You came into my stand and asked for fucking grapes? What the fuck is wrong with you, stupid ass duck?
Oh, geez. What else? Well, that's all. I think that's all the pitches.
Wow, thanks,
Except
dude.
for Zim himself.
Oh,
Zim.
I forget. Yeah, let's keep going.
One last.
This
is the one that I was most curious about to see what you're gonna do.
What, my pitch?
Yeah.
Okay. This might be probably one of my most depressing stories that I've done for these streams. Let me share the picture because I didn't have any art ready. I wanted something that was kind of like mood piecey. So yeah, the story is called What Hides in the Bush. It takes place during the Rhodesian Bush War, which lasted from about 1964 to 1979, but the story itself takes place closer to around 1977 in the northeastern part of Rhodesia, which ends up becoming Zimbabwe. So the opening of it would follow the main character. I don't have any names for any of these characters at all, so just main character or whatever like their descriptor is. But we follow him first as a child as he's doing a night hunting operation with his father, and he witnesses something that changes his life forever, which is a large bipedal reptile take down a bull elephant. It would then catch up to the present during the Bush War itself, and it would follow as the war is dragged on. We would follow this character's family, which would include him, his two sisters, his father, mother, an uncle, an aunt, and then 5 cousins of mixed gender. So the makeup, like 3 boys, 2 girls, doesn't really matter, and then their extended family as well as the workers of their farm. And it's set up pretty early that as the war has gone on and dragged, they've been having to defend their property more and more. And this isn't like some small ranch. We're talking like several acres of property that is for their cattle, but also for like wildlife and stuff that's in the region. And unfortunately, their land is generally within the vicinity of a supply line of local Rhodesian forces. The main character's father has left the farm to fight in the war itself as part of the Sela Scouts. And factions such as Zapu and its military wing, Zipra, along with Zanla insurgents, have become more common in the area and around their territory, as they've been looking to expropriate the family's land and do worse to those living on the land itself. Tensions have continued to rise as night raids have occurred in the area, and some forces have actually encountered this creature. It is clearly a dinosaur, although since this is taking place in the 60s and 70s, it is a more retro-looking dinosaur, which the locals in Shona have referred to it as Dinzayu Guru, which just means big lizard, although for the rest of the pitch, I'll just call it Guru. And what ends up happening is that one of the people from this night raid ends up escaping and living to tell the tale about this giant like demon or creature in the bush near this farm that like attacked and hurt him and killed his friends. The family is soon visited by a scientist who's in country due to his own family ties. And during a visit to the farm, just to talk and stuff, there's a day raid by local insurgents that he ends up helping fend off. That he ends up becoming more welcome into the family, and that becomes a big part of like the midpoint of the story is him sort of acclimating to this family life, helping on the ranch, talking about things like biology, religion, customs, and just the local politics, considering the fact that this is an active war zone still. The ends up getting the main character's trust, and the main character one of these days decides to take him out and just show him the animal itself. And I don't really have a specific design in mind for it. Since it is in Africa, the animal is going to be descended from possibly a Carcharodontosaur of some kind, or just in a more generic retro type of theropod. But this one is the same one that he saw as a child. The family has been living on this land for some time now, and they actually found a healthy population, which is why I wanted to use this picture here, because there's another one here. There were more at some points, but this may be the last living dinosaur on the planet that lineage-wise has survived the KPG extinction. And over the years, there's been less and less, just due to the fact that there's so few left. It has resulted in things like inbreeding depression and things like that. And as a result, this is probably whenever this one dies, there's going to be no more. So the scientist kind of sees this animal as the last of its kind and feels that it is vital and crucial that they kind of transport the animal out of the war zone, or at least try to go to the insurgents, have them pressure the Rhodesian government to protect this land or do something, anything really to save the dinosaur. While the family kind of realizes that if they go over to the insurgents, they're all probably going to be killed and much worse is going to happen to them. But if they bring it over to the Rhodesian government really isn't going to be able to do much to protect their land further. Or if too many of them leave the farm with workers, the farm is probably going to get overrun. As for Guru himself, what he's learned to do is he recognizes the smells of almost all the workers who work on the ranch, as well as the cattle. It mostly just feeds on local game, as well as predators that come in and out of the preserve, as well as beef that's left for him. So you're looking at an animal that's bigger than an elephant, but has the intelligence similar to that of a crow in terms of like planning and recognition, things of that nature. Now, at this point, more and more raids have just gotten worse and worse, and the more the family is killed, the aunts and some of the male cousins are killed, and over the time their workers have been just shrinking more and more just due to casualties and stuff. So like night raids, they've been killing people in the local villages or just killing them while they're on patrol. So it's gotten so bad that even the father, who's part of the Cella Scouts, has ended up returning just to protect his farm and do what he can for his kids and for like his remaining brother, who's the uncle. What we end up learning is that the scientists ultimately had ties to Xanu, which is another one of the insurgents groups, and he ends up betraying the family and the workers, ultimately helping them bypass their defenses, which results in the death of the father, who in a last-ditch attempt tries to call some of the local Rhodesian forces, but to no avail. And he's killed, the rest of the family's killed, and I'm not going to say it, but like a lot of stuff either would be shown or would be alluded to as happening to the other individuals of the family. You can sort of understand what that is. The main character is able to escape, but in his escape on the property, he ends up finding Guru was captured and is shot up pretty badly. So Guru is probably going to die as well. He's able to fight off the captors and free essentially the only family he has left. And as day turns to night, the two are resolved to sort of kill the remaining insurgents on the property who have taken up residence in like their main shack and area there. It's less of a firefight and more of a monster rampage now at this point, as the insurgents don't have any night equipment at all to really see properly. And the main character is able to shoot out the lights and stuff, so leave them pretty much in the dark as this giant dinosaur roams through this camp, killing everyone he can. And the main character ends up killing the scientist personally for what happens. And by morning, we understand that like neither of these guys are probably going to see another day, as their injuries are too severe. And ultimately, it just gets worse to them, as one of the insurgents had brought a radio with them, and there were more coming in to support the force that had taken over the farm. So they decide that this is kind of be their last hurrah, and ultimately they end up encountering some forces that have now just come onto the property. They kill a few, but ultimately both of them end up dying. And the last we see of both characters is the insurgents sort of displaying their bodies for pictures. But their victories ends up being short-lived, as the Rhodesian forces the father had contacted end up finally coming to the rescue and end up mopping up the survivors. Ultimately, they don't know what to do with the dinosaur's body, since it's clearly not an animal they've seen before, and they don't know the value of it at all. So they end up burning Guru's body, and the pictures taken by the insurgents end up changing hands, and that becomes a montage of several individuals, those within the local Cella Scouts, other higher ranking Rhodesian officials, until ultimately landing in the hands of Robert Mugabe, the president of Zimbabwe, before he's seen burning the pictures, erasing the last known evidence of Guru and the story of a last living dinosaur in Rhodesia. So that's the end of the story.
Wow. I will say, this sounds like one of those stories that, typically I don't like bleak, sad ending stories, but it's still a very good story that I do enjoy. And
Yeah.
I definitely want to see this turn into something.
Short film.
I like how the dinosaur is a bit more sympathetic here.
Yeah, I wanted to do like a Dark Continent, Lost World type of scenario in Africa, but I didn't want it to just be like a monster on the loose type of scenario. Like I didn't want to do Valley of Gwangi in Africa essentially, and I wanted to tie it to something I find interesting historically. And I think that like having a retro dinosaur with more modern sensibilities is what I wanted to do.
Something I like that you have is like, so it kind of goes into the people's ignorance. They don't know the value of what they've just found, because how could they?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's the fact is like the scientist understands the value of it, but he doesn't understand politics well enough to realize that they know the value, they just don't care. And like the people that he works with to betray the family ultimately couldn't care less about a dinosaur. They literally just want to kill the people living on this land and do all sorts of unscrupulous things to them. So it's like I wanted to highlight his naivety in the situation, as well as almost the slimy betrayal that comes with that type of thinking. And I really wanted the main character to be someone who doesn't want to involve himself in other people's business. He's lived on this land his entire life, and like the world is changing around him, and because obviously Rhodesian stops being Rhodesia in only a couple years after this story takes place, similar to like how the dinosaurs had their time and they died out, so too does like this country, this people, and sort of their way of life. And ultimately, like the ending of Mugabe burning the photo is not just, it's like to one, cover up his guilt and technically his complicity in it because he was a member of Zenu. So ultimately, like, it would look bad for his government if it ever came out that they ended up like one murdering a family and other things, and then also killed like the last living dinosaur on the planet. So, yeah, depressing story, guys.
Yeah, no, that's
It's a pretty good, engaging story, though.
It's depressing, yes. It sounds horrific. And I'm with Vic here. This is normally not the kind of story that I like, but it kind of works pretty well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see a proper artwork for this at some point.
Yeah, I feel like ironically here the Retrosaur also works in a meta sense due to how Retrosaurs, like, they had their moment in paleo art too, and now they're just kind of viewed something as a novelty.
Yeah, I think that's another thing too, is that like in Guru's case, he's like a lot of people think when they think of like retro swords in the like, even media, they just think of them always as like bloodthirsty, unstoppable killing machines. When if you actually look at paleo media from that time period, there was plenty of like bloodthirsty herbivores. The carnivores didn't always win, and like a lot of the conceptions we have of like that retro time period come from people who like look down on it in a lot of ways. So I wanted to do something that like paid homage to that retro time period, but also just felt appropriate. In sense of if this is a world where dinosaurs do exist, I can kind of make them however I want. So even if this is a descendant of like the dinosaurs we knew from the past, I still want it to look recognizably like what people would assume a dinosaur looks like from that time period. And I guess like if you're looking for like other influences, if anyone has watched these films, I'd want something similar to like Blood Diamond meets Valley of Guanji, or like Hell or High Water meets Valley of Guanji, in terms of like something similar.
Gotcha. Yeah, this isn't. It's interesting how. Yeah, it's. Yeah, not typical. This would probably be the type of movie I could only stomach watching once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Like honestly, that reaction is the reaction I'd want people to have, in the sense of like, I think a dinosaur fan would like it because it would have a lot of like those dinosaur attack moments, those majestic shots and things of that nature. But like, for most dinosaur fans, they don't really watch things like Blood Diamond or Hell or High Water. So like, it's people like that where it's like, it might interest them in watching more dinosaur material as a whole, even if it's not the same beat as this.
What I envision is like a darker version of like Baby the Lost Legend and Congo mixed in with like the Ghost in the Darkness type of thing.
Yes. Baby the Lost Legend was definitely kind of on my mind. As well as kind of not really well. I think like some of the Dinosaur Project too, more like the with the scientist and how he's characterized in terms of his general like upbeatness, because like he's a character that I wanted to do where he was very much he's very like, ooh, I like this, I'm a very cheery guy, um which makes like his betrayal and like what ends up happening because of that hurt more for the audience.
Because
I
they
know.
probably really like him because he's has such a bright face in the middle of a pretty dark time.
Yeah, and he like, as well as like, I hate being, I don't usually like saying like I want to subvert something. I did kind of want to subvert the paleontologist trope in a sense. Because he is trained, he's trained in paleontology, and he has that like for science type of atmosphere to him. But like that thinking definitely is good in some cases, but it hurts sometimes. And I want this to be an example of like, here's what happens when that doesn't work.
Yeah. So I guess now that wraps up pitches.
There we go.
There we go.
Ending on the depressive note.
Yeah.
Someone was
I mean,
asking
got,
if
like,
you were inspired
more-
by
I
the,
mean,
the
it was
cryptid sighting.
it was a hell of a pitch night. We've gone through so
We
much.
still have more stuff we can talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we talk
someone
about
asked-
Tammy and the T-Rex?
Oh God.
What? What?
Yeah, no, there was no like the Kasai Rex was like I guess like the basis of it being that it's a theropod in Africa, but like outside of that, it wasn't really an influence. The story wasn't. So
Me
So,
who
not know
currently
what-
has a short story about Kasai Rex in the works.
So you don't
I-
know what Tammy and the T-Rex is Minecraft?
No.
That you're talking about that one. Oh,
Yes.
I
oh yeah.
it
a
Paul
sounds
weird
Walker.
familiar.
Let's put it this way: Paul Walker has his brain put in a T-Rex.
Oh, that.
Yeah, and he has like a girlfriend, or at least a love interest, who is played by Charlie Sheen's ex, or or maybe current, or still
No,
current, but
yeah, it was his ex.
yeah, Denise Richards.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
like, it's such
what
a
is-
weird movie.
what is worse, Theodore Rex or Tammy and the T Rex?
Mm.
I have some nostalgia for Theodore Rex. I will admit that.
Well, let's see here. One has a gore cut and the other one doesn't.
You
What?
can't go wrong with a gore cut.
What?
Oh, you don't know? Tammy the T-Rex has a gore cut.
Oh yeah, like there's a
No.
lot of violence in that movie.
Oh,
Yeah, like Tammy the T-Rex is like you would think that sounds like oh yeah, that's like a fun
funny
little movie
thing.
because you got like a dinosaur in there. Yeah, it's all that, but no, apparently it's like I didn't actually watch the movie, but I've seen Double Toast coverage of Tammy the T-Rex. That was just like Jesus, this is what.
Yeah, it's a horror comedy.
Yeah, it's like a horror comedy, but like not very funny, at least not intentionally, apparently.
Made by the
Jesus.
same people who made Mac and Me.
Oh God.
That's fascinating.
Like it's so funny because not Tammy, but like Theodore Rex.
Oh boy.
I can't imagine like I never imagined Whoopi Goldberg like actually acting. I just see her as like the talk show lady with bad takes. And then like seeing her
does.
like as like a secret agent with a like essentially dinosaur Muppet is so funny to me.
Well, the funnier thing is she didn't even want to be part of it.
Oh, so you know what, that makes me think Theodore Rex is even better because it put her through that. So good.
To the point where there was even a lawsuit involved where she was forced to do this movie.
Good. Suffer.
The funny thing is, like, I always think of Whoopi Goldberg as Shenzi from The Lion King.
It's not.
Oh,
Oh yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, she voices Shenzi in one of the hyenas in the original Lion King.
Hmm.
oh, huh.
She was in Ninja Turtles. The Michael
Which
Bay
one?
We
one.
don't talk about.
Oh
the Bay
yeah,
Movie.
that's right.
Oh, the Michael Bay
I
one.
forgot she was in them.
I have not watched those films in so long. But
You should stick to the '90s trilogy, man.
no, I actually got to see those at like a little small screening in my city. It was fun.
I need to
Yeah.
get the Arrow Blu-ray.
I am fully willing to defend the first of the Michael Bay films.
I don't remember.
I'm
enough
willing to
about it
defend the
didn't
second
feel-
one. of
I have
Michael
not
Bay
seen the
films.
second one yet.
Funny thing about like the Bayformers movie in my college, when we were like talking about it, my professor liked to call him an earless Shrek, Michelangelo. He called him an earless Shrek.
Well, they do look like Shrek, so I mean, not
Hell,
wrong.
Mutant Mayhem made a joke out of it.
Yeah, then like,
Anyways, back to dinosaurs.
Or something
get
else.
back to dinosaurs. Considering that was like very late coming, like, is there any questions about me in terms of dinosaurs or anything?
What is your
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
dinosaur scene?
Favorite dinosaur and favorite prehistoric animal.
Favorite like
Yeah.
non-dinosaur prehistoric animal.
Okay, so so as far as like the non-dinosaur one, is it like could it pretty much be like a underwater creature or
Underwater, sky,
Yes.
like
whatever.
that could even be from the same time period as where dinosaurs came from?
Yeah, it could be whatever.
Okay. So I mean, this is gonna be like the really cliched answer, but T-Rex is pretty much my number one.
T-Rex supremacy.
3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, but if I had to, if you put a gun to my head and you asked me like what would be like a close second, I pretty much would kind of lean towards Carnotaurus as well.
2 for 2 on Carno.
God damn it! There it is.
Papo.
It's him.
It's the evil one.
It's the cursed being.
Yeah.
Why does it have its teeth like that?
Why is it inbred?
V-Rex.
Bro looks like an inbred straight out of Central Alabama.
Sweet home Alabama.
Do you have a favorite iteration? See?
But I guess as far as like basically like the prehistoric creatures that are not dinosaurs, I've kind of been thinking about like something like a more aquatic creature from the dinosaur period, and I guess like I had to think of like either the Liopleurodon or the Mosasaur, whatever, something like that, something along those lines. I guess maybe it's because like walking with dinosaurs like introduced me to the Liopleurodon. Essentially, like something like that big could just that just makes sharks look like little bitches. Essentially,
What is this?
It's a
What?
Leopleurodon, Charlie. A magical Leopleurodon. It's gonna find our way to Candy Mountain.
what is this?
Charlie
It's a
the Unicorn.
Leopleurodon, Charlie. A magical
I'm so
Leopleurodon.
surprised only Kuru knows this.
It's gonna guide the way to Candy Mountain.
I mean, it involves
I
horses.
haven't
Of course,
seen
Crew will
this
know.
show.
I haven't seen Charlie the Unicorn. I just know this bit.
Yeah, this is an old piece of internet lore.
I know it's old. I know it's an ancient bit.
Shun the non-believer. Shun. I'm on my way to Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as Candy Mountain. Shun
Yeah.
the non-believer.
I mean, I guess there's like something about like the Liopleurodon or the Mosasaurus or what have you that it's like I've always found sharks to be like really cool, creatures, pretty much. So to have like something from like the prehistoric age, the same period of time as like the dinosaurs, which I also probably think are really cool, and just something that is in that time period that makes sharks, just sort of like cower away, essentially. It's kind of like adds to not only just the mystery, but also like the almost existential horror, if you will, like what lies beneath like the ocean, what lies under the sea, essentially.
Under the sea.
Yeah, it's like something like you could you even imagine something like this thing like still?
I always knew the
today?
bottom of the sea had a portal to hell.
Pretty
No,
much.
It's it's a portal to the aliens where Pacific Rim are.
Well, it's like the thing about it, see, is it's like, yeah, Liopleurodon was huge, but the funny thing about the Liopleurodon from Walking with Dinosaurs, it's comically oversized, because when they first discovered, I don't know which species of Liopleurodon this is, but the species in question, when they found it, some of the vertebrae...
Go to like the fourth image right there, Zim. Just like when the ship, like in that shot where it just appears out of like the shadows, if you will, in the water. Like it just goes, it's like,
but like,
oof, striking.
But yeah, sea monster. The funny thing is that when Leopleurodon was discovered, some of the vertebrae got mixed up with sauropod vertebrae. So they like thought that's happened twice now, and So Pleopleurodon was in reality closer to like 13 meters in length, which is still utterly massive. But this thing is like a 30-meter behemoth.
Hey
Yeah,
Zim,
so-
can you pull up the Liopleurodon snatching the dinosaur? Spondylus.
Yeah, that. There you go. Like that. Yeah, like, and the fact that something like that could just come up from the water, like even if it's not as big as like how Liopleurodon is like portrayed in Walking with Dinosaurs, like just something like that coming up from the water and just snatch you up like that when not even a shark would typically do that.
Okay,
Like
but
that's
why
insane.
Why is the Liopleurodon dragging the Eustriptospondylus to Arby's? Fuck you! You're going to the Arby's dimension.
That's where Mr. Who is at right now.
He does like loose meat.
To the Who dimension with ye.
He's going to Brazil where the Smiling Friends were.
Yeah, like that shot is so mesmerizing.
Oh yeah, like it comes out of nowhere. It's just like
mesmerizing, it's terrifying, and it's fucking hilarious.
And it's
The
awesome.
way the Eustriptospondylus freaks the hell out is
Yeah.
so funny.
I mean, you can't blame him though.
Like, get the fuck off me! Get the fuck off me! Get the fuck off me!
Get it off me! Get it off me!
Yeah, like here's the thing. Look at where the teeth are like going in. Like it looks like can you like look at that. It's just
Like the fact that like after he breaches with his head, you see both his front and back flippers like breach as well, and you just realize how massive it is. Nope. It's just that's
that's the Mosasaurus.
And
That's the Megalodon.
Yeah. I wish they showed the full shot because like that entire sequence is amazing.
And tested inspector said bro's going to underwater Chili's.
Hey, Chili's is good.
Yeah, I don't mind Chili's.
I like
Hey,
Chili's.
Chili's. I haven't been
The
to
High
Chili's
Welcome
in a
to
while.
Chili's guy deserved better.
The what?
Do you know that old Vine or meme of Hi, welcome to Chili's?
Oh yeah, that.
Do you know what happened to that guy?
What happened?
What?
He got murdered by his girlfriend.
Wait,
Oh,
Oh, no, it's not funny.
that
Oh,
is.
Wait, who did?
The Hi, welcome to Chili's guy got murdered by his girlfriend like 10 years ago.
Oh.
Jesus.
Mm.
Oh.
That's
Wow.
just like a piece of internet lore that lives in my brain. Rest in peace, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, rest in peace. Jesus.
Yeah.
women. Am I right?
I was gonna ask, like,
so-
can we look at Dino Dan designs? Dinosaur.
Yes, we can.
I was actually going to ask about the AI dino slot premise that you had.
Oh yeah, you
yeah.
guys didn't get to that, have ya?
No, we have not.
We should
And
get to
also
that.
like modern media. I know like we've just been talking about our favorites, but like I want to talk about this because I think we're living in something of a golden age in terms of paleo media right now.
Yeah.
I think like I'll show it right here. Like the reason why I brought it up was like I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with the channel Fish on a Stick, but like he used to do creepypasta stuff, and then like
Fish stick on
he
a stick.
transitioned like all of his content into like talking about like AI dino slop.
Oh god.
It was a weird transition, and it's like, oh, okay, interesting. But like the reason why I wanted to bring up is like that thing where obviously AI is like a big hot button topic right now. I think that like I know like a lot of people are like, I don't know if this is AR, or I don't know if it is or not. With dinosaur stuff with AI, it's almost always extremely obvious that this was done or made with AI, because either the art is always like really bad, or it's like clearly there's like errors, or like the information is completely nonsensical.
Or maybe even just straight up plagiarized, like it's an internet anarchist.
I actually was talking about this with Nico Stud a few days ago. Because I mentioned something, because a bit of a story for myself here. I was looking, Zim, for the record, just type in Tyrannosaurus phone wallpaper, please.
That's on Google.
Yeah, because I'm going to paint a picture here.
Was it Rex or just Tyrannosaurus phone wallpaper? Because am I still
T-Rex,
gonna be looking-
Tyrannosaurus,
Doesn't
Tyrannosaurus
really
Rex.
matter.
Either of the three works.
Okay.
Okay. So as I was looking, because I wanted one for my wallpaper, because I was updating them, and I was just looking and scrolling, and I'm like, that's AI, that's AI, that's AI, that's Jurassic Park. I don't want that. AI, that's Jurassic inspired, that's Fastatosaurus inspired, AI. And it got very frustrating. But along the way, I noticed at some point, why do so many AI generated dinosaurs look like Ark?
Oh, that's simple because Ark's like I think probably Ark is that the one game that has dinosaurs in it that's pretty mainstream, I'd say.
Yeah, that was kind of like finally made that game's popularity like click. Is that I wanted to mention it is how much I think the Isle and Ark has actually shifted the perception of dinosaurs. Like
actually, let's look.
Oh, there's Papo,
the dreaded beast,
the cursed thing, the
Exodia, the forbidden one.
Obliterate!
Exodia, obliterate. Like
Papo, obliterate. Oh.
My first thought was Hermitcraft when I heard that.
But yeah, like look at say like the Giganotosaurus, I think, has kind of become Giganotosaurus in the public consciousness. The T-Rex, like these kind of have that pronated wrist, shrink-wrapped head, spikes everywhere. And maybe this is a me thing, but I'm generally not a fan of this look. I'm just
I don't mind spines being everywhere. It's just like
I don't mind spines.
Right there is ugly.
I don't mind the spines being everywhere. What I have an issue with is less that and more shrink wrapping. Because especially
like
on
right
the
there,
head,
they're
like
obvious.
you can tell right there. Like that does not look right. Now, I know generally these aren't actual dinosaurs in Ark lore from someone who actually plays the games.
Wait, they're not actually dinosaurs?
No, they're like constructs.
That just so happen to look like dinos?
Yeah.
It's really funny because like even here with their car, like it's not as noticeable. And I know the car was added later.
Yeah.
Like I'd be very curious to see what dinosaurs were added later than others and see if they did more things to make them like updated.
Yeah, but like some of the other designs in like the sequel didn't get changed.
Like actually another thing too, you mentioned the pronated wrist. Like he also doesn't have pronated wrists. The wrist shape actually looks like it's like changed.
Yeah, his wrists aren't broken here. And
That's so
this is me being I don't know if this is just me being a fucking paleo or not, but I personally find I will never not find these annoying. Like I don't mind it and I can take it or leave it, but if you put a gun to my head and told me take it or leave it, I leave it. Unless it's like a Mega Raptorid.
For what, the spines and stuff?
No, like wrists.
Oh, why Megaraptorans?
Because Megaraptorids could actually pronate their wrists. Like they had the bones to do that.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like a me thing because now that I know like what that does to the internal skeleton, I'm just like, ah!
It's like, no, stop it.
Stop having the gay boy hands.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, it's
and
like
stop with the yaoi hands.
I know that's a pet peeve thing, and like one of my favorite T-Rexes in media, Fang, has pronated wrists, so it's like it's not a deal breaker for me, but I just will always like. Bleh.
Well, the thing too with Fang is what's interesting is that like she doesn't always pronate her wrist. It's almost always like she like keeps her arms just sort of out in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
I really need to get to Primal.
You haven't.
I'm planning to watch the full thing.
I was actually watching some episodes of Primal before the stream started, specifically Scent of Prey and Plague of Madness. Because that is straight up going into the modern media thing, and what I mean when I say a golden age. I think Primal is a prime example of what I'm talking about.
Puns are a stain on the human soul.
Oh, this game. Yeah, that's a T-Rex. No, it's not.
I think that's like one of those things where it was like
Those arms look way
they-
too big for it to
the
be
thing
Yeah,
is,
no,
it's
their whole
these are
thing is
like-
that they're meant to be like an evolved Rex or
Yeah.
something. I'm like, it doesn't even resemble a Tyrannosaur. It looks more like a Carcharodontosaurus.
But no, you know what it looks like? It looks like make the hand small. It looks like the carnivore's cover Rex.
Could you pull up the Carnivore's cover Rex real quick? Because I'm like inclined to disagree from this far away with how the animal looks. Okay, I can definitely see. I can see what you mean, but I'd say like, the head shape on the Ferocious Rex looks a little more diamond shape, and this one still has like, it's still more circular, just with that bump in like the top jaw.
I think if like it's more, I want to see Ferocious Games here. Let me see, because that's not their actual art. Maybe I might pull up a video actually, or actually no, I think I have a walk cycle in like my saves on Twitter. Let me pull up from there because I know it's not as diamond shaped as certain angles make it look.
Yeah,
Like
but
I understand the sentiment that people had about it, but I think people like Paleos
fine with
dismissed the
stylization.
game outright
like, I'm
because they called it a
completely fine with
T-Rex.
stylization. But my thing is, if you're gonna call it an animal, it should still be recognized as that animal. I think there is a certain degree of like, you're carrying this name. Now, if it was its own thing, or hell, it was a Giganotosaurus, I'd be fine with that design. But if it's T-Rex, then I come, especially given what I said before about my ridiculously high standard for Rex designs, I come with some caveats.
Yeah,
Let's
like I understand the sentiment, but like having played a bit of the game is really fun, and then
Is
seeing
it
people
now?
dismiss it on that. Yeah, it's essentially Far Cry with dinosaurs, which is
Oh.
fun.
Well, it's
But
like,
then
I
people
could
be like, "I'm not
even
gonna play it." They call
find
this a
and-
T-Rex. I'm like, I will literally stomp out your skull and in
Like,
front of your family.
I will resentfully call it a Rex begrudgingly, but I will not call it a good design.
I think like they should have just never called it a Rex in the first place. They should
Yeah,
have just called it
agreed.
its own
I was like,
thing.
why even call it a Rex?
Speaking
Yeah.
of bad Rexes, there's one T-Rex that I want to bring up that's like one of the worst I've seen. Are you familiar by any chance of Alpha and Omega?
No! You are not doing this! You
I
are not
am
doing this,
doing-
Nico!
I am doing this.
You are not doing this!
Yes, I'm
Absolutely
telling
not.
them the
No.
lore.
No!
Yes.
No!
There is a movie they did called Alpha and Omega 6. Dino Diggs is one of the worst pieces of shit I've ever
Oh my god, I remember this movie now!
No!
Wait, Alpha and Omega? You mean like the what's it called?
The wolves. The one with the
yeah.
wolves. Yes.
The Lionsgate Wolf movies.
Somewhere along the way, they meet dinosaurs, and the T-Rex is the most derpiest glup shitto you will ever see.
You are not doing this!
Yes, I am Minecraft. I'm a madman.
Oh, okay, one sec there. I found exactly what I was looking for.
Oh. Oh, thank God.
It's like, it looks like it's, I will say, it's fine as its own thing, but just don't call it a T-Rex.
That looks like a Giga.
Yeah, that was my thing.
Like, I'm wondering if they even used this as.
Yeah, that
Just
really does look
marketing.
like a Carcharodontosaur.
It's Tyrannotitan.
Tyrannotitan.
Whatever it is, I think it looks pretty
Honestly, if they called it that, I would have been down with it because we don't get, like, outside of Path of
Anything on
Titans,
Tyrannotitan,
Tyrannotitan has had, like, nothing.
There you go.
It's like, see, problem solved. Also,
Yeah.
Tyrannotitan is a really cool name.
Yeah, no, like literally, I when I was younger, Tyrannotitan was one of my favorite dinosaurs, just purely on the name.
Yeah.
Like, actually, no, I will forever consider this Tyrannotitan.
Yeah. Yeah, this is now the ferocious Tyrannotitan. But yeah, I guess in regards to other designs that are just heinous.
Aside from my suggestion.
we are not. God, I do not need to be confronted with the sins of my past.
I was gonna
Look
say
up the dinosaur from
I
the
remember
movie
that.
Lucy.
Does anyone remember this game? Paraworld?
No.
Oh,
I remember it, never played it.
One.
Let's look.
okay.
I'm
I'm trying
thinking
to
like
think
let's
of
look at designs of other dinosaurs.
Say Lucy, you said dinosaur?
Like
Yeah,
no, look at
from the
designs
movie
of,
Lucy with Scarlett Johansson.
look at like
This
what
one?
is that creature in the back?
What?
Dynamite and Lucy. She looks like that baby from the Croods.
No, he's looking for the Scarlett Johansson movie Lucy.
Yeah, like that.
Like,
That's the second image.
Yeah, it's that second image there, but I don't know. There's more
Oh.
option for it.
yeah, I don't know if you could zoom in on it.
Jeez.
Get us closer.
Sec.
Oh, this movie.
It's
What is
Why did-
that?
Why is its mouth
Oh,
shaped like that?
I don't even remember. Like, I watched Lucy like once, didn't like it, and I don't even remember this scene at all. Like, oh
Okay,
damn!
Zim, you know what this
That's a
looks like?
creature.
You know what this looks like?
What?
The Megalosaurus from Jurassic World, the game.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I could even say that looks like, to be honest. Like it really did that does
Oh.
just, if you were to tell me ask me what do you think this is, I would be like, that looks like some AI dinosaur slop.
Yeah, it does. That is like one thing I'd say it does.
And
look.
that was like 10, and this was like, and that was like from like 10 plus years before AI slop became like
A thing.
started running rampant.
Can we also bring up Ice Age 5's feathered dinosaur villains?
What are those even meant to be, actually?
I have
Dromaeosaurs
no-
of some kind? I don't even
You
know.
kidding me?
These guys, yeah.
Dino birds? Apparently they're
The-
called dino birds.
I actually like the big one,
Of course.
and then the
you do,
medium
Nick.
one. The skinny one is ugly, but the other ones I think are pretty cool.
Yeah. So,
If I remember,
we-
the fat one's a girl.
Yeah. Since we're talking about Ice Age, shout out to the Dawn of the Dinosaurs characters. Mama Dinosaur is Mama Rex is one of my favorite Rex designs personally.
Oh, and you
I
can't
will
forget
say,
about
like,
the
when you're
goat,
looking for
Rudy.
like, I don't know, but whenever I've looked for like non-mammalian, like reptilian characters and how expressive they are, Mama Rex and Fang, especially if I'm doing a dinosaur, those have always been like big inspirations alongside Red
Hello.
from the Sea Beast and whatnot. Hi,
Like,
Lab.
Oh,
Oh
That is-
yeah, someone did the size of Rudy.
Hey, dude,
How?
gigantic.
How is she that big?
How could Rudy be considered a kaiju?
Oh yeah,
Probably.
yeah.
it would have to be.
And then Mama Rex is about her size. Or his size. Is Rudy female?
I think Rudy's male.
No,
Rudy's
Rudy's
a male.
explicitly.
Rooney's
His
a
size.
and you want to know what species this is?
Baryonyx.
Yeah, Baryonyx.
That makes no goddamn sense.
Listen,
Yeah.
it's
They
the
wanted
Ice
to
Age
ride
movies.
the coattails of Jurassic Park 3,
Dude,
but they decided to
Maybe
use
it was
us.
a Mega Baryonyx.
So it's like the thing
Oh,
about
hey, Lau, I didn't
the
see you
thing
there.
about, like the thing
Huh?
that's funny to me about this is that I remember watching this movie for the
man.
first time. The way the shadows warped around Rudy sometimes before his reveal made me think it was a Spino.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's
I mean,
one
they
scene in
have
particular.
game.
So you know the scene where like
Oh, Buck's
Sid
like,
gets,
Buck
like,
is telling the
told-
story.
Sid gets pulled up into the cave by Mama Rex. She like looks out and then you see Rudy's shadow. The way it warps on the rock gives like his back kind of a sail.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Honestly, I was expecting him just to be a Spino because of the T-Rex Spino rivalry was still like big at the time.
Yeah, when was Ice Age 3 released?
Like
2009.
2000, no, not 2000, like 2008. I want, no, 2007. I believe.
Yeah, so
No, it was
like, I was
2009.
saying-
Oh, 2009. then.
Yeah, no, it
That-
was 2009.
yeah, like that rivalry, like that isn't really pushed anymore.
Is it?
Because it's like no, like because the general consensus that debate's largely over, and just the general consensus is if they were actually forced into a life or death scenario, T-Rex would win like 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, because Spinosaurus is just not what we thought it was back then when JP3 was
You
the thing.
don't get stuff like Jurassic the Hunted. You don't get stuff like Primal Carnage.
No, Primal Carnage you would get because the Rex wins in that one.
I mean, like, Zim, what I mean is, like, this fight being a rivalry. Like, a back and forth between the two for the spot of King of the Dinosaurs. That's what I mean.
Even with Carnage, even though it's like, it's painted as a rivalry, but even throughout that fight, the Rex is winning most of that fight.
Yeah,
Like,
actually, now that I remember that,
it bulldozes. Like, we can actually, I doubt we're going to get, like, my nuts chopped off for showing this.
This is
But also, like, the
Zimcast, sponsored by Wegmans.
How the Spinosaurus
somehow gets us
Sponsored by Holiday Meals.
If I would be upset if this gets us struck somehow. By the way, I love the Primal Carnage T-Rex's roar.
It's okay. I don't really like it as much.
I
It's not
love
basty enough for me.
Like, the sheer amount of air he's pushing out.
But yeah, like, he like gets like right here, and then
that's the only good hit he gets,
and gets like pushed.
Like, they have that brief point where they get, like, at a distance from each other, square off, and then charge again. And then he just kind of bulldozes the Spino. Because even in this, like, Primal Carnage portrayed Spino kind of as a glass cannon being built like a billboard.
Like, even this
I mean,
Spino
he has a
very-
billboard on his back.
Like, this is a very skinny Spino, which I think is just more in line with the anatomy of the actual animal.
Which, like, yeah, even at this point...
Like, I'd say this is like the beefiest Rex, like, at this point. Like, I'd say even the JP Rexes are skinnier than this Rex.
Yeah, no. It's very, like, heavy set. Even more than the Isles later. He's like... Look at that.
Yeah, like, he, like, literally, like, dominates him in this fight.
Ooh, look at that.
And then, like, Jurassic the Hunteds is, like, literally, like...
Just, yeah.
Word for word, bar for bar. The JP3 fight. It's even shorter. Like, the last real example of Spinosaurus versus T-Rex as a rivalry comes from the Raw Thrills Jurassic Park arcade game that came out around the same time as Fallen Kingdom.
You're talking about the time when, like, the Spino gets yeeted off the cliff?
Yes, that one.
Yay!
Like,
yeah,
pull that one up really quick. That's really funny. But that's like the last real example.
There it is.
I actually really like this design for the T-Rex. I like both of the designs. Like, they're very exaggerated, but they don't feel like super like derivative like of JP Spine.
I feel like
why does the T-Rex look like a giant Photodon?
Yeah, and look at that. The Spinosaurus just does that to the T-Rex.
Well, this was still at the height of the Spino craze.
Yeah, because I'm like trying to remember when Hunted came out.
2008, I think.
It's kind of crazy that Land Before Time didn't do that. Like, they did eventually.
2009, actually.
Wait, that was the same year.
That was the same year as
Ice Age 3.
Ice Age 3, yeah.
It's like,
I just realized it was a different tab I was putting it in. That's silly. There it is, yeah. But remember in Land Before Time, they did that technically with the Giga.
Right, that was part 5.
I think.
Yeah. Where it's like Chomper's parents fighting against the Giganotosaurus.
Was that even when around the time when JP3 came out? Because I figured it would have been
Furious
before.
Island was 97.
This is when The Lost World was out.
Yeah.
Because right before Spino's like rediscovery, Giga was kind of seen as the rival. And like you get this weird point where it was all about Giganotosaurus with like this movie, Dinotopia, and Dino Crisis 2.
Yeah.
That's funny how that almost has sort of just come full circle now when you get to like Jurassic World Dominion.
Except even like now, after that, like even now it's like generally accepted. Yeah, if these two were put into a fight, Giga's probably not winning that. It might mess up a Rex, but like if you force me to bet on it, you put T-Rex against the vast majority of other non-Titanosaur dinosaurs, I'm putting my money on Rex.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Dino Guy. There was
Like
Dino Guys.
this is just this kind of debate of Rex versus other giant megatheropod just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. Part
like-
of me is wanting to push T-Rex versus Megalosaurus, but even then it's kind of just like,
Well, even then, like, you'd have to beep up Megalosaurus so much
Yeah.
yeah,
to the point
to
it's
get
like
that to
not
work.
even to the point it's not even Megalosaurus anymore. And I'm kind of fine with this not being a thing anymore because you have the ability to actually just appreciate these for the pretty cool and majestic animals they were, rather than their ability to rip each other a new asshole.
Mhm.
Even though
As
the-
well as like when you do it once, like you can't really do it again. It doesn't have the same luster to it. Like even as like upset as it was for me at the time to see the T-Rex lose to the Spino, the atmosphere around JP3, there was still an energy there that just wasn't present for like the Indominus Rex, and it wasn't there for the Giga either. Like you can only do that once and have people really be invested in it.
Yeah.
It's not just that, it's just that JP3 was very close to the other two movies. And, when we got Jurassic World, that audience that was autistic for the T Rex wasn't really there. They were adults, and now they have jobs and all of that. So we didn't really see that online. And the kids, they were watching all of this for the first time, right? So they didn't have the obsession with T Rex and all of that. So I think that's why it happened.
No, I'd say there's still like people who would be obsessed with Rex then, but like I also think too, like since the T-Rex was fighting like the Indominus Rex, which is a made-up dinosaur,
Yeah,
we have the same kind of like
that
vibe to it too, where it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
like-
these are two real animals. My real animal can beat your real animal. It's like, no, this fictional animal is probably gonna be stronger than a real animal anyway because it's fictional.
They're real dinosaurs. My OC's fighting a real dinosaur. Let's have
My
that.
OC can beat yours, and that was the birth of Goji Center's hybrid war.
Well, guess what? Like, your OG dinosaur gets beaten by three, but technically, like, the three real dinosaurs.
I actually participated in the hybrid war. Like, I wasn't even an honorable mention, but my hybrid was shown off in a few glimpses.
Oh, that's cool.
I did like a giant raptor like hybrid that.
Okay. No. Oh, I get to gush about this design. Oh
yes,
yes,
my
Ember.
boy, my precious thing, Ember, my beloved. I love.
Oh
this
yeah,
design.
and I named my shiny tyrant Ember.
By the way, I want to ask you guys something because like I was busy. In which part of the stream are we, and what's left? Just to know.
Like we did it. We talked a little bit about AI, Dino Slop, a little bit about the community. We really pitched the stories. Did a little bit about Paleodocs, and I guess like we can kind of transition into the Jurassic problem.
I'd still like to talk a little bit more about like paleo documentaries and how they've changed and whatnot. But we can do that later. I could talk about this kind of stuff for hours.
Literally, yeah.
Believe me.
But I love this design. This is my favorite Rex design in the Jurassic series. I think they finally nailed the 90s look while keeping one of my core things about Rex that I like now, which is just how bulky he is.
Yeah, I've heard to love Ember's design. He's a chunky boy. He's a chunky boy.
My one gripe about it is the roar. Why is its roar like distorted?
I guess because the idea was that everything here is not right. So,
I mean, but the thing is, all of Jurassic World has kind of fucked up the roar. Like the Velociraptor roars are kind of shitty now, and they used to be like this high pitch mixture of a dolphin coming with also like a walrus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like.
Well, the first Jurassic World, like considering that Rexy was sort of not really in that movie all that much, like there wasn't really like too many instances where she roars, but when she does, like it's like it doesn't sound too altered from what we would come to expect. Fallen Kingdom, yeah, her roar definitely sounds pretty different, and that doesn't really carry over in the Dominion at all. And Dominion, she's barely even in it, so
Yeah.
and then you have Rebirth. With Rebirth, you could at the least suggest like since this island it was kind of where you have either failed or sort of scrapped or experimental sort of dinosaurs on there. That Ember is kind of like the results of like a T-Rex that was it's close but we're not quite, and they just kind of left it there. So the roar kind of resembles the classic JP T-Rex roar in parts, but there is some alterations to it.
One thing real quick that Korea mentioned about the size, I just feel that Ember just feels closer to how Rexy was depicted in Jurassic Park originally.
Yeah,
he feels massive. I think this is one of the cases where Garrett's habit of mass shifting actually works to the benefit because, and I can never understate just how truly big Rex was.
Maybe Ember's at its prime. Probably that's why it's so massive. Maybe.
Yeah. The thing is, do we have a comparison between the two?
That doesn't feel right.
Yeah. There's a lot of people trying to scan it based on how big.
That's the kind of difficult thing when it comes to scaling. I feel like this.
I think the one below that.
Official.
I think the one below that works.
Yeah, this one I know is official.
Also off topic, but you know that one guy on Twitter who
that even doesn't feel right.
Space Camp 2 Defender.
That feels like it's downsizing him.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just shot composition and all that.
Yeah, but there's shot composition in
Rebirth, Garrett just can't scale for shoot.
Yeah, because then there's the D-Rex literally grabbing the helicopter.
Yeah, the D-Rex. Here's the thing: the D-Rex, in one shot, is able to hold the helicopter by its tail rotor, its arm, his hand wrapped all the way around the tail section of the helicopter, and he's biting into the cockpit where there would be two people there. But then later on, you have a later shot. He's picking up the Martin Krabs, and he's just I'm sorry,
they're the same size.
No, they're not.
No, I'm saying if he were to put them together, he would be as big as the helicopter was in that one shot.
Yeah,
but
the
helicopter would have been his size.
Yeah, but his mouth, the Store's Rex's mouth, is only big enough to fit. Wasn't even able to fit all Krebs into his mouth, as opposed to the cockpit, which would carry two people.
Oh, boys, you're trying on dangerous waters, literally.
The reason why I was asking if there's a comparison is because people say that this one looks very chunky, but at the same time it's maybe I'm doing what normies do with Godzilla, but to me they all look kind of the same.
That's when you know what to look for, you can tell these guys apart.
Me too.
One thing I've learned, not only is Ember a lot chunkier, his horns are very pronounced.
Yeah, that's one of the first things to notice too. His horns are they really stick out.
His lacrimal horns are super pronounced.
Bro has iguana scales, just like Godzilla 98.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
Damn you, Vic.
I'm right.
No,
You're wrong.
he is right in this case. It's this. Let me show you.
Oh yeah, it's the stuff on his cheekbones.
Oh,
which is,
yeah.
All right, yeah,
that is something
right
that is something Ember and only Ember has.
Yeah.
Maybe that adds credence to this T-Rex was close yet so far.
But actually, this is gonna be a perfect shot to compare the two.
Yes, the famous render.
The
that you see copied every
The cursed render, the cursed being.
Yeah.
Can we take a rant about how the Hasbro toys sucked?
Oh yeah.
What else is there to say?
The first one, you mean?
Yeah, the first initial Hasbro T-Rex.
Like,
You
look
mean
at
the Hammer
look at
collection
how
one?
thick like Ember's neck is compared to Rexy's.
Yeah,
Like, am I
Ember
the
is
only
like a
one that's
lot more
noticing that?
stocky.
He's got so much more like muscle down there that it actually feels like that's a bite that's
Mhm.
actually gonna do some damage.
And I think if I recall correctly, this was based off of what the model was in World of Warcraft.
Zim, no one can hear a thing you're saying.
How's that
There we
sound?
go.
That's all, folks.
Suck my balls. Yeah, I think this is based on her actual model in World, and I think this was based off of the animatronic itself, if I recall correctly.
Which even between them, like, there were a
The
lot.
difference.
If you know, I've watched the movie enough to know when they use the animatronic and when they're using the model. But even then, you can just tell, like, I can tell the design differences and not just know because of how the thing is moving.
Yeah, even that.
What movie?
Jurassic Park. I've just seen the film enough to know.
Speaking of
the
animatronics,
differences
don't you just
between the
love it when
animatronic
people
design
say
and
that
CGI design?
Don't you just love it when people say that CGI was good back then when they show a shot of an animatronic?
All the time.
Yeah,
now I
even
see.
then, like there's like for the most part, the CGI in Jurassic Park was was actually well, the CGI in Jurassic Park, the original, was used to like really good effect. Considering that they just don't really they pretty much know where they need to use it. They use it pretty sparingly. Like I mean, there could be a couple blink and you miss moments where the CGI is like, yeah, okay, maybe not too great, but for the most part, it's. Like it's pretty much they pretty much are able to make it work pretty well.
I still remember that for John Wick, they did like a CGI dog shit. Like you see Jurassic Park's usage of CGI, and then you compare it to what we do nowadays, and it's like stupid as hell.
It's like one of those cases where like CGI was used very sparingly and it was tried to be like the most spectacular thing ever, and now we just kind of use it for like everything because it's
Like you think that they would have just let that puppy like shit and they just like put a
Or
camera
just
on
made
it.
it
That I think that for
an
like
actual prop.
$2 you can buy like fake shit almost in any Chinese shop, basically.
Or you can go to Spencer's.
Or you can make it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's free.
That's a glorious shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that.
Like, look at how pronounced his horns are there. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I see it. And now that you mentioned the neck, I also noticed that too.
Yeah, it's like, even among like Buck and Doe in the Lost World, you know what to look for, you know who it is.
But he couldn't even pop a raft.
Shut up, Vic. That was
I mean, that's
bullshit.
true.
That was bullshit, and you know it.
Yeah, well, according to your power scaling things, he's the weakest, right?
Shut up. You like 98.
Yeah.
He does
And he-
got to do
Don't be
that.
like that one. Don't be like that one guy on Twitter who unironically thinks that every Jurassic carnivore could solo King Kong 05. Don't be like that.
Oh, speaking of like funny channels, I'm never gonna be able to mention this since I'm not sure we're gonna do another
This
dinosaur.
motherfucker!
Wait,
I think I
What
know
is
who
this?
this is. I think I know
Oh,
who
this
you're talking-
loser.
oh, what am I
Is
in
that the
for?
guy who wanted Spinosaurus to be like super big in Dominion?
Not only that, but wanted the return of Asset 87.
Yes, I remember seeing that in the video about like
This-
this guy covering
This,
locales.
he was a character. I think he's still around.
He is still around. No, because this is his legit channel. But his last upload was like 5 months ago, though. I think like
It will.
oh
soon
yeah,
be 6
the
months.
Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus might be in Jurassic World Rebirth. One sec, I just want to see what's the full video.
Man, I think he's
They-
gone real quiet with the release of Rebirth.
Yeah, like it's so funny where it's like might appear, final predictions, Rebirth review, spoiler free, spoilers, and has not done anything since. 100% confirmed. Dinosaur battles will happen in Jurassic World Rebirth.
That's hilarious. That's
The
just hilarious.
irony.
Funny
Oh,
how
no, wait,
that
no.
raptor. funny how that raptor's bloody when
The funny thing is, you know what's funny? Like when Jurassic
Wait, no,
World.
no. Wait, right here. It says like on the thing. It says Jurassic Park 3 Spino removed from Jurassic World Rebirth trailer to avoid spoilers.
Oh my god!
Wow, that you have to be delusional at that point.
That's like
Play
Colby.
a
That's like a
coping
serious
song.
amount.
This
of
is like
That's this guy.
this is straight up clickbait slop right there.
No,
Like
here's the
it's like-
thing about Spinosaurus the King. He genuinely believes half the shit he says.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't rage bait.
So you're saying so this begs the question, like, do you think the reason why he stopped uploading was because like all of his dreams were shattered and he has like an existential
been
crisis
broken.
that he has
He
yet to
been
recover from?
sufficiently Broken.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Oh wait, no.
alive,
Here it
but
is.
extra steps.
Yeah, like look at this right here. Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus, fully grown adult, 60 feet long, 20 tons, in prime, no plot armor, no retcons, no motion, no mind control, full potential versus Jurassic World Rebirth Ember T-Rex.
The worst you could say about Ember T-Rex is is the fact that he's like a ninja. He's a ninja in like one moment.
Everything else. Full potential, JP3 Spino, no low diffs.
Dude, you know what really sad? This guy is literally the worst outcome version of Wars 2. You know how Wars 2 was pushing for Space Godzilla for like 2 or 3 years? And the motherfucker turned out to be right, you know? But this is like the same thing, but he just never gets it. Like
No, like
this
look
is-
at this. Overall, the JP3 Spino would beat Ember. Don't listen to what at Mattel at Jurassic World said, because it's all bullshit. Ember is only a tiny bit bigger and
It's
stronger
than Rexy and Big E, so even the
King
kid would
beat Ember and
Spino
Spino from JP3 would absolutely obliterate Ember. Lamau.
I bet he
He
also
probably-
probably believes that the Spino could beat Kong as well.
Or wait, one sec.
Well, considering that he
God,
has the
website
Spino
it's
weighing at
never
like
accurate. Go.
well, it's like he probably would, considering that he's scaling the Spinosaurus.
Oh my god,
That's an
No.
unflattering
is that
shot.
him?
That's not him. That's his friend. That's his friend.
Oh. Oh god. Oh okay.
No, go back up. Go back up. Jurassic Park 3, 9 out of 10.
Wait, where do you see that?
Oh, go back further. Go back down. Go back down. Down. There.
That's Park 3, 9 out of okay. What?
Wait. Why is
Kidding me?
Jurassic is a 10 out of 10. It deserves a 10 out of 10.
What the fuck?
Wait, Battle of Big
How
Rock.
is Dominion higher than all the other Jurassic World
Rebirth is
movies? I don't
2 out of
understand.
Because
Rebirth is a 2.
Rebirth's a 2.
Rebirth a 2.
What was World?
Wow.
What was World?
3.
4.
4 is Fallen Kingdom.
5.
Dominion has 5. 6 is Battle of Big Rock. Lost World's at 7. The original is at 8, and 3 is at 9.
Okay, he's just a clown.
He has to
He's
be a
the fu-
clown.
He is a lol cow in the Jurassic community.
Oh my.
Yeah.
He's 05,
God.
but worse. In every sense of the word.
That's shocking. Even though 5 would have more sense than this.
Yeah, he doesn't
Okay,
even.
that has to be the JP3 Spino in the Jurassic World Rebirth poster. It looks nothing like T-Rex hand or foot. And my bro pointed this out.
He wanted the JP3 Spino to be in this movie so friggin' bad. That's why he rated this movie a 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Instead, he got
God,
the
what-
tadpole.
Martin's saying, when are you going to talk about something interesting again? Like, this is interesting. What are you
This is-
talking about?
It's like
This is hilarious.
it's like the Spinosaurus isn't even in this movie. I'm like, dude, go outside.
Also, where did he stole those edits of like the Spino in Ember's place? Where did he steal those
I have
edits? from?
no clue.
Can I just be like the first to say that, like, or I'm not the first to say it, but I'll just go ahead and say it. Like, I'm pretty much fine with the fact that Rebirth didn't have a dinosaur fight in it. Like, I was just kind of fine with
Yeah,
I
that.
mean,
no.
it was kind of a nice breath of pace. Like
Yeah, it was just like go. We don't need to have dinosaurs like duking it out with each other. Like sometimes,
Like,
But it's cool, though.
I would say just leave it to Slick to animate that. Leave it to someone like him to animate that, and just work with the film. It's fine.
I was
the only thing I want
fine
from
with
this new
like the
trilogy,
Velociraptor
I would just
taking
like
back
to
seat.
see some of these animals in specific again. I don't care. I want more of Ember.
Yeah.
I still petition for a genuine Megalodon and Raptor fight. That would have been cooler than what we got.
I want mammoths in the Jurassic franchise.
well, there weren't any mosquitoes during the ice age.
If they brought back a saber tooth, they could bring back a mammoth.
Wait, mammoth
granted, they
cubes
did
are a
bring back
thing.
a-
We have
they-
mammoth DNA. They could just use that. They brought back a saber tooth in Cap Cretaceous.
That's what I
No!
just said, Vic.
They
That's
brought
what I
back a
just said.
Dunkleosteus.
Oh yeah, if they
That
if they could
still
bring back a
pisses me off.
Dunkleosteus,
I
they
have a
could bring
plausible
back
explanation for
mammoth.
that, actually.
Yeah, what is it?
Dunkleus wash up on beach, and then mosquito drinks blood.
Mosquitoes weren't even around at that time.
I don't care.
If you don't get okay, I'm not gonna engage in this. Like
Mosquitoes didn't even exist at that time. I'm sorry if this is me being autistic. I don't care.
Maybe it was an alien. You know,
The
we
actual-
found a blood-sucking alien, and it just so happened to have
No, actually, it was time travel.
Yeah, that too.
God,
It's the sound of thunder. It's the sound of thunder.
Has anyone here actually read A Sound of Thunder?
I read it. I remember reading.
I've read a bit of
I
it.
watched the Dino
No, I
Diego
read-
video talking about it.
I don't remember what A Sound of Thunder was.
I
don't even
read
know
a
what it is.
bit of it in 7th grade.
I remember doing an assignment about it. Like there was like
No, it was 8th grade actually.
It was like an abridged version in like a school textbook.
I want to read the full story.
It's a short story. Like the one Ray Bradbury collection I showed I think 2 streams or last stream ago that had the Foghorn in it also has A Sound of Thunder in it.
Ah,
I think you
I
mentioned
also
that in
remember the
Minecraft's
most
Beast from
dangerous
20,000 Fathom stream.
Yeah, no, I am yeah. It was in Minecraft stream.
Yeah, it was in that one. Yeah,
But-
so
Jurassic
that-
Problem.
Jurassic Problem. Yeah, let's get to that.
yeah, let's deal with that bullshit.
Like I think the premise essentially just being that is Jurassic Park does Jurassic Park have a monopoly on dinosaur media, and if that's the case, what can we do to avoid that from happening?
Well, for one, primitive war is a thing.
Yeah, but how many people went and saw that? That's kind of a thing. It's like something like that has to catch on in a big way, like in a way like -1 like levels of
I
catching.
think it was
on.
definitely a cult hit, considering they did extend it, right? Because there's like
I
demand
believe
for it.
so.
What I would ask is like, do you guys think that this is like a production problem, an audience problem, or like a little mix of both? Who will you blame?
I would say it is both, mostly an audience problem, primarily because of the cultural zeitgeist that Jurassic Park is in. To the point where it almost becomes perpetually prominent.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Jurassic Park was such a game changer for its time, and it's still like a game changer that hardly any film has even been able to replicate to this day. It's almost like continuing that as a franchise almost seems like more like a sense of obligation more than anything.
Yeah,
I would put blame towards studio execs for the Jurassic World monopoly problem, because I just think they're too scared to do it because they think they'll be compared. Because let me ask you guys, what do you think was the most successful quote unquote Jurassic Park ripoff film series or franchise to spawn from the Dino boom that Jurassic Park started?
I don't even know what ones were even
nothing
out would even
there,
be
though.
out
There's
at that
nothing
time.
there.
I'm talking about like the
guess-
Carnosaurs, your like other
Carnosaur,
things,
maybe?
whatever
Carnosaur is
happened.
like really Carnosaur's like the general audiences aren't gonna know what Carnosaur is.
I know, for example, that Carnosaur is not like for the general audience, but for example, like in horror, it's kind of like it was kind of successful. I think it was like
Yeah, but
one of
like, it's like niche still, isn't it?
Here's the thing. I don't, unless I've like missing your point and you've made it, I don't see the point you're making.
Me? Or-
Yeah, because like,
well, I
if
just
you're
think that like there's this reputation for Jurassic World or Park ripoffs. And I think executives are scared of that.
Here's the thing.
Oh, actually,
nothing
you're
that
right.
exists
Yeah,
from the
because
Dino
normally
boom-
what happens is that when you have ripoffs and even the ripoffs are kind of successful, executives just like jump on it like sharks on a frenzy. You know, I think that's
But,
what he's trying to say. Is that it?
Maybe, but like, even then, can you name something other than Carnosaur?
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
that's
there
kind of my
was no
thing.
documentary, right?
Yeah,
No,
like
found
other than
footage film
documentaries.
That
Like there's
no,
no.
no, sorry. There was like a
Documentaries would be a
found
different
footage film
conversation.
of these people like
But-
going into like a
I mean, I
hole.
guess there's Land Before Time.
Can I? But that was before Jurassic Park. Anyways, because my point is, Jurassic Park was so genuinely like the most successful film at the time that like there's nothing that compares to it. And I would generally side with Minecraft that it is an audience problem because think about it. Jurassic Park, the Heisei trilogy of Gamera movies, -1, Shin Godzilla. Like, these are treated as the exception, but the Lost World is the rule. And by that I mean the Lost World Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I think that there's also like this thing where people just don't seem to come up with like cool stories. It's always us going into the dinosaur world. Somehow, we found a hole in the ground, or we bring them back with science, and there's so much emphasis on the explanation on how we got them that
It's either a survival story where people are stuck in or trying to survive a world filled with dinosaurs, or an environment filled with dinosaurs, or a dinosaur is brought into our world through some kind of means, either science or the Lost World, as in like the 1920s version kind of way, where dinosaurs just brought to civilization and just
but shit. I would posit then that is due to the inherent limit of how we have humans and dinosaurs interact, given the sheer gap in time that there is. Because
we're not saying it's a bad thing. It's just that it's a factual limitation in people's imagination, apparently, for some reason, because we just cannot
because the scope of the human mind is inherently limited.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that either.
Also, other things you can do if you want to go sci-fi, right? But then we go back to the audience is the problem because they see sci-fi and dinosaurs, and they don't seem to like want to see that. Like for example, 65 going to a planet of dinosaurs. Like that's actually like something you could do, right? And it's kind of you could also do like, speculative
that
stuff
was
like
a film. That was a film back in the 70s, and while it is,
Planet
it has a
Dinosaur.
reputation. Yeah, while it has its own reputation, it's still notable in the pop culture zeitgeist. So, like,
I would say too. My impression is that Jurassic Park is not only a great spectacle, writing wise, it was very well done. I think the issue in a lot of cases is a lot of these smaller budget films will make dinosaur films and assume people will just come in because there's dinosaurs in it.
Yeah.
And if everything else around your film is so utterly like terrible and like no one is going to want to sit through that and your dinosaur stuff is either just all right or even bad, then like it's gonna turn off people. And I think a lot of people when they want to do dinosaur stories bank too much on the idea that it's got dinosaurs in it, people are gonna see it, or it's got dinosaurs in it, kids are gonna go see it, and kids aren't really gonna know like how good something's gonna be. Like Land Before Time, really good kids film, has dinosaurs in it. Jurassic Park, really good action thriller, has dinosaurs in it. 65, I feel banks too much on the premise of you're on a planet surviving dinosaurs. The dinosaur sequences are all right. The roster is terrible. Like,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I was even trying to ask you if you were to bring up some of the 65 dinosaur designs because they're they're just nothing burgers.
What is there to say about them?
Yeah,
this was
nothing, that's what I'm saying.
this
They're
movie,
nothing burgers.
No, the thing that pisses me off about 65 is that this movie was going to be in the Triassic, which these designs would have fit perfectly.
I don't think this design would fit on anything.
With some changes, or even just a roster transformation, all you really need to do was apply some of this stuff. That would have.
But Minecraft, we need to have a T-Rex in here.
Well,
the original, after they switched to the
that
Jurassic era, they made the primary antagonist, I think, a Triceratops, and people got pissed about it.
Wait, hold on a sec. The Jurassic period, but a Triceratops was the villain.
Originally, first they started with the Triassic, the early stages of dinosaurs.
I get that.
When that didn't work, they shifted to the Cretaceous, but they had a Triceratops as the antagonist.
What?
Why would that be a bad idea, though? I think that's... You know how a moose can actually chase you through the forest until
test audiences didn't find that appealing for whatever fucking reason. And that's
why do they always seem to get the lowest common denominator of human beings for tests?
That is why
it's California. No offense.
Yeah.
No, all the offense.
That is why I believe this is a primarily audience problem.
I pretty much wonder if the Triceratops thing pretty much would work. If then by the end it's sort of you pretty much have something like the actual carnivore, a thing that a Triceratops would actually that would give the Triceratops a run for its money. Kind of this is going to be a bit of a spoiler alert for Jedi Fallen Order, where you have this Inquisitor who's the main antagonist of the game, and you beat her, but then Darth Vader just shows up and murks her, and then you're just oh shit, time to go.
I mean, I think that could work, but it could feel, like you're just trying to make the audience happy if you spend the whole movie with a Triceratops. And also, I think that there's something scarier about this thing that's trying to kill you and not even eat you, it's just trying to make you. It's like trying to turn you to tomato sauce. Basically.
Yeah, but I guess the question is what would make the Triceratops the most prominent threat? Would it have some kind of vendetta or something? Because otherwise the Triceratops would probably chase you once, but then it would just kind of if you were able to get away from it.
Jurassic Park
same thing with
because it got hit.
Well, no, just generally, herbivores are far more aggressive than carnivores are.
Exactly. Yeah, you know what? Hippos kill hundreds every year.
You know what's scarier than a lion? A hippo.
Yeah.
You could make a horror movie about a hippo, and you know what? It will be even scarier than any dinosaur, to be fair.
No, what's scarier than a hippo is a Cape buffalo.
No, and what we're gonna... And I was about to say, I've once called the Triceratops a Cape buffalo on crack.
That could be applied to pretty much every single ceratopsian in existence, but yeah.
Real. But... No, it's... crack, jet fuel, artificial hormones, and several different types of steroids.
Some of which don't even exist anymore.
Yeah, but also to go with the moose analog, one of the animals that, to my understanding, hunters are the most scared of out in the woods is a moose.
Yeah, moose. Well, it's moose and bear. Those are the two that you're always going to be the most afraid of.
Yeah, and actually, see that will be a good example. Let's say that you have an entire movie where there's a moose that's trying to kill you because you kill the baby, right? And then by the end, a bear kills the moose. I think that wouldn't really that will be a saving moment, more like a cheering thing.
No, it wouldn't be a saving moment really, because the bear would still or whatever analog would be would end up chasing them.
Yeah, maybe
it's kind of a thing of there's always a bigger something bigger that's bigger and scarier that can chase you.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah, there's always a bigger fish. Because nature, that's kind of the laws of nature. If you think you're the tough shit in this out there, you're not.
I really like the redesigns of these guys,
What's interesting here
but I
is
will
that
still defend the T-Rexes and the Quadrex.
yeah, I do not like the Quad Rex. I know a lot of people say it's supposed to be Phasalosuchus, but like I think that people only said that to cover the fact that it's literally just a quadrupedal T-Rex.
Yeah,
It's
they even call it a T-Rex in that documentary. Just
Or the fact that like this, like people assume that this thing is supposed to be like Lingo or Lagosuchus. And even this person says it's supposed to be Caprasuchus, and if that's supposed to be Caprasuchus, it looks nothing like Caprasuchus.
There's just not a case where these are good designs.
No.
No
and
matter
even
what
say
cop
the film
no
like
matter
doesn't
the cop out.
Yeah, and the film like does not do a good job at even presenting these designs, really, because most of them are like in the dark and in just like really drab-looking environments that don't really where to the point where like some of them just even like the things may as well have just been camouflaged or even just like not even or even worse like maybe even just sort of clipping like blurring into the environment.
You know what we really need? We need to bring back the time where we didn't really give a flying fuck and we just said cavemen and dinosaurs lived at the same time.
Yeah.
And we just roll with it and have fun. I think that
Yeah.
type of thing could actually work.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you think someone would actually try to do something
Well,
like
we have Primal, so like there's
Primal
that.
is
Primal is actually to me like a good example of it, but also you can do even more than that. I feel like you can like actually make like a whole fucking movie that's like this like
make a film that is just one big homage to like 1960s dinosaur films.
Yeah.
Like 1950s,
Or bring
60s
back
dinosaurs.
Well, I think like going back to what you said, Minecraft, I think with an audience problem, I think for some people that'd be fun. I don't think a lot of paleos would go see that. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Screw the paleos.
Frickin'
Yeah.
paleos,
Yeah.
man.
And you know what? The thing is, you can make the dinosaurs accurate, even though the interaction is inaccurate. You know, they clearly didn't live at the same time. And just because you have like a velociraptor with feathers, the paleos will still go because they're little bitches and they're like literally starving for feathered dinosaurs. So you do that and you grab them by the
More, dude.
Hmm?
I wouldn't say they're starving for feathered dinosaurs.
And
Honestly,
yeah.
honestly, I think we need to bring back Prehysteria.
I think another thing too is like, even if your dinosaur designs are pretty good, like I said, some of the rest of your film could just be like hot garbage.
Yeah,
like,
people miss
the
the
Jurassic
point.
Games
People,
is a good thing.
People
Like,
miss the point of why Jurassic Park worked. Of why the first two movies worked.
Because dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Hell, I would argue people were actively ignorant to like the merits of World as a film.
Hmm.
No, yeah, they were.
I would
like for example, like this raptor design in this low budget sci-fi original movie is not super Jurassic Park coded, but is still very inaccurate, but a really good design. Like the rest of the film is just really bad. Like I do have this film on DVD. I got for like I think it was literally I bought it at the dollar store.
What is that film?
The Jurassic Games.
Oh,
is it just Hunger
I've heard of
Games?
it.
No, it's like Squid Games.
It's like
Squid
it's more
Games!
like Squid Games, but it's like they put like people in a simulation, and like there's dinosaurs and stuff in like this Hunger
Isn't
Games.
there a dude who fights a raptor with like a chain or something?
Yeah, like the dinosaur designs in this are legitimately really good, but like the rest of the film, I can't sit through normally.
But it's like I would generally like just say it isn't people. It's a downright an unwillingness to engage with it to an extent, I think, because it's just why because they just are dismissive.
See, you're
and that's why I say it's an audience problem.
One sec, I just muted him because I was hearing the echo myself.
Also, see, I just now looked at his user. What Dude.
Wait, what did his user say?
What
If
did
he
it
comes
say?
back on. He said Varang got that mad bush.
He do be right though.
Vivek,
So-
I hope you know I'm just staring at you intensely. Yeah.
Corch knows what's up. I'm on Corch side now.
We're putting you both in the center right there. You're both on trial now.
It's been a
Oh
while
wait,
since,
so you did watch Avatar 3 then, Sea Monster?
it's been a while since I did that.
I still
But
need to watch it
overall-
because I've liked the first two, so I want to see the third one.
Third what?
Avatar.
Yeah, no, it's great. Like the fact that they just added God, Mommy, Alien, Cat Girl, like that's just like peak cinema.
Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
wait, are you talking about Varong?
Yeah,
Oh, fuck yeah.
yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my god, are we seriously gonna be sipping for her?
Yes!
I just want to make it clear that I was simping for her even before the movie came out. Like as soon as the trailer came out, I was like, "Yep." So I was the OG. I just want to make that clear. Anyway,
If we ever have aliens, I will look at all of you with suspicion because I know you'd sell us out if they had honkers.
yeah, no. In a
Anyways.
heartbeat. I will
Anyways,
100% do it.
back to dinosaurs. Like I would say, like consensus wise, there's definitely both a executive and an audience problem when it comes to new dinosaur content. But I also think too, like creatively, there's a lot you can do with dinosaurs, and I don't feel like they're being used to their maximum potential.
Yeah, like if you're gonna like do like a dinosaur thing, you better make sure it's like really good. Because like you have like especially if you're trying to sell an audience on something that's dinosaur themed but is like not Jurassic Park, like you got to really sell that. Is there an echo from somebody else now?
It was kind of far. Was this still coming from? Wait, it just came and it went.
Test.
Okay.
Beep-boop.
Test.
Testing, I guess.
Dustin,
Test.
Dustin.
Oh, there's someone in the back.
Dustin!
Who in the back? It's Alan.
Ah, hi, Acto.
Alan. Is my
Alan,
my
what's
name
your favorite
Alan?
dinosaur?
Is my name Alan?
It's kind of like a never-ending cycle, I guess. So first of all, like the audiences are very kind of like stupid about the dinosaur thing, and then because of that, producers react in this like exaggerated
Yeah.
way because
Yeah,
they
the
also
thing is
cut
like
down.
the thing is like the Jurassic Park movies, Jurassic World movies, they still are making money. Like sure, Rebirth didn't make crack like $1 billion like the Jurassic World movies typically do, but it's still turned into profit.
But I would also
So
say
people are
that's also
still
because
going to
people
see
aren't-
them.
I would say
Yeah.
that's also just because additionally people aren't going to the movie theater anymore.
Exactly. Like
I
they're
don't
just
feel-
kind of like because there's just not much many films out there that people are gonna be like, oh yeah, I want to go see
I'd
that.
say audience these days are very selective.
Yeah,
Just
they're
because
extremely
prices are up, and then quality in a few places has gone down with studios and films.
Yeah,
So-
like that's there's it's a very vast set of reasons for why things are the way
it's
they
such
are.
a like yeah, we could pause it. I think in general, I'm more inclined to believe the innate stupidity of the people who are watching these films rather than the studio execs, because if people actually engaged with these films, they'd make money and execs would have these kinds of films keep being made.
Yeah, but also like at the
But
same
instead,
time,
we have an audience that has the attention span of, in your words, Lau, an autistic goldfish.
And I think another thing is like, for example, like bringing back to Primitive War, like maybe like the marketing also could also be a factor because like Primitive War was like slated as like a Fathom event, and it just kind of made me wonder like, how successful are Fathom events typically? You know,
Some can be
It
pretty
depends.
successful.
Yeah, it all depends.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just kind of like a coin toss almost.
Because I mean, most of
What
the
the-
anime films coming
Check
out
out
these
Love
days
and
are
Alita.
Fathom events, and they do gangbusters.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they
and
also
for
have like
example,
that inbuilt
my
fan base
country,
from the anime itself, though. That's the thing too.
yeah,
Yeah.
anime is way more popular than dinosaurs.
Yeah, so Primitive War would have to be like -1 levels of like good in order for it to have had the impacts
And
that
even then,
I think we
would
would
it
hoped.
have? Because, people would have just not. People might have still just written it off. I genuinely think -1 was a rare exception.
The thing is also
Wait,
how
before
limited
anyone says
it
anything
was,
else, what
to
makes
the
it a
point
rare
where in
exception,
Europe
though?
we didn't really have.
I say
anything
rare
else.
given how, as stated previously, creature features generally are viewed.
Yeah, but then wouldn't that mean that it wouldn't have made any money to begin with anyway, by that logic? Because
When I
if
say-
creature features are
when I say
viewed,
rare
then,
exception, I mean in one of these that isn't the Jurassic series that's being done that actually is successful.
explain further.
What part do you want that to be explained? So I
All
know
of
it. Because I said earlier that films like Gojira, Shin, Minus, and to go into other films, I can't name. Can you name any non-Jurassic dinosaur films that have this reputation? I mean, kind of Primitive War.
But the thing is, like these
Loud.
these
Let me think for a sec. Sorry, I'm just I don't want my train of thought to get interrupted because it's
Because hypothetically, if Primitive War had the same level of rating as -1 and people understood that and left the theater, I wouldn't be surprised if it had like an even greater run, similar to what -1 did.
Fair enough.
That's why I didn't really understand the point that was being made at first on your end. Because that's what I'm saying, is that
because to me it's like one of these films, at least from the perspective of someone who's always been watching these and loves them and unironically thinks they're good movies, seeing one actually get taken seriously to me is very rare. And I think it's just that's what I mean when I said that -1 felt like a rare exception to me, because in general, looking at the Monsterverse, people, even with 2014 and Gotham, people didn't sincerely engage with them.
The thing that you're missing though is that -1 had a huge release compared to all of, like, for example, Shane and all of that, and Primitive War had like a super limited release. Like -1 was here in Portugal, in Spain, in basically all of Europe as well.
I'm curious as to how they managed to pull that off.
Well,
I mean,
that's like an entirely separate thing.
Well,
is
-1 getting more releases over the places?
Yeah, -1 getting pushed further. I'm just curious.
Well, that's because Toho did the distribution itself, while with Shin they did it through Funimation.
Right.
That's why there was a new
But
dub.
it took a long ass time for it to get to Malaysia.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is like Japanese stuff tends to take longer to release in Southeast Asia. So that's why it took so long for it to
back
appear
then
in other places.
when Shin Godzilla came out, I remember that they barely had it in Mexico, in Latin America, and it's like now -1 was like Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, like Brazil, all over the fucking place. Like
You're saying, okay, I
so
think
many
because I feel like I'm jumbling up my stuff here, because when I was saying that I meant being seriously engaged with it. I feel like maybe I'm mixing stuff up here. You know what? Now I've lost my own point. Now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
No. What I'm saying is that you were comparing them to a certain degree, but what I'm saying is that they are not comparable because the release, the distribution is so different.
Yeah, the distribution was different. And the marketing was kind of was also arguably different.
Well, but in that case too, they also had the luxury of being under Toho. Even if Godzilla wasn't made by Toho itself, if Godzilla was owned by any other big company, that big company would be able to flex its financial muscles there. In general, lower budget films often or not don't really get a big push to begin with anyway. I think the big thing was that Primitive War, the book was a lot of people really loved the book, and then when we heard that it was finally getting movie, people were really hoping it'd be good, and then finally when it does come out, the people who are waiting for it to come finally were able to bring it out there. Plus, I know the author behind it was very active on social media, and he was putting out other material as well. So like he had built up a reputation and a presence in the Dinosphere to begin with before the film had come out, which is why I think it got the success that it did get, and then people who liked it who had never heard of it and encouraged more people to go see it.
Gotcha.
But I think in terms of topics that we've gone over, I think really the only last one that we haven't gone over at all is just more paleo docs. And I know, Kuri, you had thoughts about that.
Well, it's just that I think in terms of like modern media and paleo documentaries, I think we live, in a really
society.
Because it's weird. Because I was talking about it a bit when we saw Mr. Who's dinosaur video, was how there are some things I think just haven't gotten better, specifically with dinosaur horror, which is a kind of internet subgenre I dislike a lot. But
do tell.
I feel like it's just falling into a lot of the same traps that it feels like we were trying to pull ourselves out of. Because whenever people like to make the argument with just a moment, I need to formulate this for a sec. So remember the video of that Utah raptor in the cave?
Yes.
And how every single paleo nerd was using that, like, see, feathered dinosaurs can be scary, but I'm like, yeah, I felt like that was already known, but I get the idea, but I feel like now we're still dealing with an issue of just, maybe this is just me, of only in like dinosaur horror, just viewing these things as just monsters and not viewing them as animals, which is why paleo documentaries are still my preferred form and whatnot. This is a personal thing, but
I think like my problem with the Utah Raptor cave thing was that a bunch of paleos were like, "Oh my gosh, see, feathered dinosaurs can be scary." My problem with that entire argument is that it's made to be as threatening as possible. You replace it with a like JP Raptor, the scenario would still be just as scary.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's something that I noticed. Was it's like there's nothing about that. Like, look, have you guys seen that video of that one video of like the person being stalked by a T-Rex in the back rooms? Like,
No,
that,
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
like that, like, yeah, that's an accurate Rex, but it's not feathered. But it is still an intimidating thing because of presentation. And I get that. Maybe that's their argument, is that, see, you just need it to be presented in the right light. But I'm just like, if that's the case.
I think presentation matters, but then like also some of them are like, oh, I just want this same movie just with accurate dinosaurs. But I'm like, in that case, if you're just gonna make it with accurate dinosaurs, then a lot of the plot holes, the contrivances, and the suspension of disbelief, I think, needs to be stronger. Like, if you just want a feathered dinosaur that can tank bullets, I'm going to discount that on the grounds alone of it being an accurate dinosaur. I'm sorry. Like consecutive ammunition from like 2, 2, 3, 5, 5, 6 is going to put down most dinosaurs.
I think that's something I actually am able to sidestep a little with New World Dragons, considering the caliber of animal in relation to the strength of the firearms at the time.
Because you're doing it like during like very early colonization, right?
Yeah.
Because I'd say like the moment you get into like the Wild West era, they definitely have guns at that point to put down a T-Rex, for example.
Could you provide an example? I'm not
like 379 or 397 Rigby.
Yeah.
Being something that can put down a T-Rex.
Well, I suppose, but it's like maybe it's like
like for example, like
crazy dome on its head.
Like even like nowadays, like the only reason why like you don't hunt elephants with like AKs is because if you're hunting something, you're trying to preserve as much of the animal as possible, and you're also not trying to have things like the internals messing with the meat, or like bios, things like that. Also getting
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, there's like a reason you don't hunt. There's a reason you don't hunt animals with an RPG. Okay.
Or like you don't hunt things with full auto. Like poachers take down elephants a lot with AKs because they're trying to just primarily just harvest the ivory.
Yeah.
So like with like enough people, with enough consecutive fire, outside of like sauropods, you're gonna put down any dinosaur with like minimal like arms needed. Like
Did anyone watch that video of the guy who shot like a ballistic dummy T-Rex head?
You're talking about Kentucky Ballistics, yeah.
Yeah.
I know for that I'm waiting for them to do a version 2 to see how it interacts with like more like of like the lacrimal crests and horns and the thicker skin that we know Rex had and whatnot. Because I'd be curious to see how it is then. Because right now it is just kind of the gelatin mold.
It's the gelatin mold, but like I do know that like gelatin molds like that are denser than like regular human skin is, and it's not just the mold itself; it's also like the connective bone that's in there as well that's simulating it. So like it's not an exact 1-to-1, but it's also not like entirely just like a big thing of like jelly that's like very soft.
Fair enough. I'd just be curious to see how it is with if they do like a version 2 with those updated things. But like outside of what I was talking about and like stuff like prehistoric emergence and whatnot, which I haven't seen, but I really don't care to. Like all the stuff that gets released now featuring dinosaurs that I would just say like this is amazing. Tears of the Mountain, Dinosauria, like our indie stuff, but then you got Primal and Prehistoric Planet now entering its 3rd season. I think we may very well get a 4th.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like-
I almost thought that's mom.
But like and Primal's getting a 3rd season now. Granted, Primal is removing itself a little more and more from its prehistory stuff all the time, but hey, that's just a symptom of natural progression, I feel.
What's moving away from its prehistory stuff?
I would say, like, given what we see of Primal Season 3, it's going a lot more, I guess, I don't know if pulp is the right word.
No, you're definitely correct. It's pulp. But, like, Primal was always pulp.
No, it always, Zim, let me rephrase. It always was, and what I mean is that it is migrating more into that territory from the prehistoric angle. Like, I'm still hoping Fang is relevant, but I would be shocked if we see, like, more than 5 other dinosaurs.
Well, we saw a new pterosaur appear in...
Did we?
Yeah, it's a different pterosaur from the last one.
I think it looks like an Asdarkid.
It's an Asdarkid, but it's different from the Asdarkid that the witch had turned into.
Could you... how
pull
did
it
I
up?
miss
Yeah.
that? Could you get a picture of that pulled up, please?
Yeah, we'll just pull up the trailer.
Yeah. Because I was like, how did I miss that? But what I mean is that it's going... That's what I meant when I said natural progression. It's going more, like, pulp instead of sticking with the prehistoric stuff. Now, admittedly, I need to still watch Season 2 and 3. Well, I have Season 3 ain't out yet, but Season 2. But, like, Season 1 especially, I felt, was going with the prehistoric fantasy angle.
Yeah.
Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we will have a fair amount. I mean, the season isn't out yet, so not like I can make any speculation would be I feel ultimately kind of pointless with this point, but it is something I observed. Okay. Yeah. That's actually pretty good. I
also am wondering if whether this
is that an Andrew Sarkis?
That's what I was thinking too. I'm wondering if this is like either a possessed Andrew Sarkis or like something takes the form of Andrew Sarkis. Because the point I was gonna make is I think that like unlike say Conan, which Primal takes heavy inspiration from, where it was fantasy, it was a like classic fantasy first. I think Primal is prehistoric fantasy in the sense of it is a fantasy setting, but instead of like regular animals and like fantasy creatures being the predominant things you see, it's mostly prehistoric animals being the big component of the universe, which is like one thing I've always
actually
liked
I
about
think
Primal.
because if I remember correctly, in like Season 2, instead of like Indian
As
war
well as
elephants,
another,
that's just like in the Indian war elephants. That's just a Paleoloxodon.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Fair enough. I will give you that. I was just natural progression was making it feel very odd because I really like Season 1 and how it really is like just kind of animated 100 million years BC for like the first half of season 1 until we get to like Plague of Madness. Now, granted, that doesn't make the second half of season 1 of Primal bad. It's just a change and what I'd need to deal with.
Yeah, like I think for me, like Primal is everything I'd want from a like something like an adult animated series these days. Like it has
It
dinosaurs.
and Smiling
it's
Friends are like
fantasy.
some of the best things Adult Swim has made in a long time.
Like I like Smiling Friends. I love it a lot. My issue, not with it, but just adult animation as a whole, is that like we don't get things like Primal a lot. It's almost always like some kind of comedy that's trying to ape the formula of like Family Guy or Futurama or something like that.
Or Rick and Morty. Yeah.
Or Rick and Morty, yeah. Like I can't really think of any other adult animations that are like sincere series that aren't comedy based. Like I could be very wrong and I'm missing out on something, but like Primal really just does everything I want. And it draws so much on that classic era of fantasy I like, but tinges it with more prehistory that I love already. And it's so refreshing for me.
Yeah, fair enough. It was just like an observation that I had found and I thought was interesting. But if you've made that argument, yeah, it's like the component is still there. It's just very different now. I'm wondering what all this stuff is. Is this him hallucinating? Or is this
well, like we know for a fact, like I think he literally just got resurrected.
No, I think so too.
And I think that like we are definitely delving more into the fantasy side of it.
I wonder if what we're gonna see here is like, I wonder, is this in the future? Or is this roughly about like a bit after he dies at the end of season 2?
That's what I'm wondering.
I kind of have like worries about season 3 of Primal because I kind of felt like season 2 like was like a really solid ending for Spear, you know. So I'm just kind of worried about how
what
season
they could
3 is
also
going
do
to
is
follow
like
up on
if
that.
they could play into that, and maybe Mira and Fang realize that, and it's like, yeah, they want him back, but like he is well and truly gone, and they have to put down this zombie. Or they could genuinely find, if you can lean into the pulp angle, like the pulp fantasy angle, and they try to find a way to bring him back.
Yeah.
There's
honestly,
so many different ways that they could do that, and I think we don't know enough about this season. We literally have a glorified snapshot.
Mm-hmm. But I do know, like I think like mid-January, like the 12th or the 10th. No,
very
the 12th or 11th
excited
is
for
when it
this.
comes in. Yeah. Like I'm excited for this. I was always like, my opinion about Spear's death was like it was satisfying. I don't think it was the best decision to kill him, but I respect the fact that they did it. If they decide, you know what, no, like we can do more with the Primal Universe, and we just decide to bring him back, as long as they do it in a way that doesn't break anything, then I'm gonna be overall pretty happy with it. Like again, there's nothing that Primal's done that's actually like upset me or made me like dislike it.
I mean, you say that, but there's been like so many franchises that were like that until like the latest thing sort of comes out, and then they just
Well,
like,
considering
okay,
that,
now
like,
you just ruined it.
I think this.
Like I mean, maybe I'm just like a bit too. I'm just too guarded about everything these days. It's just
I'm guarded, but like I'm also like, I want to say like you're not. I'm just realistic in the sense of like there's things that Gendy has done that I just don't really vibe with. It's like the unicorn. I don't remember the whole name of the series. Like I saw some of it. It was okay.
Unicorn Wars?
Something like that.
Warriors Eternal.
Yes, thank you.
I actually quite liked it. Like,
of course, Vic.
And then you have the absolute dumpster fire that is fixed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gendy's definitely had stinkers. But then like there's things that he's done long seasons of, like Samurai Jack.
Primal's kind of his baby.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like he puts a lot more into this than I think he does a lot of other things. And
but like, for example, before Primal, he had Samurai Jack, and a lot of people don't really like the last season. You know, for example, like that's another one.
I genuinely don't understand the hate for the last season. I thought it was okay.
I think it's like one of those cases where it's like it was brought back. Jack talks a lot more. consistently in the last season. I thought it was fine.
I gotta get around to
pers-
finishing that.
I personally really enjoyed the last season.
But
Yeah,
for
was
me-
it perfect? No, but no, that ending definitely is a mixed bag for me. But it really
Didn't it rip
wasn't.
off Gurren Lagann?
No,
Oh,
this was
by
before.
the way, I do
This
have
was
to
way
go now.
before I watched Gurren Lagann. By the way.
5:20 in the morning, so I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're probably gonna wrap it up soon. anyway.
Yeah, I'm
Anyway,
gonna
yeah.
this,
have to go.
this is a conversation that we could genuinely just keep having all night.
Like this is the
Yeah.
longest live stream I've done in some time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About dinosaurs. We've experienced so much.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun listening to this. But it's
Same.
like
Is that
but to go just a
dinosaur?
little bit further, it's like, yeah, that's what I meant when I said I think as far as like just modern paleo media, we're doing really good, and I honestly don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. I
You know,
Oh,
yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, Kuro. Paleo is definitely on the up and up, but I also think there's just a lot more accessibility when it comes to like things, and because of that, it's allowing people greater opportunity to work on projects and the like.
Yeah, like the bar of entry now is a lot lower, and I think that comes with a lot of good and a lot of bad. We're seeing a lot of bad in other areas, but I think paleo is an example of like, because this is kind of weirdly simultaneously niche and broad, we're getting a lot of people who like care a lot.
I think that's all you can ask for. Is like, just care. Care
Just
about your project.
give a shit about what you're making. And fortunately, as a dinosaur fan, we are getting a lot of very talented people who care.
Yeah, even if it's not like, like movies or shows, like I see a lot of paleo art that's like really good. For example, on Twitter and stuff like that.
Yeah, like this is, like I said, paleo media is like in a very good spot.
Indeed.
And
Well,
that's
what can-
I think that's it.
Yeah, let's move into showing.
I'll say that life finds a way.
Shut up.
We found the way.
Do you know the way?
Shut up!
Beautiful.
That like, dude,
That was actually beautiful. Oh my god.
You sound like Two-Face, like when the guy tried to talk.
That echoed in my fucking house. I heard it bounce off the walls.
Do you know the way, my brother?
I will kill you.
Do it, my brother. No boy.
That was beautiful. Shilling.
That meme is
go.
like 7 years old.
We'll
But
go
I'm bringing
from
it
the-
back, my brother.
The queen.
Show me the way, my brother.
I didn't hear the greatest combination of slurs said after the stream.
Excuse me, I'm going to see how many licks it takes to get to the center of a cyanide tablet.
Let's find
Anyways,
out.
let's get to the shillings now, mental gems.
Yes.
Okay,
Acno,
brother.
you're at the bottom, so we'll make our way up. Acno, Vic, then Nico, so we know the order.
You can find me on anagoji2001@gmail. You can find me on Anagoji on YouTube, Anagoji on Instagram, Anagoji official on Twitter, Anagoji2001 on Wattpad. Pretty much anywhere Anagoji, you can find me there. That's hard to find me.
There you go, Vickle Dickle.
Awesome. So you can find me as JaCrispy Vic on Instagram, Vic's Monstrosities or Vic Monstrous on most other socials like Twitter and Blue Sky, I guess, when it's not like a desert there. And then you can find me on YouTube as Kaijunaut. I am going to take a little break from streaming just until I get a better internet setup in my new spot, but I'll be uploading maybe some videos here and there and shorts as well. I think I just hit like 460 subscribers, so hopefully I can hover around that and then just keep going from there. Other than that, I am gonna be calling out some people here because I have a beef with Sea Monster over It Came From Beneath the Sea. I'm calling you out for
what?
either a discussion or debate because y'all are giving that film a bad rap. So
It
there's
was
that.
boring.
It was
deserved
No,
bad.
no,
Hey,
y'all just don't like
It
Oh,
was
it
a
was
storytelling.
save it for the
You just want
debate.
monster fights. And then I'm also I'm still calling out Zim for a one-on-one in a Gigabash game.
We can
suck
do
at it.
that this week. We can do this week.
It was boring,
Awesome.
me, brother.
There you go. And then
You do
that
not,
is it for
Vic.
me.
You do not understand. The beating you will receive will be tantalizing.
What is that
Okay,
from?
okay, boy.
What is that
Is it
from?
my turn to shill now?
Yes, it is the Nico's turn.
Follow me on L Instagram and L DeviantArt. I post peak content. And that's about it.
Oh God!
Follow me, big brother.
I feel like I've just.
God damn it! I guess.
I feel like my insides are decaying right as we speak.
It's sad that I understand this meme.
There's
It
nothing
is
to
so sad.
understand, Sea Monster. It's not that you're old. It's just that Ugandan Knuckles was retarded.
No, he's old.
Okay. Okay.
It
all
is
right.
retarded, my brother, but it's all retarded.
Okay. Okay. All
I
right.
will
All right.
gouge out
So,
your eyes and skull fuck you.
okay. All right. So, you can find me on YouTube, Sea Monster Essays. I post vids up there. Show some vids that I put on there, some love, like my Godzilla vs. Destroyer video. Still there. I am trying to put together a supercut of the King Kong 2005 streams. Which are which is gonna be both like the discussion stream on the movie on its own, and the Confused Matthew stream. So that stream itself got unblocked, but the supercut will just be both those streams combined, or at least the highlights from both
Rest
of
in
them.
peace.
It's probably gonna be the stream was unblocked, as in
that's good.
you can watch it. Yeah, so you can pretty much listen to that or watch that now. But that supercut may take some time essentially. But this Saturday, since we'll be going into the new year, we're going to be beginning commemorating the 70-year anniversary of Don by talking about the movie that brought him into this beautiful world in the first place. So
Give us a Blu-ray Criterion.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Sea Monster Essays on YouTube, Sea Monster on Twitter, and I guess if you have any if I got any recommendations, go watch Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. If you already have watched it, watch it again. The movie just gets honestly, I've just fallen in love with that movie all over again. But aside from that, I don't know. Go check out Avatar 3 because Veron got that mean bush.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh well. On my side, I guess you can follow me on YouTube by the name Castleg. Same on Instagram or X. And for recommendations, I guess still the Chainsaw Man movie because it came out on digital. And if you feel lonely, there's an alien god mummy waiting for you in the cinemas. You just have to pay and go watch Avatar 3. So yeah,
She likes guns and fire.
hell
Just
yeah.
like me.
That's how they honeypot you.
That's all.
You're next, Kuru.
I guess it's my turn next. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter under the same username of Kaiju Kuru and on YouTube. I actually am working on my first video as the stream
Oh shit, Eric Zilla's here.
Did he just? Yeah,
He
it's just-
literally just got here.
Yeah, I just got here.
You missed everything.
Yeah.
Oof.
As we've actually been having
Oh.
this stream, I've actually
Hi,
been
Alexa. I watch your videos.
but as we've been getting as the stream has been going on, I've actually been playing Monster Hunter in the back to get footage for the video.
Yeah, that's a good
because
movie.
We're gonna be talking about the Vic.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Just the delayed reaction on that was funny.
You are
Yeah, continue,
you are
Guru.
treading on.
Yeah.
You are
Vic.
treading on
I will
dangerous
get a
ground.
plane ticket to California and beat your ass. Do
Will you
not
drop kick him like your idol?
fucking test me. I will drop kick you. The beating you will receive will be held. Zim will watch that to fall asleep every night. But
Local 98 lover
That-
gets beaten by Paleo.
he's just watching his two most hated people just kick the crap out of each other.
Ah, yes. It's like whoever loses, I still win.
Real. But like I'm actually working on my first video, the Kaiju Monster Hunter, and as we've been talking, I've just been working on getting footage in the background. So yeah. Keep your eyes peeled. I hope to have that before January, before January's over, because at the end of January I will be moving.
Oh.
Starting a new chapter of my life.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
He's gonna
I'm-
become a Florida man.
He's right though. I actually am going to be moving to Florida.
Well, at least that means if I have to do smack you around, the drive's not going to be as long.
You don't even know where I live right now.
I know you live far from me.
I don't actually live that far from you.
Yeah, you do.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't actually know the drive from where I live to Boston.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I'm very
Good
much
night,
excited for that
Monster.
video. It's going to be an interesting one. Outside for recommendations, go read Gaiatima. It's really good. Go watch Prehistoric Planet and Dinosauria, and let us know what your favorite dinosaur is in the comments after the stream is done. Gives them money and engagement.
Be
Tank.
sure to hit that like and subscribe button.
Be sure to hit that like and subscribe.
For you will
Wait,
get a
what
bonus.
can I do that voice well? Anyways,
Follow
that's
me
it
for
me.
more Uma Musume content at kaijukuru at youtube.com.
Nico, I will butcher you.
Do it,
Okay.
pussy. No balls.
Damn.
Paleo horses.
Anyways,
Hi,
I
I'm
will-
still here. You can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World
I
1954.
will carry
That's
this
my
until
at
the day
or
I die.
just Minecraft World. I currently am working on a few essays. One relation to Monster Musume because I have things to say about that series, and an essay on Nemesis, the character from the Nemesis books. As well as that, I have an upcoming live stream that is going to be talking about Godzilla vs. Megaguirus. Currently, I have it set for the 3rd of January, but I might move it around if need be. So, yeah.
When is
and
it?
The 3rd of January, but if I need to, I'll move it around.
I forget. What day is that?
Saturday.
Oh, it's a Saturday. Depending on the time Saturday, I will have to miss it for work.
Okay.
But also,
I-
versus Megaguirus, I ain't missing much.
Yeah, I mean, I can move it around. But also, I am writing my Gilyu story into work. I hope that can go well. And I'd like to announce this here. For my 1K sub special, I am planning to do a discussion stream on Project Nemesis, which I'm announcing it here just so you guys can, one, have a chance to revisit the book beforehand, and two, just so I can maybe drum up some people to sub to my channel because I want to get to 1K soon.
There you go, guys. Try to get Minecraft to 1K.
Yeah. So then we could talk
my-
about. Then we could talk about Project Nemesis. Definitely do read that.
Masumi.
Shut the hell up. Yeah, I am
You,
not.
Nico,
I'm in
you
close
love
away.
poking the bear, don't you?
Yeah,
Don't you mean poking the horse?
yeah, Eric, I have.
You mean fucking horse?
Yeah, Eric Zilla, I am not at 1K yet. Jesus Christ. Eric, I am not at 1K yet. I'm currently at 800 subs, roughly, but 200 more to go. So, woo. But yeah,
You're closer
and then
to
I also.
900, I think.
No, I'm at 800.
I could have sworn it was like 895 or something.
I'm at 809.
There you go. Hey, just
but-
keep getting closer, keep climbing.
But yeah, and I also have an Instagram, Kara and Blue Sky. I am not as active on Blue Sky or Kara as I used to be. I need to update my Kara. I'm semi-frequently there on Blue Sky, but I am very frequently on Instagram, so find me there. I'll send you the link, Eric, later. And yeah, go watch Primitive War, go watch Dinosauria, go read the Nemesis, go read Project Nemesis. Bye.
And well, yeah, you guys can pretty much just find me like anywhere. The main thing for me is it's Zimzilla99. You just gotta add an OG in front of it for Twitter or X. Those are my numbers for my Discord handle myself. If you're finding me on gaming, I'm Zimzilla99 pretty much everywhere. That exception just being on PlayStation where it's Zimzilla YT, so that people can get upset and think I'm trying to clip farm them, which is always fun to do. But we also have my Twitch, which I'm also multi-streaming to, along with Facebook, BitChute, X, Patreon, Instagram, and DeviantArt. Instagram and DeviantArt is where I do my art, as well as Patreon is where I do anything related to my book, Kaiju Quarantine. I will be having some segments of chapters out soon. I shared a new post today about a shirt design that I'm going to be working on for the book. So if you'd be super kind, being a patron would be awesome. And I am 200 away from reaching 2K in terms of subs. So then I can release the hit video game Zimzilla 2K. So yeah, thank you all for watching as always. Nanotyrannus is valid. Paleos can cry about it.
Woo!
And they could
Yeah.
go die in a fire.
Welcome
Remember-
home. Welcome back, Nanotyrannus.
Exactly. Subscribe to these people if you haven't. And yeah.
Semper Fi, motherfucker.